Welcome everybody to Warden Law and to the 2026 Wera Tools British Kart Championships. My name's Andrew Mather. Great pleasure to once again be with you for all 10 events of this brand new season. Brand new show as well. This is how we're going to be setting things up for finals day for every single one of our events across the course of 2024 with our build-up show. Keep an eye on the ticker in the bottom corner. That's going to be telling you how long we've got before our finals start today with the super heats and then running into the finals. Don't worry, you're not missing any of the live action here today. I'll be joined for the whole season with a rotating panel of guests and experts. Alongside me this weekend, former senior X30 driver Piers Prior and our newest member of our broadcast team, Ceol Lynch. Thank you both for joining us here this weekend. It's a new season, plenty of things to talk about as we get things underway for 2026. But Piers, the first thing I want to talk about, qualifying. We saw it earlier on in the weekend. Out for at least this weekend, go to the 3-lap average system. In comes a maybe more pure way of time qualifying with the single fastest laps, and we've already seen it shake things up quite a bit here at Warden Law.
Yeah, new qualifying, and nothing new about the northeastern weather. Okay, apologies for my shivering, it's freezing here, so the drivers are keeping warm on circuit, but you mentioned it, out goes 3-lap, in with 1 lap. You mentioned pure qualifying, 1 flying lap is all the drivers need, but actually puts a little bit more pressure on. 6 minutes to find 1 lap sounds easy, but get yourself around the wrong cars, get yourself caught, don't quite get your tyre pressures right, you can miss out big time. And we've seen how close the times are every year in the British Kart Championships. You miss a 10th or 2, that's not a position, that's numbers of rows.
Absolutely. Unchanged is the rest of the format, particularly for the Rotax categories. So all the drivers this weekend here at Karting Northeast get that qualifying practice, the 2 heats, then a super heat which will kick off in around an hour's time, and then of course the finals. But also different, Ceol, is our calendar. It's a great calendar for this year, and you're joining the team. Welcome to karting as well. What are you looking forward to with some of the circuits that we're going to be visiting across the course of the year?
Absolutely. I think we have a brilliant calendar start of the year. Warden Law with our Rotax classes, obviously a really physical circuit. We've seen so far this weekend how the physical drives are really sticking out so far. Obviously we're then followed by the iconic PFI then with our Rotax classes, Kimbolton, Wilton, and then the iconic Silverstone that is new. That's obviously exciting for the British Kart Championships to be entering there for the first time. And then with our KZ classes, they will be seen in both Miami and Rotax weekends. They'll be joining us then at Wera and also Silverstone then with Miami. I mean, what a calendar it is, and I am absolutely buzzing to get the year underway. Absolutely,
and you'll be able to follow every piece of action on finals day here with us on your Alpha Live production. And of course, with it being a new year, we've got drivers changing teams, changing classes, plenty of faces that you know if you've been with us in previous years, plenty of new faces along the way as well. We're going to take a short break here at Warden Law, but we'll be back after this, where we'll be with KZ2's Noah Wolf.
What a start from the so hard, heading up into the top section.
Welcome back, everybody, to Warden Law. It's finals day for Event 1 of the 2026 Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Before we get into the mix and into our classes, though, let's learn a little bit about this Warden Law circuit. Well, we're here with Noah Wolf in the KZ2 class. Noah, thanks for joining us. We're going to have a look through a lap of Warden Law in the KZ2, because for those perhaps new to the sport, it is quite an experience, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the speed at which these KZ2s are doing is incredible. It's just so fast, especially getting down this main straight, doing a good 80 mile an hour. We're coming into turn 1. There's a little bump on the braking zone, so your stomach feels elevated because you hop on the brakes and it's just electric. You're going down 2 gears through this fast corner, and my aim really here is just to carry as much speed as possible because there's not a long straight into the next corner.
Absolutely. I mean, you've done a lot of racing in Europe, but back here in the UK, the tracks are a very certain style, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, here in England, you've got to be really ultra smooth because there's not a lot of grip compared to Europe. So any time you're spent sliding, you're just losing time. So you always want to be going in really hard, in straight, and then out straight again because you've got the gears to assist you. Like going into this corner, it's the same thing. We need to be going in nice and hard, going down 1 gear, and making sure we're not sliding and letting the kart run out too wide. Because again, we got to prepare for the next corner, which follows right away.
Absolutely. And through these next few corners, we're about to reach into the newer part of the circuit that's been resurfaced over the past few months. How has the track changed in this region?
In this region, when I drove in Minimax, there was so much grip.
Yeah.
Like you could carry so much speed, but now with the new surface, you got to really watch for locking the front because it's new. There's not a lot of grip on the track. You can't push too hard on the entry like the first part of the lap. You got to be really back off the braking zone, and because you're turning and braking through most of these corners at this track, which is quite unique, you got to make sure we're not braking too much and too hard, so then don't catch yourself out with a lock-up. But here again, we're going down 3 gears and making sure we're not locking up and carrying a lot of minimum speed because of the new tarmac.
Absolutely. Through Senna 1 and then into this newer hairpin. This, I think, is going to be a real challenge for the drivers this weekend. How crucial is this run out of here? Because this is where things start to differ for the KZ2s, isn't it? It's
a very long straight off of this corner, and again, there's not a lot of grip off this corner. So again, it's really important to prepare the exit more, and making sure we're getting a good run out the corner. And again, we're going down 2 gears and making sure it's a very tricky to not lock up because it's a bit off cambered as well.
Yeah.
And all this to think about in the race will be a bit tricky for all our drivers. But again, making sure we're carrying lots of speed, and it is a long straight again.
I know a lot of people have been doing track walks. I did one myself yesterday. This run now towards Gasworks has changed as well, slightly wider than we've seen in previous years. Lots of overtaking here.
If I'm going to be honest, for me, I would look at other points in the track. Because there's a fast right and it's quite tricky to get it right, it'll be very hard to sneak underneath someone. So there'll be other parts in the track, such as the Senna 1, which would probably be one of my overtaking spots. Or here, I've not yet had Heat 1 yet, so we'll see. But because of the tricky right-hander before, it's quite hard to sneak down the inside because you wash out quite wide.
So that's going to be a big difference, isn't it, between the KZ2 style of racing and the Rotax style of racing, because in particularly the mini categories, you do see a lot of overtaking, and this is kind of like your last opportunity to realistically overtake, isn't it?
Yeah, that's because they really do the chicane, and we miss the chicane and have a fast right, and it's really hard to keep it quite tight.
This section through here, Horseshoe, it's not easy at all, is it? You've got to get a lot of things right.
Through here, my main aim is to carry as much speed through the corner as possible. We're going down 1 gear really late, and it's that last little rotation to get it flicked in, because these curbs are massive. You cannot touch them at all, and you need to prepare this right really, really well. So, because again, it's a massive long straight into turn 1. But again, we need to make sure we're setting it up so then we can carry a lot of speed and not run too wide on the exit.
Absolutely. Well, Noah, thank you so much for taking the time to talk us through a lap of Warden Law. Hopes for the British Kart Championship season, what's the aim?
The aim really is to win the British Kart Championships. I've had great success in Europe, such as 3rd in the World Championships in KZ2. I've had some good results in the European Championship, and now the next aim is to win the British Championships, and it's helped me prepare for what's ahead.
Absolutely. Noah, thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
Best of luck out there. Stay safe.
Thank you.
Great to hear then from Noah Wolf, who's made real strides in KZ2 in the last 12 months. Great to have him back as a full-time entrant for the British Kart Championships in 2026. Really interesting thoughts there from Noah about this circuit from that gearbox perspective. But switching back to the Rotax categories, Piers, a different challenge, a different circuit as well. They've got that back chicane to deal with as well. But these new changes, the last time we were here about 12 months ago, particularly through Senna 1 and what was Senna 2, those were different profiles. And that run into Gasworks where we always see a lot of action. There's a lot for the drivers to get their heads around for racing conditions here this weekend.
Do you know what? I really like the fact that we're starting the season here at Warden Law. It's a properly technical circuit. There's absolutely no break. You've got the little back straight down towards turn 1, not quite so straight down towards Gasworks, and it really is you have to be in full form to perform around here. You mentioned the changes. We've got new tarmac, which makes a difference to the setups, the way the tyres work, tyre pressures. So a lot of the drivers this weekend, for the first time, they've experienced it. Some of the drivers have experienced it in previous championships a few weeks ago. But then also, with those new tarmac corners, we've got a bit of extra space. New corner profiles as well. Actually opened up the entry, so I'm expecting to see more overtaking than we even saw last year. You mentioned Gasworks already. Open up for the entry. Big braking zone in there, cutbacks galore. Looking forward to the racing.
Ceol, we had a little wander around the circuit last night. What did you make of it? Say getting trackside and seeing some of those changes.
Yeah, we did. I mean, we definitely saw the rubber being put down after the few days of racing. It's getting sticky out there. I mean, the new tarmac has obviously thrown challenges at the drivers, especially in the wet yesterday. But I think it's going to make some great racing. Yeah,
and you make a really good point there about the wet conditions. We did see wet conditions during the free practice, and we could have rain today here for final stage. So, yeah, that is going to be a lot for the drivers to quite literally get to grips with. We've got 5 classes here today for the first finals day of 2026. And let's start with a bit of a catch-up with our Micromax drivers.
I am here with Arlo Gamble. Arlo, returning Micromax driver. You are now 9 years old. You just turned 9 years old, 9 or 10 days ago. Tell us, obviously, all of your friends at school cannot be competing at this level at your age. Who got you into this?
So I'd say like my dad, because he's always thinks I'll be good at driving stuff. So then when I was young, when I was 3 years old, he I think it's called a buggy. He was driving me. He was in driver's seat and I was in passenger seat. He was driving it at 30 miles per hour when I was 3.
Wow, well, Arlo, tell us, some of your biggest competition last year, like Deanne and Charlie, they have moved up now into Minimax. Do you think this is going to give you the chance to score more podiums and wins this year?
Yeah, I'd say, because they were quick, pretty quick. So yeah, I'd say.
And then finally, tell us, what are you most excited for a new season of the British Kart Championships, on or off track?
I'd say I'm most excited for, like, hopefully, like, just winning a ticket to, like, or just winning 1 or 2 Britishes or UKCs.
Absolutely. Well, we hope you do well this year. Good luck, Arlo, for this weekend. I am here with Freddie Baker. Freddie, you're a driver who we've seen in both Water Swift and Micro recently, and recently you've had some successes. Why don't you tell us a bit about them?
They were good first and good positions.
Yeah, you recently got your ticket to the grand finals, haven't you?
Yeah.
And talk us a bit about so you've done Water Swift and Micro. Can you tell us a bit about the difference between the two when you're driving?
So Water Swift is like a lot fast, well not a lot, but a bit faster on the straights. And Micro is a bit slower.
And of course, you're continuing your campaign with your team. You're with the winning team from last year. Is that exciting for you? Do you have expectation then going into this year?
Yeah.
And what are you most excited for then coming into the new season?
Maybe winning the British, or probably going to win the British.
Yeah, well, good luck. We hope to see you do exactly that. Thank you, Freddie.
Freddie Walker, brand new season for you in Micromax, another season in Micromax. So do you reckon you're going to be one of the front runners in the early stage of this season?
Most definitely, yeah.
What's challenging about this Warden Law circuit in a Micromax? It's quite wide in places.
Yeah. So obviously they changed the layout in the last corner. Basically, it's really hard to like hook it back over to get in, because if you mess the last corner up, all the way to dogleg, that's your lap ruined.
One of the big positives going into this new season, it's good to see more Micromaxers on the field. Obviously, the shame for you is that there's more drivers out there to beat this season.
Yeah, hopefully.
And going into like this new phase now running with KR Sports, running again with one of the big teams. How the preparations been for this new season?
Pretty good. Well, really fast. So yeah, good.
What would you be happy with in terms of a result this weekend?
Top 3, top 5. I'd be really proud with the top 5, but I mean top 3, it's on the box. It's really good.
Well, Freddie, thanks for your time. We'll see you out there on track, and best of luck for the weekend.
Thank you.
Good to catch up there with 3 of our Micromax drivers for 2026. Good to see numbers up in Micromax as well for this brand new season. It's going to be a story that we don't really know how it's going to form yet, Piers, because a lot of them are new drivers. Obviously, we've got some drivers returning from 2026, but we've often seen in the last few years Micromax has been really, really close in terms of competition and a good proving ground for our new drivers.
And also, with it being Micromax, the youngest of all our competitors, we can see big improvements not only over a season but over the off-season as well. So some of the drivers who were either in their first season or we may not have even seen in the British Kart Championships could be ones contending, because when you're 8, 9, 10 years old, you learn so fast, and a lot of the drivers will have used the experience over the winter to then really make steps forward, maybe change team as well. That can help drivers a lot. Looking forward to seeing how that plays out.
Absolutely. Let's shift it into another gear though, quite literally. KZ2 makes its first appearance on the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for 2026 here at Warden Law. If you've not seen KZ2 before, you are in for quite a treat. We caught up with some of their drivers ahead of this weekend's first round. Here comes Ryan Green, Jess Edgar, and a newcomer for the British Kart Championships, Marcus Kayak. Here with Ryan Green, KZ2 once again for yourself, Ryan, this year. New season, so we've got new people involved. For those not up to speed with KZ2, what's it about? What's it like from a driver's perspective?
Well, KZ2 is sort of the elite karting class. It is the World Championship class. It's by far the fastest short circuit karting category out there. They also use pretty soft tyres, so you have sort of about 350 horsepower per tonne, I think, which is a sort of savage amount of power, a lot of grip, so you need to be very physically fit, you need to be very trained in order to do the class. So it's not really a class that people can sort of, hobbyists can jump in and go round. You need to be pretty sort of expert to race in this class. It's also very technically sensitive and advanced, so there's a lot of development that happens with the engines which you don't get in other single manufacturer classes. So each of the teams here in KZ is sort of trying to develop their engines as fast as they can, trying to develop their equipment as fast as they can, and the drivers have got to be in pretty tip-top condition as well. So, yeah, I mean, I'm now 32. I've been doing karting since I was 8. And at my age, being in KZ, you've got to keep yourself fit, you've got to train sort of 3-4 times a week, be out in the seat as often as you can. So it, certainly requires a sort of standard above other classes.
But the level to get into it, as I say, we always said about KZ2, that you could feel the passion in, to use that buzzword, in the KZ2 paddock. But in terms of costs and getting into it, not necessarily as scary as perhaps some may think.
No, well, the thing with KZ is the upfront cost to buy the sort of equipment straight off the shelf is more expensive than other classes, because you've got front brakes, because you've got a gearbox, but really for your value for money you're getting a lot more for that. Once you have bought it and sort of got the upfront cost, the sort of maintenance cost is actually probably a lot less than other classes, and also to run sort of with your teams and to have cutting edge equipment is a lot less than it is with some of the other classes here.
I say, what are you running on this year as a privateer in 2026?
So we're a privateer, but we also are the importers of the DR racing kart chassis. We also import the Modena engine, which is the engine that's used by the DR factory team. We are the only person on the grid using the Modena engine this weekend, but we have sort of been developing it in the off-season and last year a fair bit. We're pretty confident that we've got it to a place in terms of the carburation and the setup of it where we're competitive with everyone else. You know, over the winter races, we've been knocking on the door of podiums and race wins quite a lot, so we've really got it up there now. But yeah, we've just had our first couple of practice sessions. We don't really know the track here. We've been struggling a little bit, so we've got a little bit to work through. But yeah, we're importers of the DR Kart and the Modena engine. We're the only ones on it at the moment, but yeah, the equipment is definitely cutting it with the rest at the moment.
Brilliant stuff. Brian, thank you so much for the insight. Really looking forward to KZ2 this weekend here at Warden Law.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. Hopefully have some good racing. Thank you.
I'm here with Jess Edgar. Jess, obviously you're a driver who the Paddock has watched grow up for 4 years. You've transitioned into cars and obviously back to the KZ last year. For someone who doesn't maybe know too much about the KZ, can you give us a bit of information?
Yeah, the KZ class is a senior class for people 16 and over, and it's a bit different to seniors. We have gears in this class, and sometimes we skip chicanes or corners that are a bit too tight for us, but it's one of the fastest karts that you can drive.
You did 2 years in F1 Academy and then you transitioned back into the KZ. What was that transition like for you?
Yeah, doing F1 Academy was really cool. It was a really good opportunity for me, travelling around the world to places I would have never been to before. But coming back to my roots was really exciting. It's a lot less pressure and a lot more enjoyable when there's kind of no expectation on you. But it was quite a hard step coming back into KZ. Like, everything happens really fast and it's quite hard to get used to, but I found it an enjoyable step, and yeah.
Here in the IPK Formula K tent here at Warden Law, and a very, very warm welcome to Marcus Kayak. Marcus, great to see you here in the British Championships paddock. What's made the trip?
Thank you for the warm welcome, but what's made the trip is Brian. He invited me over here to race. So yeah, we already made the first session. I like the track. The guys told me it's a lot worse, but in the end it's not so bad.
Absolutely. I mean, you've raced all over the world. You've had great success, particularly in recent years in the KZ categories. What do you reckon the challenge is going to be like this weekend? You're not the only international KZ racer here this weekend. You've got Noah Wolf down the other end of the paddock. Is it going to be a bit of a tough one this weekend?
We will see. Get used to the track, and then we'll see how it goes.
And this team as well, working with this Formula K chassis. I've been talking to some of the team that they're really looking forward to your feedback in terms of developing the setups and developing this chassis around the UK circuits, because they are very different to the ones that you race on out in Europe.
Yeah, in Europe we have a lot more grip. The chassis is behaving differently, but here we need different setup. We try to work on this and see how it goes.
And the rest of the season for you, back to Europe after this? Will we see you in any other races in the British this year? Or is it just a bit of a one-off? I should note for your birthday as well, 21 years of age.
Yeah, thank you. But we will see. For now, it's only one race, then back to Europe. But we will see how it goes.
Fantastic. Well, Marcus, thank you so much for your time. We'll let you get back to hard work and also celebrating your birthday. We'll see you out there on track.
Thank you so much.
Good to hear there from just a sample of our KZ2 drivers for the 2026 first event of the year. Ceol, you being new to karting, KZ2's probably been the biggest shock of the weekend so far. Firstly, what have you made of it? And secondly, this really intriguing battle that we've got, particularly this weekend, Noah Wolf and Marcus Kayak. Both internationally renowned drivers in KZ2, particularly in the last 12 months. Both here for different reasons. Wolf here for a full tilt at the British title. Kayak at the moment here to help out the IPK factory team based here in the UK. What have you made of it?
I mean, so far this weekend, they have been two very fast drivers. Definitely two to watch out for that battle, those battles that they will be having today. The rest of the KZ grid has definitely been aware of their appearance this weekend. They've obviously been at the sharp end of that grid all weekend so far. As we know, these drivers are both successful in their own calibre. May not have crossed paths too much, but it will be definitely interesting to watch.
So let's move into Minimax. Minimax, who quite often stole the show in 2025 with their brand of close and exciting racing. Now, yes, some of our key protagonists from 2025 have moved up into the juniors. You would be expected to think maybe some of that show stealing is going to be moving to the other classes. very glad to report that there's a new group ready to take on the challenge in 2025. We caught up with some of the new faces earlier on in the weekend, as well as had a look at some of the start of season media activities.
I'm here with Micromax champion of 2025, Dian Singh Pahal. Talk us through last year.
Well, last year was hard. We struggled through the first couple of rounds. RC couldn't really find the setup right, but after we've gone past that, and we were fast, and we ended up winning it somehow.
Well, yeah, and you did a brilliant job in the end. And tell us, how has the move for you been into Mini?
It's ginormous. With a new team, the new kart, new engine, new everything. It's not as big as we would have thought, but it's okay.
And how's it going with your new team over at DHR?
It's a different level compared to my past team, RCE. It's unbelievable, amazing support, so many driver coaches, so many team managers. It's just a different level.
And tell us, is there any expectations going into this weekend? Obviously, it's a new class for you.
Just keep it clean and don't crash.
That sounds pretty good. Well, good luck, Diane. I'm here at the Alpha Live HQ here at Warden Law, and the drivers today are getting their pictures taken, a chance to show off their new haircuts, new hairstyles and new helmets. They are coming in with their helmets. We are doing 4 shots so far this weekend, and there we go. We can hear drivers laughing at me for saying hairstyles, but here's some behind the scenes. Let's grab a quick interview with a driver. Chloe, can you come over for an interview? Chloe, you've made the transition this year into Mini. How's that going for you?
It's been going quite well, actually. It's been a difference, obviously, straight line speed, just having the transition over to Mini, but we're doing quite well.
And obviously, in the off-season, there was many changes made to the track here at Warden Law that a lot of drivers are pretty fond of. What do you think of them?
I think it's quite good. It's made it a bit more harder. Obviously, the last corner's been changed quite a lot, so you really need to slow down for that and get into the apex. Also, you've got Sienna 1's been changed, and the chicane.
And of course, it's a new season for you in a new class. Do you have any expectations with your team for this year?
Obviously, just try my best, keep my head down, always stay calm, stay composed, and try my hardest and try and get up there and win a race.
And you've moved into Mini with a few drivers that you raced last year. Do you have your eyes on anyone else?
I've always just got eyes on myself, see how the race works out, see how it plans, and I race from there.
Thank you, Chloe, and good luck this weekend. That is Chloe McGill.
Wera, what a start from the hard. Heading up into the top section.
Welcome back once again to the build-up show for event 1 of the 2026 Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Myself, Andrew Mather, Piers Prior, Ceol Lynch with you for finals day here at Warden Law. It's not long to go before we get our super heats underway. For now though, let's turn our attention to the next category. Junior Rotax are set to race once again.
Here in the Jax Motorsport awning with the driver definitely to watch for 2026, Fletcher Jameson. Fletcher, first of all, great to see you back. The long road to recovery, you've taken it. What's happened has happened, but you're looking really good so far this season.
Yeah, 100%. It's going well, especially after the crash.
I say, for those who are aware, you had a bit of a serious incident at Kart Masters last year, but you know, I've watched you a couple of times on the club level so far this year, and you seem to have really gelled with the chassis so far this year.
Yeah, doing a sensible job. Like many thanks to the team and obviously my sponsors that are making me here, Electrical to Go and Phase Electrical, like making it all happen. But yeah, definitely the team's given us a good opportunity to go good this year.
And Jax Motorsport as a team, very much on the up. They impressed a lot of people in 2025, particularly in the second half of the year. That must be a really good feeling coming into this new season.
Yeah, it's a growing team. Like many drivers are coming here now, knowing that we can do a good job. Like Jared last year done a mega job, so did the whole team.
What are the aims then for this year? Junior Rotax is always a real cutthroat class in a way. The racing's always very close. What's the aim? I know probably a seeded position, but maybe into the top 5?
Yeah, hopefully into the top 5, but like at the minute, obviously everyone else are out every weekend. We're out like twice a month just doing our thing, so hopefully a top 5 seed will do the job.
You've had a bit of a chance to practice so far today. We've had changeable conditions here today as well, which could well be the case later on into the weekend, particularly on finals day. How much can you learn though on a day like this when it's changing every minute what the weather's doing?
It's more like you just wait in the pits and let the time tick, and then when you go out you get one good lap and then you come back in. So it's not like you normally just come here straight on the pace. You learn a little bit in the wet stuff, but when it comes dry to the racing bit, it's just all over the place.
Any key predictions for the weekend?
Hopefully P1, but see what happens.
Fletcher, once again, great to see you here. Thanks for your time. We'll keep track of you over the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Here with another one of our juniors, Ryan White. Ryan, staying with Hunter Motorsport for another new season, but it's that big step time, isn't it? Moving from the minis into the juniors. How have you found it so far?
It's been challenging, trying my best, trying to find some pace. In previous weekends, just learning how to drive in juniors, it's a lot more aggressive, it's a lot harder of a class. You have to nail qualifying. If you're not at the front, then it's a lot harder to get to the front if you're starting from the back. But overall, it's loads of fun.
And the physicality of juniors as well, especially around a circuit like this where it's got its technical sections. There's the new tarmac, which is a bit smoother than previous years. But how have you had to work on, say, your physical fitness before the start of this new season?
Well, I've started going to the gym, if you can't tell. I've just seat time. You can't really. The best way to get better at karting is karting. So just lots of seat time. It's built me up.
And you've had a few races. You've been racing a bit on the club level at different circuits. How have those races gone for you so far? Success?
A little bit. Good results, bad results. I haven't really had any good results in the final. I have good results in the heat, super heats, and then in the final, a few times I've just crashed and had bad results.
But this is a good place with good memories for you. Obviously, you had a very good run to that Honda Cadet title win a few seasons ago. Is that still like do you still think about that moment regularly, or you like a new year, new you kind of thing?
I still think about all of it, really. Yeah. I've won it once. Why can't I win it again? Type of thing. I just want to be at the front.
And this is a big weekend, of course, being in the Hunter Motorsport awning. This is their home circuit, so that there's always that kind of weight and expectation, isn't there?
Yeah, although I live in Aberdeen, Scotland, I am really English, and this is like my local English track. Still 5-hour drive, but yeah.
Absolutely. But maybe better when we go to Lark Hall later on in the season. Ryan, we'll let you get back to work. I know it's a busy practice day, but thanks for your time.
No problem, thank you.
Here in the Dan Holland Racing awning, the familiar colours of blue and yellow on show once again. And Charlie Wolfett, you're the newest member in the Junior Rotax part of the team. 2025
ended pretty well with those wins at PF International, but this is a new challenge, isn't it, with a team that's won so many championships in recent times?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, brilliant to end the year last year on a high, and we're coming to this year on a high as well. Won the UKC last week, so you know, hoping for good things. Struggling a bit in practice, but hopefully we'll get that sorted, ready for quali.
It's not an easy circuit to get ready for. You know, lots have talked about the new changes to the track as well, the different tarmac, and the fact that it's a little bit warmer than we would have expected at this time of year. Yesterday was warm. Is the track grippier than you would have expected?
I mean, we're struggling with not enough grip at the minute, so I mean, we're just trying a few things, but we should have it dialed in for tomorrow.
We've got to talk about it at the start of the season. I know it's the start of the season, but this is a really big opportunity now for you to feature at the front more consistently and maybe even go for a championship this year, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. It's my last year in junior, so, you know, we've got to win it.
And as we say, Dan Holland have won so many titles over the year, particularly in the Rotax categories. How have you found getting integrated into the team so far?
You know, it's brilliant. You know, everyone just helps each other. You know, everyone speaks with each other, and it's just great.
Well, Charlie, we'll let you get back to work. I know you've got one of your key practices coming up. We'll see you later in the weekend.
Cheers, thank you.
That was the thoughts of just some of our junior Rotax competitors going into this new 2026 season. Piers, junior Rotax, for the uninitiated,
oh, yes.
It's quite the experience, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a very much busy on circuit, is how I describe it. The juniors, is the first step into the big karts,
yeah.
But it's not a first step for many of them. They stay in juniors to basically develop their skills, and it's super, super competitive. We see every year the top juniors go straight into seniors or are at the front in seniors already. So that's the level in junior Rotax, and I expect it to be exactly the same this year.
Talking of those seniors, as I say, it's not as much of a technical change when they take that step from the juniors to the seniors, but there is that racecraft element, isn't there, in terms of how the drivers think through a race. When you're in those younger categories, probably the most number of years that you're racing against someone, you know, they've been racing for 2 or 3 years at that level. Senior level, in theory, you could be racing up against someone who's been doing it for 5 or 6 years, maybe even more. So there's that side of the game to it, isn't there?
Yeah, there really is. With the bigger karts, it's more physical as well, so you have to make sure that you're making the kart work with you and for you. And also when you're in the lower categories, like we've spoken about, the Inters, the Micromax, the Minimax, there's a lot more working together. Whereas the juniors and the seniors, they like to work against each other a lot, which sometimes doesn't work so well for them, but it makes great entertaining racing for us. And we see the best drivers in this grid go and do exactly the same on the world stage and do the same thing. So looking forward to some more world-class action in those categories.
Absolutely. Well, enough of us talking about senior Rotax. What are the thoughts of the drivers? We caught up with them earlier on in the weekend.
Here with Liam Hasty, as you go to your driver's briefing, so we won't be long. Liam, big step up to seniors so far. It's always a bit of a mind game when you step from the juniors to the seniors. How have you found it so far?
I've not found it as difficult as I kind of would have thought. It's been quite a good transition with pace-wise and the racing racecraft compared to all the older boys, but all the people I raced with last year have also moved up, so it's more similar than it would be if it was more just older people.
We've had a bit of classic northeast rain this afternoon. Sources tell me that the craft cars look pretty nifty in the wet conditions. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it was all right. I think there was a little bit to try and improve on, but the new track's so weird now in the wet, and we've never been here in the wet yet. So I think the other people that have done the club rounds and had people here have been better off, I suppose.
New overtaking opportunities, perhaps, particularly through those S-bends?
Yeah, I think in the wet it's definitely easier to overtake for the long corners, because if you go outside then you're on the outside for ages. Then if you go tight it's a bit slower. So I think it's harder racing, I'd say. Harder to stay in front if you're in a fight.
Good stuff, Leon. We'll let you get to your driver's briefing. Don't be late. Thanks for talking to us. Welcome once again to the KR Sport awning. Here with a driver who really impressed in 2025 in the juniors, but has now taken the big step up to senior Rotax. Aidan Morris, welcome back to the British Kart Championship. It's already been a busy year, hasn't it, with events leading into this first event and also running in some of the other categories hosted by Motorsport UK at Silverstone last weekend.
Yeah, it's good. It's obviously very busy at the moment. We're off to lots of different places, but it's good fun.
Juniors last year was a real breakthrough year for yourself. You know, the good qualifying performances along the way. You know, what's the expectation though moving into the seniors? Because we always say it's more of a battle of the mind, isn't it, over the machinery like the mini to junior step?
Yeah, it's very tough. Everyone's so close on times, and everyone's a lot older than me. So it's obviously we're working there, we're working to get the pace. But I'm hoping for some good results, some good top 10 finishes and championships, hopefully.
What's the biggest thing that you've learned so far?
Pardon?
What's the biggest thing that you've learnt so far in the senior versus last year in the junior?
The importance of the tyre and not overworking the tyre, because you really need to have the tyre good for the final.
And especially going into this weekend around this circuit that's, you know, noted for being tough on tyres at times. You know, it's new track surface as well. How have you found that?
Yeah, it's not too bad at the moment. We've just had a new slick run, but so far we've been running an old slick, just practice day. Everyone's a bit different on setup, but tomorrow when it's official, we'll get to know like where we're at pace.
And staying in KR Sport again for another year, that must be a good thing that you've got that familiarity from seasons past.
Yeah, we've been with them for so long. We love KR. They always treat us really well. They're great with all the feedback, the coaching, the setups. Yeah, we've never had a problem.
Well, Eva, we'll let you get back to work, and best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much. I'm here with another familiar face, Cian Garrity. Cian, you run sort of a dual programme. You also race in cars, so tell us what you've been up to at the minute.
Yeah, this year I'm sort of taking the step to the car racing as well. I mean, while I can, keeping a bit of karting going through the year. So yeah, doing the Radical SR3 stuff in the cars with Valor Racing, so that's all going well. Sort of started testing for that the first rounds in a couple of weeks, and then trying to do a bit of the karting in Britain and a few one-offs in Europe while we can. So yeah, first one here at the British Champs.
And obviously you've had some really good one-off races in the karting. Tell us, what's it going to take for you this year to push that bit further?
Yeah, I think we've won a lot of one-off stuff now. I mean, I think the next one on my list to try and win's a British. So yeah, I think we've got to start off nice and strong here if we can, and then just hopefully try and sort of stay towards the front. Ideally win them, but even if we're not winning, just sort of try and be in amongst the top sort of front as we can, just to get the most points out of it.
And of course you're continuing your campaign with Strawberry. Tell us what your relationship is like with the team after all those years.
Yeah, no, we got on really well with the team, everyone here, all the mechanics, team owners, managers, whatever. So I think it always makes sense if we're going to do any karting to do it with Strawberry, get on well with them. You know, we've used their karts for like years now and sort of racing the team for the last 2 years properly. So yeah, made sense to carry on with them really.
And obviously the circuit's changed since last time the British were here. What are your opinions on the track changes?
Yeah, it's cool to have something a bit different, hopefully. I mean, I've not actually raced it yet. I don't know if you did a race here a couple of weeks ago. I've not actually been here yet, but hopefully it just makes the racing a little bit more sort of exciting. I think before it was always quite easy to defend around here. Hopefully now with the changes, it's a bit easier to get by people. We'll see in the racing, I guess.
Well, thank you very much, Cian, and good luck this weekend.
Yeah, thank you.
Here once again in the Dan Holland Racing awning with Macaulay Bishop. Macaulay back for another year in the British Kart Championships. 2025 was a tough one. That's in the history books though. A great finish to the end of the year with that grand finals win, and the start to 2026 has been pretty good as well.
Yeah, obviously 2025 got off to a bit of a rocky start. And then yeah, managed to recover well for the second half of the season, and then obviously rounding it off with the grand finals win and a win in America and several other championships so far. It's been really good, but yeah, I'm coming into this year with a clear head. I was going to do a lot more things differently than last year and not make the same mistakes, improve in every area, so we'll see how it goes.
And how good is it? You went over to America, you've got your ticket already for grand finals this year. Does that help with that clear mindset in going into this new season for the British?
Well, I mean, all the one-off races, I don't need to win on the track now. It'll be more the people around me that are going to get a bit more desperate and fight for the positions a bit harder. And then obviously in the championship, I don't need to worry about winning. Obviously, I want to win, but I'm not winning for the reason to get a grand final ticket.
What would it mean to get that #1 plate back? You ran it all of last year. The championship was still won by this team in the hands of Matthew Higgins, but getting that 6 to a 1 for next year and beyond, that's what matters now in this championship.
Yeah, no, I want to get my 5th one. Long time coming, really. I mean, looking back at my season last year, I should have won. You know, if I didn't miss the first round, definitely on. Now there's no excuses this time, so we've got to make sure we do it.
And for those new to the championship as well, obviously you got your family, you got your dad, your brother involved again as well on the tools. It's a proper family effort, isn't it?
Yes, also got my dad on the spanners this weekend, and sometimes my brother as well. So we'll get involved. Yeah, and it's quite a good family thing.
Good stuff. Macaulay, thanks for your time. We'll catch you later in the weekend.
Thank you.
Senior Rotax drivers, they're definitely going to be one of the highlights, I think, for not just today, but the whole season. But I want to just pick up on the last bit that we saw there with Macaulay Bishop. Me and Piers, we've seen him race for a good long time. Ceol, you new to the paddock. That was your first experience of Macaulay Bishop, but the sense that I got was that he's way more relaxed than he perhaps was at this stage of the season in 2025 when he was the reigning champion. He had that difficult year, but then finished very well, proved once again his prowess in a senior Rotax piece of machinery at the grand finals. What was your take on like the body language side as a driver yourself and how Macaulay's looking going into this season?
Well, exactly. Macaulay's coming off the back of a difficult year, which for any driver you kind of come back in wondering how they're going to handle that, what their mindset's going to be like. Clearly, he's feeling good, he's feeling confident. His dad on the tools again for him, and another year wiser in senior, but I think we can expect good things from him this year.
Absolutely. He's had a little bit of difficulty through the qualifying section, but if there's one thing that we've learned in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships over the last few years, do not write off Macaulay Bishop. Not long before we go racing here at Warden Law for finals day, starting with those superheats. But before we get to the racing action, let's have a closer look at this karting Northeast circuit. A start of a new season brings us to Warden Law, and there's been some changes since we were last here. Shall we have a look around, Ceol?
Absolutely. I am stood right on turn 1 with Snowman. Austin, of course, you've qualified P5. Talk us through about how you are going to be heading into your first heat through this corner.
Obviously, the race has started, so I'll try to get a good start. And you'll want to try to go quite fast through it. Maybe tap the brakes or a lift, carry as much speed, probably a late apex, and then you're out the corner.
Will Wainwright, we're here walking into the new Senna 1. You've raced this track a lot. How's it different to what it was before?
Track's got wider, curbs got bigger. You have to go wider exit, get in near the curb, and make sure you're not too tight, otherwise you'll be on the grass.
I say it's a very big curb, this one, coming into this new corner. So do you almost have to treat it a bit like a wall?
Yeah, because if you hit it a little bit, it bumps you and it makes you bad for Senna 2. So this is like you need to get this one right, because if you go too wide or too tight, it bogs down or it slows down a lot.
And you mentioned it's a lot wider into here now, so is it quite difficult to defend if you're in the lead of the race into this corner?
Yeah, because this corner, because it's really tight, and people just can come in for dive bombs whenever they're close enough, and even from like that bit they can just get in because it's so wide and so fast.
Well, definitely a lot of stuff there that we see a lot of action into this part of the course this weekend.
I am with senior Rotax driver James Kell on the new hairpin. We've got on a tight time schedule, but tell us quickly, what is it like on the new hairpin?
Yeah, well, the new tarmac makes it quite grippy compared to the old tarmac. The exit, there's not much exit curb, runs out, so it's quite tight, it's quite hard to make a move, but when you make a move, it's easier for the other drivers to get a switch back, so it's quite good for racing, I think. It opens up quite a lot on the entry, so there's not much room for error, so I think it's a good add to the track.
Well, we're here at Gasworks, a reprofiled Gasworks as well. This is a really important corner, isn't it?
Yes, it is very important corner, you get it right. And if you don't get this bit right, if you overtake, you might hit the curb, or if you don't get it right, because it's downhill and it's fast, the people can still get enough grip to stay behind you, and you might be on the outside and they'll be on the inside for the next corner.
And as you say, the corner drops away as well, so that's a very tricky adjustment you have to make mid-corner, isn't it?
Because if you get this wrong, you'll be slipping everywhere.
And the exit as well, it can get a bit tight on exit, can't it?
Very tight.
Definitely a corner that will see lots of action here this weekend.
A great insight there for the drivers here at Warden Law.
We will see out there for the rest of the weekend.
Here at Demon Tweeks, you probably know us for our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweeks has got you.
Wera, what a start from the so hard. Heading up into the top section of the...
Live pictures this time of a wet Warden Law. It's the first finals day of 2026 for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Once again, myself, Andrew Mather, on commentary duties. Alongside me in the box at the moment, Piers Prior. Piers, we had beautiful weather earlier on in the week. We've got to finals day and we've got this.
You said beautiful weather, and unfortunately that is not me in the commentary box. We're going to be joined by Ceol very shortly. She's going to be swapping in and out with me as well as down on the grid as well. But your very northern definition of beautiful weather there, Andy. The sun was out, but it was about -3 once you count wind chill. But no, great weather yesterday to go racing. Ideal for the drivers and the tyres as well. They like it. It was a bit cooler, but today a very, very different track surface. Greeted with plenty of rain. They had 1 or 2 practice sessions earlier on this week, so they've had a bit of practice, but with this new or partially resurfaced Warden Law circuit, something for the drivers to get used to, because none of them will have raced on wet conditions on this new track, or actually some of them will have done at previous events, but not at a British Kart Championships meeting.
Right, let's do a little bit of housekeeping to get us up to speed. Your order of the races for the Superheats is this. Minimax will kick us off, 2 Superheats for them, then Senior Rotax, 2 for them as well. Junior Rotax, the last of the classes that we're going to have some form of cut-off, so they will go afterwards. The third class in the order, Micromax 4th, and then KZ2 to finish off. So everybody does a super heat. Hopefully they qualify through to the top 36 that will proceed onto the first finals of the year. As we say, karts are out on track. We start with Minimax 950. Let's take you through the grid then on the 2 formation laps for this one. On pole position from qualifying heats yesterday, it's Joshua Cook, second and first in his races yesterday. Austin Oman will start alongside on the front row of the grid. Charlie Page stepping up to Minimax, starts on the inside of row number 2. It's Otis Cleary joining him, starting from 4th. Great run for Lewis Herbertson as well on the inside of row number 3. Ryder Xiong joins him in 6th. Chloe McGill stepping up to Minimax as well, starts on the inside of row number 4. Soren Gallagher starts 8th. Logan Rolfe and Alfie Phillipson complete the top 10. Rudra Gokulnath has had a very good run in the clubbies so far this season. Starts on the inside of row number 6 alongside Maximilian Aberhart, who had a DNF in his first heat yesterday. Arthur Farrow, James Devereaux, that's row 7. Last year's Honda Cadet champion Riley Blakemore starts his time on a finals day in Minimax on the inside of row number 8, is joined by Hugo McCluskey. Arthur Roberts and Hamish Gordon start on row 9. The 2 drivers currently outside the top 36 overnight start on row 10. James Carver, Teddy Roberts, both have to race forward, Piers, if they're going to continue here this weekend.
Yeah, we've got a stacked grid. Minimax, always competitive, very close. In fact, in qualifying, it was extremely close indeed. 1 second covered the top 31 drivers in qualifying, which is quite how close it is. Keep an eye out for Logan Rolfe. Had very quick in qualifying, good first race, but on DNF in his other heat, so he'll be coming through the field.
Here we go then into the tram lines. Race director Dan Ashton has them under his control. We are away and racing then. No, the lights have stayed on. No, we're going to go round again for another formation lap. Kind of useful in a way for the drivers. As I say, they haven't really driven that much in these conditions so far this weekend. We did have a flurry of showers on free practice day, but it was very much down to just where you were in the schedule as to whether you've had any wet running. But a bit extra time for the drivers to get heat into their materials, Piers.
Yeah, exactly. The wet tyres are grooved tyres, slick tyres in the dry, and the drivers will potentially have put on brand new wets for this first wet race of the weekend. The brand new wets take a couple of laps to bed in. The surface of the tyre is slippery when it's brand new, but once that's worn away, it's grippiest when it's pretty much in its first heat cycle. The drivers look like they're racing, but they're actually just still testing out the lines, finding where the grip is. As we mentioned, only 1 or 2 wet sessions so far this weekend, and none under full racing conditions. Already some side-by-side action, and we're not racing quite yet, but the drivers will once again go 2 by 2, and it's just an example of quite how windy it still is there. You can see the spray blowing across the circuit, the flags fluttering. It's a bit of a headwind down towards turn 1, which will turn into a tailwind through the middle sector of the lap. It doesn't affect karts as much as it does in car racing, but it certainly has a minor effect on potentially gearing when it gets dry later on.
Absolutely. A very simple job in the description of it. If Josh Cook wins this race, he's on pole position for the final as well. Remember, those points carry over. Now we're away and racing. 12 minutes plus 1 lap for the first superheat of a new British Kart Championship season. It's a good start for Josh Cook on the inside. Austin Oman going round the outside has got second place back immediately from Otis Cleary in the 1-2-2 in there in the all-white helmet. Good start for Otis, for Dan Holland Racing over this curb in towards St John's. This was a dramatic corner in the Minimax races last year. A little fact for you going into this one, it's quite a list of drivers in Minimax who've won the British round here in recent years. 5-second penalty for Charlie Page off the start. I wonder that early in the race whether that might be some form of start infringement. There were some drivers moving around at the bitter end of that formation lap. They've got to be in position before the red cones. I wonder if Charlie Page has tried to move himself a little bit further up the order after he should have. That down the inside is the 135 of Logan Rolfe. He said to mention, you mentioned look out for him, Piers, and straight away he's on the move. But yeah, just want to reel this one off. The last 5 drivers to win a British round at Warden Law, as Cleary goes down the inside of Austin Oman looking for second place. Emerson McAndrew-Wren last year, Albie Friend before that, Jacob Ashcroft, Noah Wolf and Ethan Jeff Hall. That's quite a list.
Yeah, put yourself on the top step of the podium in Minimax, and it's a pretty good indicator that you're going to go on to good things. As Oman, as we saw, lost second place at the last corner of the last lap. He's still pushing on hard. Oman there for Sam Pollitt Racing in the number 6, our highest seeded returning driver, as actually a little bit wide goes Otis Cleary through St John's. Just about carries enough speed around the outside, but Oman continues to take that inside line and take second place back once again. All of this allowing Joshua Cook to pull clear.
And Maximilian Eberhardt is up to 4th place. So we mentioned through the grid that he had a retirement in his first heat yesterday, but was then 3rd in his second one. Everybody raced twice yesterday across the course of the 3 Minimax heats, so not a surprise that we're seeing Eberhardt moving up the order here. I think this is a driver who's going to be a strong contender in this Minimax class in 2026, Piers, as he's looking down the inside there of Otis Cleary. Difficult part of the circuit to overtake through the Horseshoe and then through Hunters onto the straight once again. Let's count through your order then. It's Joshua Cook leading this one by 1.5 seconds with 9.5 minutes to play. Austin Oman second. There's your fight for third as Maximilian Eberhardt goes through. There's yellows out at Marshall Post 2, which we'll catch up with in a moment. I think there's something that's happened to Logan Rolfe. Logan Rolfe has fallen down the order to 19th. Teddy Roberts looks to be out of this race as well. And I think, yeah, that'll be weekend done for Teddy Roberts as once again. This is a great scrap for 3rd, 4th, 5th places further down the order. Looking down the inside there once again, it's Otis Cleary going up and now against Alfie Philipson. Philipson, who started 10th on the grid and has moved now up into the top 5.
This is a demonstration of how much time you lose when you battle. Cleary was fighting for 2nd place just about a lap and a half ago with Austin Oman, and now down in 4th place, fighting hard with 5th and a few seconds off the lead battle. Interestingly, in the wet, differing lines in some corners to when we're in the dry. The newest section, so this section here with a brand new tarmac, we've been hearing from the drivers, you can use a much more conventional dry line. You'll see them hitting the apex of the corners. Traditionally in karting, in the wet, you'll go around the outside of the corner. Like, for example, turn number 1, which hasn't had quite as much attention and changes to the circuit. You can see they're going right round the outside of that. As the circuit gets older, as the tarmac gets worn in and embedded in over the years, the normal racing line on the inside of the circuit becomes more and more slippery as the rubber gets embedded in the circuit, so they have to look elsewhere for grip. Also for the exit of the dogleg as well, but then you head into this middle sector here through St John's into Senna 1 and 2, the newly profiled, newly tarmacked corners, a more conventional racing line, which potentially means harder to overtake on those sections because there's less opportunity to be inventive with your line. As I look outside the window, I can see a few more spots of rain, Andrew, so this is not going to dry out anytime soon. As jumping over the curb goes the 161.
No, it's going to be tricky conditions for the foreseeable through this part of the day. Here's the move for 2nd place. Down the inside goes Maximilian Eberhardt. The entry to Gasworks has been slightly widened from when we were here for the back-to-back events of Event 1 and Event 2 that kicked off last year's championship. You're going to see a lot of overtaking through that part of the course today. It is very, very tricky to defend through gas. Well, it was always tricky to defend through Gasworks, and the changes have made it even more difficult.
We've seen some brilliant cutback manoeuvres, though, in the dry conditions of the heats yesterday. I think back to the first heat of the day, Austin Oman lost the lead on the start from his grid position, but then retook it with a beautiful cutback, which we were watching right in front of us. Doesn't seem to quite have the pace of Eberhardt of the 161 at the moment. Interesting to me, every time it rains, Coles seem to have a little bit up their sleeve. They've got a wet setups absolutely dialed, and pretty much all the classes. I think back to the British Kart Grand Prix at Kart Masters last year, we saw the likes of Crowther and Moulton in junior Rotax it was back then. They were very strong when it was wet. Now we're looking here at the Minimax drivers from 10 to 13 years old who are still making use of Coles' advantage that they've got in the wet. I don't know what it is, tyre pressures, the way they set the kart up. Does look very wide on the front end, I must say. The width of the front tyres on that Coles 161 of Eberhardt that we're looking at right now looks like it's a bit wider, and that's one of the many setup change options that these teams and drivers have at their disposal with these karts. You can change the front width, you can change the rear width of the tyres where you mount it to the chassis, and that affects how the kart picks up the inside rear wheel into the corner, how much mechanical grip you have, how responsive the front is compared to the rear, and that in combination with a number of other different changes in terms of tightening and loosening things, changing the positions on the karts, all affects the handling and the grip. And I'm be interested to see, with still nearly or just under 6 minutes to go, that whether this pace can be maintained by Eberhardt, because he is closing that gap to Cook, but you set the tyre pressures too high, and by the end of the race your tyres will be crying enough and you might be dropping back into the clutches of the rest of the field.
And that's the difference in race conditions as well, when there's not really been any opportunity to sample a 12-minute race, a 12-minute session in these kind of slippery conditions here at Warden Law. Into the second half of time on this race. Here's your race leader, Joshua Cook. Well, we said it was a simple to describe job for the Cookie Monster at this stage of the day. Win the race, and he'll be on pole position for the final later on. Remember, this being a superheat, the intermediate points from yesterday do carry on through, are combined with the results from this race, and that's how we set the grid for the final later on today, which you will be able to watch here on your Alpha Live broadcast. Maximilian Eberhardt, new fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 10.04.
That was almost all in the first sector. Whatever Eberhardt is doing, he gains nearly 4.5 tenths in that first sector alone, then matched Cook in the second and third sectors, which allowed him to take that fast lap of the race. And we're seeing the gaps close up further down. We're looking at the 1-1-2 there. Alfie Phillipson on the back of Cleary.
Yeah, this is the battle for fourth place as Phillipson goes down the inside through St John's. Otis Cleary looking like the front of the cart is not quite behaving to his liking at the moment, but that's a nice move. Down the inside through the newly reprofiled Senna 1. Good friend and colleague Joe Bradley has instructed me, he's a local to this place, that the second part is now the new hairpin. I'm subscribing to that because it's not really as such of an S anymore. I'd say it's two distinct corners now.
Yeah, okay.
We'll go with that. Yeah, we'll go with that. But that was a good response from Otis Cleary. But again, he just catches the front of his turn in there. Nearly lost it through Gasworks. Just looking a bit further down the order because there's plenty going on in the midfield as well. Up the order, Hugo McCluskey up 6 places into the top 10 now. Riley Blakemore. Big step for Riley this year, going from Honda Cadet. You often see drivers move from Honda Cadet and go into Micromax. Riley's gone the next stage up straight away, up into Minimax. He's having a good race here. He's just come across the line there in 11th place, a gain of 4 places. And Hamish Gordon, the driver from Scotland, up 6 places as well into 12th place. Those are your big movers so far.
Once again on that last lap, first sector for Eberhardt. I don't know what he's doing, but he's finding tenths of a second, not just hundredths. Again, closing that gap. Gap is less than half a second now.
It is indeed. It's going to get close at the front. There is your battle going through Senna number 1. It's the Origin Motorsport 164 of Hugo McCluskey, just getting by past Ryder Xiong. That is for 9th place. But yes, this battle for the race leader. I wonder if the mechanics, the team members on track side from KR Sport are gesturing as they do in a bit of Saturday night fever. Starter Joshua DeCourt say, if you've got any more, you need to give it to us now, because Maximilian Eberhardt now, whilst Eberhardt isn't a threat for the intermediate classification because of that retirement in heat number 1 yesterday, if Eberhardt was to get by on Joshua Cook, that would open the door for the likes of James Roots and Oscar Kenny perhaps, who race in the second superheat, to potentially leapfrog the overnight leader in those scores and take pole position away from him for the final.
Yeah, Andrew, just some people may not have seen the superheat format before. Just give it a quick rundown for us.
Yeah, quick rundown. It's, I say, the order in which they started was the combined performance from yesterday's 2 heats. Everybody did 2 heats yesterday, shorter races. They now step up into this superheat. Some people like to call this like a last chance saloon. It's not a repechage, but it's the last chance to get points on the board in the intermediate classification. There's a bigger weighting as well with the superheats. So doing well in one of these superheats, like Maximilian Eberhardt is doing right now, can really turn your whole weekend around before you get into that final. The final, that's a standalone race in terms of championship points. We'll talk more about championship points when we get later in the season, of course. But for the drivers who want to be on that final, you've got to move through. I always say, if you want to be running well in the final, you've got to have a good superheat. You've got to get that momentum going before we go for that big race later on in the day.
Absolutely, no doubt. It'll be interesting to see if the circuit does dry out or not before later on. Interesting differing lines through the start of the dogleg there. Maybe that's where Eberhardt has a slight advantage. We can see visually the gap still closing in right on the back. This might be the first opportunity for Eberhardt to have a look. Cook has responded on the last few laps, though. His middle sector has been stronger than Eberhardt's. This is the middle sector start here through what was Senna 1 into the new hairpin. Look further down the order of battling as we had a change for the lead. Eberhardt takes it at that new hairpin.
Yeah, good stuff there from Maximilian Eberhardt. Oh, big chunk of curb. That's another feature of the changes that have happened at Warden Law over the winter. A lot of the curbs have been reprofiled to what is now the standard CIK shape. They are big. They're really, really big. Now, in these conditions, they can actually be quite useful. They can help you hook your front tyre in and take you around the corner. That line there from Abrahart, that's not bad. He's carrying good speed off of the corner, but Joshua Cook is now going to try and respond. 10 seconds to go, so we'll have 2 more laps here for this first superheat of the day in Minimax. Maximilian Abrahart is your race leader in his 2nd year in this category, 2nd year with Coles Racing as well. Often ran as a privateer back in his days in Micromax. And once again, he has got in the 3rd corner complex through the dogleg and towards St John's. Absolutely hooked up, Piers. At the moment, it's looking difficult for Joshua Cook to take this lead back.
It looks like he's got enough grip, the front end confidence to turn the kart in. He doesn't need to take quite as much curb as Cook behind. He can get the kart turned and get it on the power early in the corner, jumping over the curb through the chicane. Again, those new curbs, newly profiled curbs through the chicane into the back straight, and we head down the curved straight. There's a bit of a juxtaposition there. The curve straight through to Gasworks. Oman's still lurking there on his own. He'll be quietly confident or quietly happy with this race, but I love when it gets wet and you can see the focus in the eyes of these young drivers into the corners. You can see where they're looking way ahead of where their kart is on the road, predicting where the grip's going to be, looking where they want to place the kart ahead. Often racing drivers talk about you need to look where you're going, not where you are.
Absolutely. I'll tell you, Otis Cleary's dug deep really well in this race. He's still there in 4th place. Charlie Page trying to close in. Remember, if you're just joining us, Charlie Page has got a 5-second penalty from early on in the race at the moment. That is the only in-race time penalty across the course of this 12 minutes. We're on the final lap. Maximilian Abrahart from 12th place has got the lead in this one as Alfie Phillipson once again trying to run around the outside. That's good defence from Otis Cleary. Doesn't panic, but just loses control of the inside line off of St John's.
Beautiful.
Phillipson is through. Cleary switchbacks into centre 1. He likes it through this part of the circuit into the new hairpin. That's going to get a little bit tight on drivers left. This is a great scrap on the last lap. Once again, Phillipson cuts the inside, retakes 4th place. Maximilian Abrahart, though, is running towards Gasworks for the last time. He's going to move himself up the order in the intermediate classification with this result. This is a driver to watch out for in the final. Has bounced back brilliantly from a difficult start to the racing part of the weekend yesterday. Maximilian Abrahart wins the first superheat in Minimax. Joshua Cook over the line P2. That could still be enough for pole position in the final, but he will need the new leader in the intermediate. Oh, look at that over the line. That was for 4th place. Austin Oman got 3rd. Otis Cleary just held on to 4th ahead of Alfie Phillipson and Charlie Page. Charlie Page's 5-second penalty actually won't lose him too many positions. That's one of the nice things with a wet race. The field spread is always a little bit more. Soren Gallagher, Lewis Herbertson, Hugo McCluskey and Hamish Gordon all in the top 10. But just to reiterate the situation with the points, James Roots now takes the lead in the points, but would need to win Superheat B to hold on to that and pole position for the final. There is your provisional results for the first Superheat. Abrahart takes it for Coles ahead of Joshua Cook, Austin Oman, Otis Cleary, Alfie Phillips and Charlie Page. Charlie Page, I think, will drop down to 8th place. He'll only lose a couple of positions because he was more than 5 seconds ahead of the likes of McCluskey and Gordon. But Gallagher and Herbertson, they'll move up the order. Also going through to the final, Ryder Xiong P11. Good start to the day for Riley Blakemore P12. Arthur Farrow, Arthur Roberts, James Devereaux, James Carver. James Carver might still make the final with that. Started just outside the top 36 and has moved forward. That's what you have to do in a superheat. Roger Gokulnath will be through to the final as well. Difficult start to the day for Chloe McGill, but she had a good advantage in the points, so there's no threat of Chloe falling out of the top 36. Sadly for Teddy Roberts, I think that's weekend done. Retired with a couple of laps to go, was already outside of the top 36 and didn't really make the progress that he would have wanted. But Teddy will be back, I'm sure, for the next round at PF International. Logan Rolfe, a retirement similar to McGill, started well up the order in terms of intermediate points overnight, so there's no threat of dropping out of the top 36. But that's a result going in the wrong direction, unfortunately, for Logan Rolfe, who I say was 3rd yesterday in one of his heats. So a difficult start to the day, Piers.
Yeah, he's had an up and down weekend. He's going to need to channel all of the bounce back ability he's shown so far this weekend to get a result in the final. But no, interesting how the ebb and flow of pace and strengths changes as the circuit conditions change. But potentially the KR Sport awning will have learned a few things from watching how Abrahart's kart was performing out on circuit. no doubt Cook and the other drivers will have some feedback on how the kart works and how it doesn't in the wet conditions, and we'll see them potentially regroup and go again for the next one.
Right, that's the first heat, super heat of the day done. We stick with Minimax for the next one. Drivers out on circuit then for Super Heat B in Minimax, and pole position is still up for grabs for the final later on today. James Roots starts on pole position, and if he can win this race, I reckon he will take pole position for that final. He currently has a third and a first from yesterday. Oscar Kenny's been very solid so far. Big weekend for Hunter Motorsport always. This is their home circuit. Oscar Kenny will start alongside on the front row of the grid, was second and fifth yesterday in the 148 for the home team. And again, with the conditions having changed, this could be a very good bit of luck for Kenny there. Ryan Townsend and Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, they will go from row number 2 in this one. Both of them in the top 6 solidly yesterday in their heats. Jackson Hilton and Eddie Duncan go from row number 3. Ralph Martin with Strawberry Racing once again for 2026 starts on the inside of row number 4 for this one, and is joined by the privateer Achille Nane-Giannone. Ethan Lloyd in the expanded RCE team. He is their sole driver in Minimax. Well, he's alongside another driver who's familiar to RCE, but has now moved to Dan Holland Racing. Dian Singh Pahal, the driver who won the Micromax title last year, starts this race inside the top 10. Sebastian Behrman starts on row 6 and is joined by Thailand's Shinafat Vejabruti for this race. 2 of the Vejabruti family here with us this weekend. Dimi Uzanov has done a stack of racing so far this year. Starts on the inside of row number 7 for this one, and with Buddy Hugo from the Zip factory team for company. Teddy Murphy and Flynn Grantham go from row 8. Maria Roberto and Harris Barber start from row 9. Theo Fraher is the only driver in this one currently outside the top 36, but if the Irish driver can race through, gain 7 or 8 positions, there's still very much a chance for a run into that top 36.
Circuit conditions not changing a huge amount from that first one. The line still looks very wet where the drivers have been putting their karts, so very similar conditions. The wind is still high, still a few drops of rain in the air. Let's keep an eye and see how the drivers tackle this one.
So, into the tram lines. Are we going to go racing for 12 minutes plus 1 lap? No, that's too early on the gas. So, race director Dan Ashton, you can see him with his bright headphones.
And bright shoes.
And bright shoes. Very useful on a day like today. That was quite simply a case. We were in driver's briefing for the seniors earlier on the weekend, Piers, but the same goes for the micros. The race direction has been very clear. Get around that final corner, wait, be patient, then accelerate when they go past the acceleration line, which is about a quarter of the way down the straight.
Yeah.
That time, they were already on the loud pedal on the entry to the final corner, so not a surprise that one's been waved round.
Yeah, exactly. You'll see as we come up to the start-finish line where we start the race, there is 2 orange cones. That is the acceleration line. In theory, the pole position driver is the one in charge of when they go, but they should be accelerating at around about there, and it should be from a slow speed. All drivers must maintain all 4 wheels inside their own tram line, 2 tram lines. Put a wheel outside the tram line before the lights go out, you can expect a 3 or 5 second penalty depending on the severity of your misplacement of your kart.
So this formation looking better than we saw for the first Super Heat. Remember, if you're just joining us, this is the second of 2 Minimax Super Heats. James Roots on pole position for Dan Holland Racing, one of the new recruits into the Rotax powerhouse that is DHR. If you can win this race, he'll be on pole for the final. We're away and running for 12 minutes plus 1 lap once again. Good start for Roots, but he's got that tricky inside line to deal with. Good start for Rayan Townsend as well, up to 2nd place. In fact, those on the inside, the pole side of the grid, have all had a great run through the first few corners. Jackson Hilton, who started 5th, is already up to 3rd. All of them look to be through the first couple of corners, Piers. Good clean start.
Yeah, the outside line works well when you're on your own, but on the start of the race, with so many drivers queuing up on the inside, you just get blocked out. We saw that a couple of times. It's the 166 sliding his way through the first of the centre corners. Ethan Lloyd for RCE. We continue now way through the chicane. Some drivers choosing to take the curb, some drivers missing it.
Yeah, indeed. Really looking forward to see what the Richardson Chassis Engineering team can do. As Ethan is their sole representative in Minimax, but they've got a huge squad of new drivers in Micromax. I think a lot of people looking at the work that they did with Dean Singh Bahal in 2025 and going, that's the team that we want to run with on our introduction to the British Kart Championships, which is, really, really good to see. 10 minutes and 45 seconds to go then. End of lap number 1. Roots leads from Townsend. Eddie Duncan. Eddie Duncan's had a good second phase of that first lap, is up to 3rd. Ethan Lloyd 4th. Sebastian Behrman 5th. Ralph Martin, Jackson Hilton, Teddy Murphy, Buddy Hugo, and Harris Barber as well. Harris Barber, bit of a surprise to see Harris down towards the back of the field at the start of this one, but he's putting that right. He's gained 8 positions on the first lap. Yeah, Sebastian Behrman gained 6 as well, up into 5th place, so we'll keep an eye on him as well. You can see the kart squirming around, sliding on the way into the corners. For those who maybe haven't watched a huge amount of karting or done karting before, the brakes operate on the rear wheels only, which basically means that you have to brake with effectively only your handbrake, and if anyone's been drifting before, they'll know what effect that has. So precision and accuracy in terms of pressure on the brake pedal, especially in tricky conditions like these, is absolutely vital. You should see there the 120 of Ryan Townsend sliding his way into the corner. We had a couple of chats with drivers yesterday about setup conditions, and Piers, I'm interested in your take on this, that we've talked already about that difference in the tarmac as, oh, there's a move. That's Eddie Duncan taking second place away from Graham Townsend. My experience of differing tarmac, I'm going to think back to, and a little hat tip to our good friend who's provided there's a lot of the stats in the lodge for today, Henry Baudet, to his home circuit, Llandau. When you get that shift in the tarmac on the back straight and the wheels flare up and you just suddenly lose, or your coefficient of friction completely changes. Surely that's quite a challenge for what pressures you set the tyres as to whether you want to, like we saw in that first race, do you want to be quick in the first part of the course with that older tarmac, or quicker in this more technical, newer part of the course where you've got that sheen, that different surface? Yeah, it's interesting. When you change tarmac surfaces, we do have a few different ages of tarmac around this circuit now with the newly relayed section, including this one. With the old tarmac, much more slippery, the new tarmac, much more grippy. So often, if you're going from one to the other, you have to adjust accordingly and predict where the grip is going to be, predict how the kart is going to react. And you mentioned tyre pressures there as well. The drivers and the mechanics for each driver can set the tyre pressures realistically as high or as low as they want. They'll be in the region, in the dry conditions in these cadet classes of between probably 10 to 12 psi all the way up to in the 20s. In the wet conditions, it'll be a bit higher, but the higher you start the tyre pressures, the quicker the kart will switch on, the quicker the tyres will be in the operating window, but then you risk also working the tyre too hard, overheating it, and letting it drop away at the end of the race. So getting that tyre pressure combined with the setup and how the driver drives is crucial, because the tyre pressure one driver uses might not work with another driver because they're either harder or a bit more easy on the tyre pressures, and will bring them up slower or faster. Oscar Kenny, we should know, actually had a really difficult first part of this race, but he's now fighting back there. You see him in the 148, the blue and orange colours of Hunter Motorsport. He's in no threat of dropping outside of the top 36, even though this is effectively it's a double points race compared to what we had yesterday, because Oscar's so far up the order. There's no threat of him dropping out, but trying to fight back from that difficult start is on a net loss of 11 at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on the 148 for the next few parts of this race. Here's your battle for 5th place. Ethan Lloyd trying to chase in on Sebastian Behrman. Yeah, just a word on Kenny there. We saw him lose positions at the first corner. He went for the wide line from the outside of the front row. It shows how important the start is. Once your momentum is backwards, it's so difficult to sort of stem the flow and try and reconsolidate your position. He's been going backwards since then. He has reconsolidated and is starting to move his way forward. But let's not forget, he was the fastest driver in qualifying by a margin. Nearly 2/10 clear of the rest of the field in dry conditions. So if it dries out for the final later, he might be back on song, but these wet conditions not suiting Kenny at this early stage. As your leader, James Roots. Situation in the points at the moment, Roots would be completing all the heats with 3 points. Just a reminder on how the points work, particularly if you're new to karting, it can be a little bit strange. It's a little bit confusing. Yeah, you get 0 points if you win a race. Yes, you did hear me correctly there. You get 0 points if you win a race. Lower is better at this stage of the day. Yesterday, you would have got 2 points for second place, but as we mentioned earlier, this is a double points race, so you get 4 intermediate points if you finish second in one of these. As there's a move, as Behrman back down the inside of Ethan Lloyd. Lloyd's going to switch that back, but it'll be on the outside line now through Horseshoe. So James Roots right now would have a third from yesterday, 3 points, a win from yesterday, 0 points, and potentially a win from today, 0 points again. So that would leave him with the lowest score of everybody in this Minimax heat, the set of heats in this field, and would give him pole position for the final later on today. Cook would be second at the moment on 6. Owen and Townsend third and fourth. Cleary and Duncan fifth and sixth. Page, Kenny, Hilton and Herbertson completing the top 10. If you're a stats nerd like us in the box, head across to the British Kart Championships website. All of the live timing and results provided by Ian Rogers and his hard-working timekeeping team from Motorsport Timing UK. I've got you all up to date with the information. I'm enjoying this scrap, Piers. This is good stuff, and good to see Dimi Uzanov there in the red and white Birrell ART kart. Once again with Jason Dredge on the tools, running out of the Jade Racing Team awning this week, as we've gone to a slow procedure. Not entirely clear at this precise moment what that is for, but the race is neutralised. The timer ticks on by. James Roots' hard work is now all completely undone, Piers. He had a 1.3 second lead before this slow procedure. He now effectively becomes a pace kart.
Yeah, this is effectively karting's equivalent of the safety car.
Of a safety car, yeah.
So the leader has to slow down considerably. It bunches the group together so that the marshals can work away without fear of low-flying karts and get the track ready to go racing once again.
And I think it's Theo Fraher. Theo has stopped coming through on our live timing. I'm hearing in my ear that it's turn 1 that is the area that needs a bit of address from our officials. So that is the reason for our slow procedure. Now, there is a tactical game to play at this stage, isn't there, as well, Piers? Because the timer keeps on ticking by.
Yeah.
James Roots lost all of his lead. Oh dear, not the ideal situation. But he can play a clever game now, because he'll be looking to reduce the number of laps remaining once we go back to green.
Yeah, so he's slowed down enough, but you can see that he's not crawling around. There's two ways of leading the race in a slow procedure. You can either back everyone up completely, so it's a nose-to-tail single-file restart, and hope that everyone fights with each other and you can run away from the front of the field. Or you can slow down enough, but also keep going around the corners fast enough that everyone is still, second guessing where we are going, where they're going to be in terms of positioning, such that that you can maintain some of the gaps. But I think because it's a second slow lap, Roots has decided, you know what, I'm going to slow down and let everyone bunch up. He'll also know with Roots that there'll be drivers, or he'll think that there'll be drivers that maybe will be out of position, who have had bad starts, who maybe have good pace, and he doesn't want to bring them into play too much, because he was comfortable, he was safe at the front of the field. Granted, Duncan has the fast lap of the race, but he was controlling that gap, and he wants to try and give himself the best opportunity to take the second half of this race with the biggest advantage he can.
So the intake of breath there was that Eddie Duncan was very close to getting a bit of an overlap on James Roots that you don't really want to be doing in this certain condition. Let's very quickly run you through the order then. 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining on the clock and counting. James Roots leads, Eddie Duncan second, Ryan Townsend, Jackson Hilton, Sebastian Behrman. That is your top 5. Ralph Martin, Teddy Murphy, Dimi Uzanov, Ethan Lloyd and Buddy Hugo all in the top 10. Static yellows. Looks like we're going to go back to green this time around unless anything changes. So James Roots now goes into the final phase of his work, setting the pace. He's gone for it. That's a good run out of the final corner. We're back to green then with 2 minutes and 13 seconds to play, but here comes Eddie Duncan on the attack. A little bit of a squirm into turn 1. Sebastian Behrman's trying to take the inside line. Holds there in 5th place. Good start there from James Roots. That's the first job done. But Eddie Duncan has got the fastest lap, and here he goes down the inside. He's taking the race lead. Eddie Duncan to the front of the order then. That changes things in the intermediate classification. That's good news if you're Joshua Cook, because now Cook will go back into the lead in the points. But right now, Eddie Duncan trying to move himself up the order for the final. Good start for Ryan Townsend as well in the blue and purple and white KR Sport Machine kart number 120. He's now all over the back of James Roots. Right now, the Roots are not quite on fire as they go down towards Gasworks. There's Jackson Hilton having a little nibble as well through Gasworks for third place. Not quite able to pull that one off. And keep an eye on Teddy Murphy in the 177, up 9 places. Dimi Uzanov as well as they're down the inside. There's a bold move from Hilton. That's going to open things up for Behrman now as well. This is what a slow procedure can do here, Piers, as here comes Roots once again on the attack down the inside into turn 1. Great block pass there. James Roots, now the Roots are on fire. Back into the lead of this race.
This is a scrap for the leaders. Roots decides to go for the outside line and gives the place back to Eddie Duncan. Duncan's restart was strong, which gave him a position, an opportunity to take that lead 1 lap ago. But then the good run out of the last corner into this lap with a couple of laps remaining has seen that Roots can take the lead back. But I think at this stage of the race, Duncan potentially slightly more pace. That maybe his tyres were overheating, and that slow procedure allowed his tyres just to cool down, take a breather, and he can kick on in this second half. Roots still right there.
Yeah, Behrman up to third place as well. Behrman, a seeded driver from last year's championship. A little pro tip: all of your drivers in Minimax are a 3-digit number starting with 1, unless they are a plate holder, like an O plate holder or an S plate holder or something like that, or a seeded driver from 2025, i.e. they finished in the top 10 and they hold the right to, in Sebastian Behrman's case, run the number 10 at Motorsport UK events across the country. There's Dimi Uzanov on the attack as well as once again, Roots and Duncan getting together as they run down the pit straight in towards turn 1. We're on the final lap, switched back by Eddie Duncan. Great response there for the Strawberry Racing driver. Minimax in 2025, how many times did they provide an absolute stunner in the British Kart Championships? I tell you what, folks, 2026 is going to do the same again. New drivers, same story. Minimax, guaranteed entertainment down towards the new profile of Senna 1 into the new hairpin. It's not done for third place as well between Behrman and Townsend, off of that tighter new hairpin than it was when it was known as Senna 2. At the front, though, Eddie Duncan has broken away. He's had to fight for this one. He's not got it won yet as they drift downhill through Gasworks Bend into the horseshoe. This result is going to propel Eddie Duncan up to probably the second row of the grid. But right now, his focus is on getting it round the final corner, getting it to the line, seeing the checkered flag. Eddie Duncan wins Superheat B in Minimax, which is a wide open category here today. James Roots, second place. Yes, has lost pole position for the final, but he's still on the front row. Joshua Cook right now provisionally ends the heats and superheat section of the weekend with 6 points. James Roots 7 points. Once again, Piers Prior, mighty close in Minimax.
Oh, I love that battle for the lead. Eddie Duncan and James Roots basically doing chess on ice at 50 miles an hour there at turn 1. I'd love that.
There's your provisional results. A happy Eddie Duncan with a superheat victory to kick things off here at Warden Law in the British Kart Championships. James Roots second. Sebastian Behrman fights through, up 8 places to finish third. Ryan Townsend, Jackson Hilton, that's your top 5. Teddy Murphy up 9 spots, your biggest mover. Great response from one of the rookies here at the start of this new season. Ralph Martin 7th, Ethan Lloyd 8th. Dimi Uzanov will feature in the final. Finishes that race in 9th place, up 4 places from where we started. Buddy Hugo likewise up 4 places into the top 10. Oscar Kenny, difficult start, but he did recover some positions and points to get back to 11th place. Dean Singh Pahal 12th, Maria Roberto 13th, Jack Fulbrook, Harmer and Harris Barber in the top 15. Shinifat Vejabuti should be through to the top 36 with that 16th place, as should Akila Nanagianone. Flint Grantham I think we'll get a reprieve as well. Unfortunately, though, Theo Fraha started outside the top 36, was a retirement in that race. All things likely, that will be the end of the weekend for the Irish driver. And another quick rundown of those intermediate point scores. These are the low ones. These are the ones that you want to be small to be up the order for the final. As I say, it will be Josh Cook on pole position with 6, James Roots 7, Austin Oman 10, Eddie Duncan 18. Again, this shows you just how much the superheats can change things. Ryan Townsend and Otis Cleary right now will start on row 3. Oscar Kenny will still have a good position. He'll start on the inside of row 4 as things stand alongside Charlie Page, Jackson Hilton and Lewis Herbertson at the moment. To say, should stress these results are all provisional with a capital P. But at the moment, they are looking to be in the top 10.
Loved that race. The battling at the front of the field was Class A. Looking forward to the next one.
Here we go then. Next out on circuit, race number 16. It's Senior Rotax. Welcome back to live pictures here at Warden Law, karting northeast, and it's one of the ones that I'm sure you've all been waiting for. It's Senior Rotax and their first of two super heats. They are out for the first of two formation laps. Let's take you through the grid once again. Remember, there is a top 36 cut-off for this one. Jack Lilly starts on pole position for this super heat. Great run through the heat so far. He's unbeaten in race conditions. Joshua Graham starts alongside on the front row. Matty Hingley starts the year as the number 5 seed. I think he's going to be a championship contender this year. Joshua Turnbull shares the second row of the grid with him. Turnbull, who's made the move to Coles Racing, we spoke to on the Paddock show yesterday. William Archer starts on the inside of row number 3 alongside the experienced Jamie Perilli for Jacks. Row 4, Harrison Crowther, and one of your drivers stepping up from the juniors, last year's runner-up in Junior Rotax, now in the seniors, Albie Lapper starts P8. Harry Freeman's another one to move up. He starts P9 alongside Macaulay Bishop, disqualified for being underweight. A judge to be underweight in qualifying yesterday is moving up the field, and I think we'll quite like the fact that these are wet conditions here today at Warden Law. That's your top 10. Jack Thompson and Charlie King start on row number 6. It's then Noah Barham and Daniel Kilpatrick going from row number 7. Victor Hansen and Antoine Lemieux go from row number 8. Jaden Sherwood and Arno Sabarat go from row number 9. Zaki Hussain and Benjamin Lee will go from row number 10. These are the drivers outside the top 36 at the moment on your screen. Mac McGilvray and Connor Tubby go from row 11. Leo Steed has it all to do from 23rd on the grid. I'm joined in the box, for the first time ever, by Ceol Lynch. Ceol, welcome to the Crow's Nest for the first time in the British Kart Championships. And we've thrown you in at the deep end. Senior Rotax, what do you make of it?
I know, thank you very much. I am absolutely thrilled to be joining this year. Some drivers to obviously look out for in this race. You've got Albie Lapper, who has already been claiming some senior podiums so far in his career earlier on this year. He's got obviously King Garrity, who isn't in this race. He's got that teammate, so we'll be able to see what those two are able to do together this weekend.
Yeah, there's already been drama. I think Harrison Crowther had a half spin there. I might be wrong. He's been able to retake his place 7th on the grid, so that shows you how tricky the conditions are. We are lights out and way and racing for 12 minutes plus 1 lap of the first super heat in Senior Rotax. Diving towards turn 1. Jack Lowe, spin there for one of the Coles. It's Joshua Turnbull. Straight to the bottom of the order from P4 on the grid. Jack Lilly leads as more drivers off as they run towards the dogleg. Senior Rotax having drama already. As look at that, Harrison Crowther down the inside has taken the lead of this super heat. Started this one on the inside of row number 4. My goodness me, Jack Lilly is held there in second place. Matty Hingley's had a good start as well. Benjamin Lee and Connor Tubby have not come through. Now they've come through the first sector, so they've had problems on the first lap. Macaulay Bishop has had a bad start as well. He's got going again, but lost 3 or 4 seconds. I thought I saw one of the DHRs spinning in the mid-pack through the dogleg there, so my goodness me, what a first lap this has been, Ceol, but just shows once again the conditions are really, really tricky for the drivers. That looks to be, is that one of the hunters in? Is it Benjamin Lee? Yes, it is. The 633, the wild card is out of this one. It's Crowther from Lilly, Hingley, Archer, Graham, Perilli, Lapper, Freeman, Hansen, and Zaki Hussain. That was a first lap and a half.
I mean, absolutely. That just goes to show Jack Lilly in that 399 car got a good start, but that still wasn't quite enough. Harrison Crowther, right from that 4th row of the grid, takes the lead in the early stages, and he is away with it so far. Half-second gap. Jack Lilly obviously still in that position to claim the win back once again. Matty Hingley wasting no time up there in 3rd. He's another driver who we've spoke to earlier on this weekend, feeling good about his year, and he is eager to be getting those podiums and wins this year.
Oh, let's take a breather. Let's settle into this one. There is Joshua Graham on your screens, currently running in 5th place, just ahead of Jamie Perilli. Here is your battle for 2nd. Matty Hingley down the inside, who has been very quick ever since free practice 1. Quietly confident is how I would describe Matty Hingley going into this new Wera Tools British Kart Championship season. Impressed me a lot, Ceol, in last year's championship, maybe particularly in the finals, didn't quite have the run of luck. I remember him having a very good chance at Dunk as well last year. I think the first job for Matty this year is get in that top three in a final. But I reckon he'll clear that this weekend. I think he's got a really good shot and could quite quickly become a championship contender. There was a bold move down the inside. That was Joshua Turnbull, who, remember, span on the first lap. So for Coles is on the return and is now moving back up into the top 20. Likewise, Macaulay Bishop looking to move up the order as well, as there's a change. The 3:46 of Jaden Sherwood moving up the order. As ever, it's all going on. It's senior Rotax for a superheat. There's battles everywhere you look.
Well, exactly that. Like you were saying, your fastest lap setter so far, Matty Hingley, he's yet to score a podium in senior so far. He was knocking on the door of it last year. We spoke to him about that this weekend, and he's obviously really eager to have a good start to his year. Up in second, fastest lap, not a bad position to be in so far, but Harrison Crabber has still got that lead up from the fourth row on the grid. If we take a look further down the grid then, Mac McLivery running in 13th, up 8 positions so far. Clearly some conditions that he's enjoying.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mac needs a big drive here. Remember, anyone who's starting the top 9 rows, they're overnight inside that cut-off. There's no repechage today. You're either in the final or you're not after these superheats. Now, investigation underway for the 317. I did note, apologies for my 35-year-old eyes, I think I saw a Coles Racing car ending number 7 facing at least half the wrong way through the horseshoe on the formation lap. If, and that's the key word here, folks, remember, commentators are not race officials, we're not judges of fact. If Crowther moved back into a position from this point of the circuit, you're not allowed to do that under our understanding of the rules. At the moment, it's just an investigation. We'll let you know if there's any more as and when we receive it. And there could be nothing. It could be, yeah, actually, no, he did get back into position in time, all fine. That's why it's an investigation. But that is going to be overhanging Harrison Crowther now for the remainder of this race. Matty Hingley, though, has sensed the pressure here and has got down the inside, has taken the race lead, but is maybe going to lose it again. Yes, he does. And this is good news for Jack Lilly. Hingley down the inside through St. John's. This is great. And now onto the wider part of the circuit. This is where they can race maybe a little bit more than before. Hingley's got down the inside. Beautiful block pass there. Ceol takes the race lead. Absolutely.
I mean, we spoke to Hingley about the latter part of this circuit and how he's really been enjoying those extra overtake moves. This now brought Jack Lilly straight back into contention. Your pole sitter, this is his 4th year in senior. Predominantly ran in the top 10, but he is back pushing this year. Last year, he had struggled last year in the final. He did well in the heats, though, so he'll be eager to have a better start to his year. There you go, then. That is Hingley leading Crowther, Lilly, and William Archer there in 4th.
Indeed, so the top 3 looking to take this one away from everybody else. As things stand, this would open, like we saw in Minimax, the door for people in the second superheat to still take pole position for the final, but we'll get on to that when we've got through the remainder 6 minutes and 5 seconds of this race, which is still to go. Let's have another very quick glance down the order of who's moving up the order. Zaki Hussain up 9 places into the top 10. If you're new to the British Kart Championships, you can see our timing tower on the top left-hand corner of your screen. If it's a driver with like a dark grey background on their number, they are a rookie. Not a novice, they're not on novice plates, but they're a rookie to the British Kart Championships. There's a minimum threshold of races that you've done in the past in the British Kart Championships to be considered a rookie. So the fact you've got Jack Thompson there with Hunter Motorsport up in the top 10 and Zaki Hussain as well, that's very impressive. It's Didas. Here goes Lilly down the inside, attacking for second place. That is your textbook move through Gasworks, whether it's the old form of it or the new form of it. Get down the inside, lock it to that curb just as the camber drops away. That was spot on from Jack Lilly. He's now got the challenge of trying to hold second place and then chase down what is now a 2.3 second gap to Matty Hingley. Remember, once again in these superheats, it's double points. So right now Jack Lilly would be scoring 4 points. 2 times 2 is 4 and all of that. As, now another investigation on our screens for Macaulay Bishop. So race officials have got their work cut out in the early stages of this day. I should note as well the 365 of Jack Thompson is also under investigation from earlier on in the race, Ceol.
Well, let's have a little look further down that grid again. Harry Freeman. These are drivers that, and that is a move down. That is a move for third position. That is the 317 car, Harrison Crowther, straight back up there to regain his third position. Now, he's had these William Archer, Joshua Graham, Jamie Pirelli all on the back of him in those positions. He was swallowed a bit that last lap, but hopefully he'll be able to pull a gap. If we take a quick back look to our race leader, fastest lap set, he's looking pretty confident in these conditions so far. Back to Harry Freeman, though. These are all drivers that are switching, moving up from junior. Is there some unspoken competitions, do you think, between the likes of Lapper, Hasty, Freeman?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they're always... Oh, Jamie Pirelli down the inside of Joshua Graham. Jamie Pirelli's lit up in the last few laps of this race. He's now back up to P4. Graham holding 5th and slipping down the order as well there, unfortunately, is William Archer in the red and yellow helmet in the Ceol Sport. Joshua Graham back down the inside. Oh, that's going to get a little bit close with Jamie Pirelli on the exit of St John's. Graham back through then into P4. Pirelli back down the inside, uses an early apex through the new hairpin to retake 4th place. It's a really entertaining scrap. As I should note, the sun is starting to come out. Yes, I did say that. It's been a beautiful week in the earlier part of the meeting here on the Costa del Sunderland, but hopefully that is the worst of the rain done for today and we can start to see this track dry out over the next few races. But just to go back to your point that you've made there, Ceol, very well observed about the juniors, the baby seniors. You're absolutely right. Those stepping up will all want to be that's an easy pass there. Has Joshua Graham got a problem because Albie Lapper's just streamed past him? William Archer has as well. Ceol Sport versus Ceol Sport. We said that a lot in 2025. And on this particular occasion, Joshua Graham has got back through. But he was, very strange down the pit straight there. Albie Lapper has got through. But just to finish this point, you're absolutely spot on, Ceol. No Jacob Ashcroft. He's gone to Kart, he's gone to Genettas, and we very much wish him well. Very proud of what he's achieved. He's just signed a deal to be part of McLaren's Customer GT program in the future. But all the rest of them who've moved up, their first target will be the top promotee, be the one that is catching the eye of they've taken to seniors very, very quickly. And I've got to say, Albie Lapper is for me the one who's doing that at the moment. We talked a lot in 2025 as we continue to watch this battle between Joshua Graham and William Archer with Harry Freeman not too far behind. We talked a lot about Albie in 2025 and how much he matured as a driver. As again, Graham not particularly quick down the pit straight, loses that 6th place to William Archer as Jaden Sherwood joins the list of those being investigated by the race officials. We're talking seniors. You've got to be composed. You can't be thrashing it in. You can't be picking up penalties. Albie Lapper, I think, made that move last year, and it helped him to get to the 2nd place in the championship in junior Rotax. He's carried that momentum on into the early part of his senior career.
And then another thing to consider with him, Albie Lapper is still young. He didn't have to make his move up into senior, but he's expressed that it was his dad's expressed that it was his own choice. He was eager to make the move, and obviously he was confident in it, and it's worked out really well for him so far, running in 5th.
So not long in this race to go. Matty Hingley has got this one fully under control. 48 seconds remaining on the clock. Lap times are coming down. We're into the 1:06s now. The 2.8 second lead for Hingley over Jack Lilly. Jack Lilly will still be keeping the pressure on for those in Superheat B. So whilst he's losing the lead in the points right now, it would be similar to what we saw in Minimax. It would be Hugh Moulton with the challenge of win to get the pole position for the final. 2nd place would not be enough with how the intermediate points work in these superheats. Crowther still 3rd. Pirelli, Lapper, Archer, Graham and Harry Freeman, another of the drivers moving up to the seniors this year, who's impressed so far this weekend. Jack Thompson and Zaki Hussain still in the top 10. Just a note on drivers who might be struggling to make it through to the top 36. Leo Steed has only been able to move up 2 positions. Connor Tubby and Benjamin Lee, I don't think are going to make it as well. Benjamin Lee is actually stopped, by the way. He's not circulating, so that will be weekend done for Benjamin Lee. Other drivers who maybe going the other way, you mentioned earlier, Ceol, the 362 of Mac McGillivray. Mac has moved up 8 places in this race, a good run so far.
Yeah, he got his way up into 13th. It's kind of stuck there now for the remainder of this race. But here we go, we are on to the final lap of the race. Hindley leads with a 3-second gap, obviously favouring these conditions. Jack Lilly managed to get himself back up into that second place after he lost pole on that first lap. Harrison Crowther then running in that third place. Jamie Pirelli just behind. But here then is the drivers slightly further down that grid, running in about 6th, 7th and 8th.
That's good stuff from these drivers. This has been your quintessential senior race in a way. Crazy at the start, then has got into its rhythm, and the drivers knowing that there's bigger things to talk about and deal with later on in the day when they get to their final. And I reckon this driver here, Matty Hindley, is going to be a big part of that final. He's finished these phases of British Kart Championship events before high up the order. He's searching for that first podium. He's going to start finals day with a win in Superheat A's. Ultimate R have got a driver and a half here this season. Matty Hindley wins the Superheat in Senior Rotax, the first of the two of them. Jack Lilly second. That may well still be enough, depending on how things go in Superheat B for others, for Lilly to be on pole. We'll wait and see. Harrison Crowther third, Jamie Pirelli fourth, and Albie Lapper fifth. We'll take you through the rest of the order in a moment as they come over the line. To reiterate, Moulton now takes the live points lead in the final intermediate classification points, the FIC, as we like to call it, because that's a lot of letters and a lot of words. Moulton 3, Lilly 4, Freddie Lloyd 7, Matty Hindley 8. So Matty Hindley will start on at least the second row of the grid, could be on the front row of the grid, depending on how this next race goes. Eva Morris 5th, Pearson Bullock Carter 6th, Lorenzo Cordell, Joshua Graham, Leon Hasty and Ryan Gandor. There's a lot of drivers in that top 10 at the moment who, of course, yet to race. There's your provisional race from Superheat A. Hindley from Lilly, Crowther, Pirelli, Lapper. Joshua Graham 6th, William Archer 7th, Harry Freeman in 8th. And great drives from two drivers not the most experienced in the British Kart Championships, and that's particularly good to see in Senior Rotax. It's a changing of the guard here in Senior Rotax. Jack Thompson 9th and Zaki Hussain in 10th. 11th, Joshua Turnbull. Good recovery actually there from Joshua. Remember, well, it doesn't look good in terms of where he started. He lost 7 places, but that was also from the back of the field after that early spin. So good recovery there from Turnbull. Charlie King 12th. Mac McGillivray, I think, will have wrestled his spot back into the top 36 with that. That was a gain of 8 spots. And again, the double points will come into effect. Jaden Sherwood 14th. Macaulay Bishop is going to have work to do in the final. I'm not ruling him out, folks. I have made that mistake before. But 15th in that one for Bishop is not what he would have imagined at the start of the day. Noah Barham 16th, Victor Hansen 17th, Arnaud Sabarin in 18th. Drivers, I think we're going to lose from the top 36. Antoine Lemieux 19th, was right on the bubble overnight. The Canadian might be out with that. Daniel Kilpatrick's going to have a nervous wait as well. 20th place for the Northern Irishman might not be enough. I think, if I'm being honest, that is the end of the weekend for Leo Steed, Connor Tubby and Benjamin Lee. They all started towards the back of the field for that one. But fingers crossed, better things for PF International on the 29th to the 31st of May.
Well, let's have a look at those track conditions out there, Andrew. Obviously, we have had a mix of track conditions so far this weekend.
We have.
It has been pretty intense. We had a blazing sun yesterday. However, in free practice, the drivers did get to experience that new tarmac with the really wet surface. However, so far this morning it has been as wet as it has been so far this weekend. However, look at that. Rain stopped. Wind is calming down. It is going to be a more confident track then for our next group of seniors in the next heat.
It will be indeed. So that's the first half of the seniors done. Another 12 minutes plus 1 lap race coming up. Senior Rotax Superheat B is next. Time for Superheat B then, and this is going to be another interesting one. Like we saw in Minimax earlier on in the day, pole position's up for grabs in this one for the final. There's only one driver who can do it though, and that is your pole sitter in this race. Hugh Moulton has taken a big step forward from 2025, and a resurgent Coles Racing, could this be their best hope for 2026? Hugh starts on pole position, fast, Freddie Lloyd in Senior Rotax. This is going to be fireworks, folks. The reigning Senior X30 British Kart champion is hopefully doing double duty for all of our events this year. Starts second on the grid for this one. Eva Morris, another driver stepping up towards seniors. Starts on the inside of row number 2. Pearson Bullock Carter joins on that second row of the grid. Great to see Lorenzo Cortal back, and the 333 starts on the inside of row number 3 for this one. Leon Hasty, last year's Junior Rotax O-Plate winner, has a good position for the start of this race. Ryan Gandor and Cian Geraghty, plenty of experience there on row number 4. Oliver Liversidge and Ewan Charman on row 5. Keep an eye on Charman. He's a local in terms of his team, Hunter Motorsport. He also is a dab hand in the wet conditions. Joshua Smith starts on the inside of row number 6. Is joined by Jared Fox-Whiteley for Jack's Motorsport. Onto row number 7. Jack West moved to MLC Motorsport for 2026 and is joined by Matteo Palazzo there on row 7. Mikey Walker, James Kell, they're both on row 8. We spoke to James earlier on the track walk in the build-up show. Last of the drivers currently inside the top 36 overnight. It's the 2 Olivers. Oliver White on the inside for Hunter and Oliver Smith on the outside for Strawberry. Those needing big performances. James Tester, Miles Roby, they go from row 10. Morgan, Hudson Brown and Oliver Walker. They must move forward. If they don't, they will be out of the top 36. It will be the end of the weekend for them. Nobody wants to start their season in that position, Ceol.
Well, here we go then. Here they are warming, heavily tyre warming, bearing in mind, look at these conditions we have out there. Your pole sitter, Hugh Moulton, continuing his campaign with Coles Racing, has had a really, really strong weekend so far. He'll be eager to start off his season with a bang. So far, it's been going really well for him, but he has joined with a challenge, Freddie Lloyd. Obviously, no stranger to neither class, IAME or Rotax. It will be really interesting to see how he's going to do this weekend.
So here we go then. End of the formation lap, end of the 2 formation laps that all the classes are getting here at Warden Law. Hugh Moulton had a heat win earlier on in the weekend. If he wins this one, he's on pole for the first final of the season. We're running at the first time of asking. Here comes Freddie Lloyd. There's already a mix-up in the midfield and round. Oh my goodness me! Off goes Lloyd. Off goes Pearson Bullock Carter. Others were involved there as well. And it's Lorenzo Cordal for the Zip Factory team. Straight to the front of the order. Cian Geraghty's up to second place. There's more incidents on the exit of Dogleg once again. Senior Rotax lap number 1. Slippery conditions here at Warden Law. It's all going on, and Ewan Charman, we said keep an eye on him from row 5. He's already into the top 4. Here goes Geraghty against Lorenzo Cordal. 2 drivers who know each other so well have raced up through the levels of British karting. In towards Gasworks then. Let's try and suss out who we've lost. Where's Hugh Moulton? There's Hugh Moulton. Hugh Moulton's fine, yet they're in now 4th place. Losing that to Charman. Drivers, well, we're just going to have to see who's gone up and down at the end of this first lap. There were so many drivers there. Off at turn 1, I think it was the majority of drivers on drivers' left-hand side as they ran towards turn number 1. Cordal from Geraghty, Charman, Moulton, West, Jared Fox-Whiteley, Mikey Walker, Joshua Smith, Matteo Palazzo and Ryan Gandor. They're all fine. They're all in the top 10. Those moving down, I thought Leon Hasty was one of them. Leon Hasty down 8 spots. Freddie Lloyd lost 15. Bullock Carter 14. And Eva Morris as well. So I wonder, was that a problem maybe coming from the inside line? Eva started 3rd. Has had an issue and it's kind of just wiped out 2nd, 4th and 6th at the start of this race. More changes, Ceol. Ewan Charman. Thank you, Ewan. You've proven me right for the first time this year. Up to 2nd place past Cian Geraghty.
I mean, Andrew, what a hectic first lap then for our second load of seniors. Lorenzo Cordal back into the championship and straight up for the race lead, but is that yet? But that is going to be Ewan Charman, who is challenging him straight away. Already right on the back of him, then entering the final sector. Is there going to be a change for the race lead? It doesn't look like it just yet. That is Lorenzo Cordal then. That leads. Cian Geraghty then also gained out of that. Ooh, they are very close then as we enter over the main straight for the first time. Ewan Charman, no surprise there that he set the fastest lap. Cian Geraghty though, another driver who benefit from that. If we look slightly further down the pack, we've got Mikey Walker, gained. He is up in 7th position, up 8 places. Matteo Palazzo up 6, down into 8th, but Ryan Gandor and Leon Hasty unfortunately just dropped back inside that top 10.
There was your change for the lead then. Ewan Charman got down the inside of Lorenzo Cordal into turn number 1 and has taken the lead of this race. I've just been watching how he's working at the steering wheel. Ewan likes the wet conditions, and of course, with all the data, all the knowledge that Hunter Motorsport have of this circuit, this is their home circuit. They've got their facility on site here, and it's not a surprise to me that Ewan's come forward. You've still got to go out there and do it, and Ewan's doing a brilliant job at the moment, but the whole Hunter family are going to be very pleased with this. Should note as well, I said earlier, this feels like a changing of the guard year. No Kai Hunter racing full-time this year. I had a very quick chat to him earlier on in the weekend, just to say to him, first of all, mate, I'm really going to miss you out there this weekend, but he is going to hopefully still be racing in your big events, your one-offs, your kart masters, your things like that. Yeah, just wanted to mention that because what a career for Kai Hunter. British champion, of course, in this category in 2023. And right now, he'll have a smile on his face because his teammate from the last 2 seasons, they did a lot of hard work when Ewan moved into that team midway through 2024. This could be a real shot at getting a race victory for that team here this weekend. 8 minutes to go. Charman still leads the race at the moment. Apologies for having a slight technical hiccup with the live timing. We'll bring you that back as soon as possible. But we'll do this old school. Here's your battle between Hugh Moulton and Cian Geraghty. Cian Geraghty down the inside. I always say with Cian, he's one of the wisest minds tactically. He never panics. He always knows that being stronger at the end of the race is arguably more important than being strong in the first half of it. Always keep an eye out for him. If he can keep himself in the battle, he finishes races strong, and he's moved up there to 3rd place. Next job, a second up the road, Lorenzo Cordal in 2nd place.
I mean, look at this. Ewan Charman is on a charge then. Straight up into 1st. Benefit from that initial lap for the seniors, but straight up there, and he is setting purples over and over. He is now 1.5 seconds down the road to Lorenzo Cordal, who also has a bit of a gap then to Geraghty and Hugh Moulton. Your pole sitter who's just dropped back ever so slightly. Jack West, another seeded driver who we have coming back, continuing his campaign. Yeah, running down in 5th. Not too bad so far. Jared Fox-Whiteley then in 6th. Mikey Walker and Matteo Palazzo round out your top 8.
Change for 4th place. Jack West has got through past Hugh Moulton, and Jared Fox-Whiteley is next up. This is a tough race for Moulton. Fox-Whiteley's got down the inside and has not got support from a teammate as well. Mikey Walker, wild card for this weekend. That's why his race number starts with the number 6. But the Jack's boys moving through. Jack's Motorsport last year, similar to Cole's, crescendoing, moving forward. Oh, this really isn't going right for Hugh Moulton. I wonder if setup-wise they've just not quite got this right. And when we talk about the fine margins in karting, if you're new to the sport, this is what we mean. This is not Hugh driving badly. For whatever reason, he's just not got the kart underneath him right now. And in senior Rotax, that does kind of leave you as a bit of a sitting duck right now. And he's going to be falling outside the top 10. Leon Hasty, by the way, is back into that top 10. As here down the inside, the 2 Jack's Motorsport teammates. Fox-Whiteley going through in the 337 past Mikey Walker. That is for 5th place. Freddie Lloyd's on the move as well. So the drivers who we saw having problems at the very start of the race are now pulling back through. That's a good thing about the wet conditions. It allows you to do that. Fast Freddie, as we call him, on the charge. Now up into the top 6, Ceol.
Well, speaking of those drivers then who are on a bit of a recovery race after an unfortunate start, Eva Morris, brilliant recovery so far for her. She dropped right to the back at that initial lap, but she is currently running in 18th. She had a brilliant day yesterday. I know you spoke to her briefly, but I think she was 4th in yesterday's heat.
Yeah, she was. I say not gone her way in this super heat, but Eva, who's been selected as well for the F1 Academy Discover Your Drive programme, it's going to be a very, very busy competitor across the course of 2026. Here is your fight for second. It's exchanged. Cian Geraghty's got through past Lorenzo Cordal. And up the road now is Ewan Charman by 3 seconds. It's going to be tough for Geraghty to pull that back. But right now, he'd take those points. Nice score of points. And once again, like we saw in the first Super Heat, just feel this one's starting to calm down now. With Moulton falling down the order, it would be Jack Lilly as things stand on pole position for the final. We'll keep on top of that here. Here's your battle for 6th place. Ceol, it looks like Leon Hasty is on the move.
Yes, Leon Hasty, obviously, like you said, done a good job to recover, but he is now right on the back of that 327 Kart Jag Fox Whiteley, hunting him down then for that 6th place finish. Not a bad start for Leon Hasty. He's obviously stepped up this year. Like we said, unspoken competition with the likes of Albert and Lapper possibly, but Ewan Charman then, 3.1 second lead. What a race for him. Keane Garrity, Lorenzo Cordell. Are we going to see a change for that second place so far?
Yeah, we've seen Garrity take it and now start to break away. I think Jack West is going to be closing in on Lorenzo Cordell in the next few moments on your screens. If you sat at home or with a device around the circuit, Fox Whiteley now trying to hold off Leon Hasty, just coming through centre one and towards the new hairpin. Matteo Palazzo's quietly got on with his work in this race as well. The Scottish driver up 6 places into 8th right now. Just a quick check-in with those who we talked about needing big drives were outside the top 36 overnight. I'm going to pick on Miles Roby, not in a bad way, because he's up 6 places so far in this race, up to 14th. Only needed a couple of positions to get himself back through. So Miles, hopefully not putting the curse of the commentator on him, looks like he could still be going through to the final later on today, and especially with these mixed conditions, who knows what could happen in those longer races later on today. 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go, Ceol.
Well, through turn 1 this pack goes then. Speaking of Matteo Palazzo, he is on the back of that 383 car. Leon Hasty joining each other, putting pressure on Jag Fox Whiteley, but Freddie Lloyd, great recovery drive for him so far. He is up, well, down 3 positions from where he started, but he has charged through the pack so far. Fastest lap, good recovery drive from him, hunting down now Lorenzo Cordell, but there is quite some time in between those two so far. Ewan Charman still charging out on your race lead.
So not long in this one to go. Keep your comments coming in. To Purple said likes Charman's older wet lead. If again you're new to karting, we'll come back to that because there's a move for 3rd place. Freddie Lloyd down the inside of Lorenzo Cordell and through into the top 3. And I'm really looking forward if we do see this full campaign from Freddie Lloyd. Freddie Lloyd versus Macaulay Bishop across the course of the season. It's eye-watering to have that prospect of those two going toe-to-toe across the course of the year. This is Jack West having a go at Lorenzo Cordell there for 4th place. Cordell having a bit of a problem perhaps in the second half of this race. Is that setup related? Once again, a little bit further back. This is the battle for 8th, 9th and 10th. Matteo Palazzo has taken 9th place there away from Mikey Walker.
Well, this is the challenging thing, like you touched on. Setups of the car. We have got a drying track right now. It was severely wet before. However, it is drying, so this is going to show confidence of the drivers. There has been a switch for 4th place. That is Jack West. Stole that 4th place. There we go. That seeded number 9 car took Lorenzo Cordell for that 4th position. Lorenzo Cordell now hunting him back down through Gasworks, but he is not going to get the move done just yet. 55 seconds to go this race, Andrew.
Yeah, that's not too many laps. Lap times at the moment in, what are they, the 1:06s. So at this stage, I think we've hit, that's a moment between Matteo Palazzo and Mikey Walker. This once again is the battle for 9th place. Good switch back there from Mikey Walker. They're nearly interlock bumpers there. Not quite. Down towards turn number 1, you can see the differing lines again. As the track starts to go from a wet to a damp condition, start having a go up on that inside curb, seeing how much grip is there. But through this part again, wider line there from Jared Fox Whiteley. Now they're onto the new bit. You can visibly see it. But you can also see how, I wouldn't say a dry line, and a damp line has formed off of the, they've got that sheen. That's obviously the parts of the track that are wetter. But the drivers are kind of going to be having to follow one by one through that part of the course. And Ceol, you've raced in cars, and I suppose this is a similarity, isn't it, that racing in the UK, we've had a load of rain. It's now starting to dry out. It's really tricky conditions to make progress in because it's difficult to overtake going off that damp line.
Well, exactly. That's what we've been seeing now. These last couple of laps, we are seeing drivers kind of testing out different lines, kind of all over the track, and that's when we're going to see who gets the better exit. Lorenzo Cordell has to go defensive now. He's under a lot of pressure from Jack Fox Whiteley and Leon Hasty, who is promoting himself up into 2nd, but no change just yet as they head towards Dogleg.
We are on the final lap then. Ewan Charman. Well, I made a bit of a bold. Oh, it's down the inside. Half round goes Jared Fox-Whiteley, and Hugh Moulton's taken advantage of that. That's the easiest triple overtake he'll ever do in his career in the British Kart Championships. Leon Hasty through as well, up into 6th place. Ewan Charman is set to win this race. Cian Geraghty in 2nd. This will really shake things up in the intermediate classification. We'll bring you the updates of that in due course, but this is going to be a good feeling for the Charmander. Likes this place, has the backing of the home team, and likes these conditions as well. Ewan Charman from 10th on the grid wins Superheat B with relative ease in the end. 2 seconds clear of Cian Geraghty. Fast Freddie Lloyd fights back from a first lap incident to finish 3rd. Jack West improves to 4th place, a gain of 9 spots there for the number 9 seed. Good stuff indeed. Hugh Moulton finished strong. That's important for later on in the day with a top 5. After those 2 superheats, that leaves the scores looking like this. Jack Lilly, as things stand, will be on pole position for the final in Senior Rotax for the first one of the season on 4 points. Matty Hingley 2nd on 8. Hugh Moulton and Freddie Lloyd will share row 2. Joshua Graham and Harrison Crowther row 3. Josh Turnbull, Willie Marsh on row 4. Lorenzo Cordell and Cian Geraghty on row 5. There is your provisional result from Superheat B. Charman from Geraghty, Lloyd, West, Moulton. Leon Hasty, likewise to Freddie Lloyd, fights back to P6. Lorenzo Cordell started well and gets top 10 in the mix of that as well. P7. Jared Fox-Whiteley, I think, is a proper dark horse for this weekend. P8. Matteo Palazzo and Mikey Walker complete that top 10. Pearson Bullock Carter was another driver to suffer from that start. In the end, P11 for Pearson round Gandor. 12th, needed to do a little bit of work in that one and will be comfortably through to the final. Oliver Smith, likewise, will be through, up 5 places to 13th. Miles Roby, fingers crossed, has completed the work that he needed to do to break through into that top 36 from overnight, up 6 places to 14th. Joshua Smith finishes P15. James Kell, Eva Morris, Morgan Hudson-Brown, Oliver Liversidge and Oliver White all in the top 20. Once again, there's going to be some nervous weights on the scores for some of those drivers. Oliver Walker, sadly that'll be the end of the Jacks Motorsport Drivers Weekend, was outside the cut-off and did not move forward. James Tester as well will be gone, but hopefully back for more at PF International on the weekend of the 29th to the 31st of May. So that completes things for Senior Rotax. Their final due to go off from 1 p.m. local time here in England. You're watching live coverage of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. We're going to take a short ad break. Coming up, Junior Rotax.
Welcome back once again. I'm joined back in the box with Andrew. Thank you very much, Ceol, for taking us through those 2 Senior Rotax heats and what heats they were. It was interesting. A lot of stories there. Very impressed with Freddie Lloyd coming through in that one. I was down at turn 1 for that incident, and I was impressed that even when he was going off, he was concentrating on keeping the kart rolling, not spinning the kart, and then the pace was enough to take him through the field. But of course, Senior Rotax will be back again later. We've got Junior Rotax now, haven't we, Henry? Henry?
He's not here this week. Get that in the jar.
Get it in the jar. We thought we were going to have a different swear jar, didn't we?
We've got a Nicole Sutherland jar.
Yes, Nicole, not Ceol.
But yes, by the way, Henry does send his love It's always a case of, where's Henry when we arrive on site? He's with another championship this weekend in much sunnier climates, but he's good and well. Right, let's get into it. Junior Rotax Superheat A up next. First of two superheats then for Junior Rotax. Let's take you through the grid for this one. On pole position for Dan Holland Racing, it's Charlie Wolfett, the number 6 seed from last year's, joined by Coles Racing's Zach Turner on the front row of the grid. Sebastian Clark goes from row number 2, is joined by Ewan Howes. It's then Louis Radcliffe and a returning Fletcher Jameson, who has been on fire in club events so far this season. They start on row number 3. Ellis Bell and Blake Southern start on row 4. Welcome to the British Kart Championships. Blake Southern, a driver who's moved up from all of the karting pathway levels. Row 5, George Fountain and Jack Collinson. Jack Collinson on home soil. He does run under a Latvian licence, but we always say Jack Collinson of Latvia via Hartlepool is inside the top 10. Jack Beasley and Ryan White on row 6. We had a good chat with Ryan White in the build-up show. Again, keep an eye on another Hunter Motorsport driver there from the middle of the grid. Nat Gray and Connor Large, they go from row 7. Connor's had a good start to the British karting season on the club scene, could do things there from row 7. Harry Holland and Harry Taylor go from row number 8. Lomond Wilcox and Adam Giordaitis go from row 9. Here are your drivers who have got work to do. Josh Cormack stepping up to juniors after having a very strong finish to the season in Minimax in 2025. Starts on row 10 alongside Thanawarat Vejabruti. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Samir Paul go from row 11. Theo Bradshaw and Clark Naylor start on row 12. Clark has had a lot of technical challenges so far this weekend. We spoke to him on the Paddock show yesterday. Brakes were the problem, which I hope they've got that fixed for these conditions, Piers, because we've already seen so much drama into turn 1. You don't really want to be going in towards that part of the course on a first lap if you haven't got the confidence on the brake.
No, very much not indeed. Interesting, I've been keeping an eye on the lap times as the circuit begins to dry out. Actually only speeding up by about 1/10 of a second per session. So it's getting into that greasy phase where the circuit visually is drier but not much more grip. However, the line at turn 1, I'm interested to see towards the end of that senior Rotax race. A lot of the drivers opting for the inside line. Every time they did, they seemed to go quicker. So let's see if some of these junior drivers have taken a note out of the seniors book.
Into the tram lines, mostly. No, we're not going on that one. That was a scruffy run into the tram lines. Absolutely the correct call from race director Dan Ashton to go, let's have another go at that one, everybody. But yeah, it's quite cold. Not going to lie, folks. It's 7 degrees air temperature. It was lovely on Wednesday for our technical setup day here at the circuit. It was 20 degrees. I would argue it was perfect racing conditions because it wasn't too hot. That now feels quite a long time ago with the I think that's going to be the next problem, that the air temperature's not high. The wind's died down as well, so that's not drying the circuit. It's going to be, as you say, Piers, that awkward middle phase where the track's not quite getting better at the rate that the drivers would prefer.
Well, we say the wind's died down. It's died down from an absolute
gale.
Well, not quite a gale, down to just a stiff breeze. So I was out there, as I said, I mentioned it, during the senior Rotax season. I wanted to see up close and personal what the drivers were getting up to, seeing how they were tackling the circuit, seeing up close how the circuit was looking. And again, visually, looks like it's drying out, actually practically not making a huge amount of difference. But I think at some point today, if it doesn't rain again, which it looks like it might not, and the weather forecast suggests that we might be done for downpours now, I think it will be wet, and then it will snap. It'll snap, especially with newer tarmac when it's gotten tight and knit on surface. It often happens. We see that at PFI with their close-knit tarmac. It stays wet for longer than a more coarse surface, but then dries out very quickly in that last phase. But we're not quite there yet. As you can see, still puddles coming in to the final sector here. Get offline now, and I think you might be struggling for grip. But these juniors have had 2 senior races to have a watch, and interesting, some drivers choosing to watch those races, other drivers concentrating on their kart and setup. Remains to be seen which will be the most effective, but the first laps of these superheats so far have been decisive in all the classes we've seen.
Absolutely. So, Charlie Wolfett, could he be at 30? Oh, now there's a bit of trouble for the 224 of Adam Giordaitis at the back of the field. Has come to a stop through the horseshoe. Are we good to go for this one? Yes, lights out, 12 minutes once again underway on the timer. Charlie Wolford, if he wins this race, will be on pole position for the Junior Rotax final, as there's problems again through turn one. One of the jacks is off. Cole's racing machine is also facing the wrong way. I think George Fountain might have been involved in that. So once again, it's proper survival work out there, irrespective of what class it is. Piers here on lap one.
Yeah, that was what we call in karting some loading going on the inside of turn one. Didn't catch which driver it was, but I saw a driver going a bit hot on the inside, clatter into the front of the rear of the kart ahead of them, as we've got two drivers off, the 217 and the 240 going wide there, Nathaniel Gray and Louis Radcliffe, who's had a terrible start to this race.
Yeah, and it was Ewan House. I said there was a Coles racing driver facing the wrong way, so the 262, who started on the second row of the grid, has got a lot of work to do now in the remainder of this race. There was a move from Zach Turner, so the two Coles racing teammates who started on the anti-pole side of the grid really having big problems at the start of this race. Connor Large there coming through as well in the 273. I've watched Connor race a little bit on the club racing circuit so far this season, and he's impressed me a lot. Some races at Shennington in the early part of the winter where they've had some tricky conditions, to say the least, and Connor has always come to the fore in those. Here's your battle for the race lead. Charlie Wolfett in the number 6. I'm going to make an early prediction here. Charlie Wolfett in the top 3 at the end of the season for the championship. I think he's going to be a proper, bona fide championship contender this year. He's made the move into Dan Holland Racing, who, of course, if you know your British Rotax racing recent history, they are a powerhouse. They are the team that many want to be with, and they've got many a championship under their belts in the modern era of this sport. He finished the season very strongly as well at PF International in 2025 to take that 6th place in the championship. Here a little bit further down the order into Gasworks as they're coming through. Jack Collinson, the wild card again, starting with a 6 on his kart, side by side with Samir Paul. Samir Paul in the 211 there, the privateer with the blank sticker kit, or no sticker kit at all, on the front fairing. Samir Paul is giving this a good go of trying to get through into the final. 9.5 minutes to go here, Piers. Charlie Wolfett starting to edge away from Ellis Bell.
Yeah, Wolfett hasn't been outside of the top 2 in any session that he's been on circuit since we went officially racing. Qualified a bit lower down the order, but that's partially due to the way that the qualifying goes with the ABC split. But we've got another opportunity, a move done for the lead in that tighter corner. Can he get it done? Yes, Ellis Bell takes the lead.
Good stuff there from Ellis Bell. Ultimate R to the front of the order. They've already had a superheat win earlier on today with Matty Hingley in the seniors. Zach Turner throws it in there as well to try and take 2nd place away from Charlie Wolfett. It can get a little bit tight. That's good racing room given to each other there by Wolfett and Turner. That's what we like to see in Junior Rotax. Junior racing, if you're new to karting, it has a reputation. It's younger drivers looking to impress. They can get the elbows out, sometimes a little bit too much, but that was spot on. That's what we like to see from Wolfett and Turner. 8.5 minutes to go. Wolfett now trying to respond, trying to counter-attack. This is good for Ellis Bell, though. Bell starting to break away.
Yeah, that's Turner taking the lead, taking 2nd place into turn 1, actually, I think that was, taking the inside line that some of the senior drivers in the previous heat chose. It looks like, actually, the St John's, that left-hander we went through, that's the driest part of the circuit at this stage. Potentially a couple of little drying spots, but then as soon as you get onto this new tarmac, very greasy, very slippery still at this stage. A big clout of curb there for Wolfett. That's hurting his exit down towards chicane. All this fighting, though, allowing Ellis Bell to romp away at the front of the field. And we had the seniors. You mentioned Matty Hingley, dominant victory in that heat that he was in just a few moments ago. There'll be a similar setup on Ellis Bell's kart. Slightly different weights for the juniors. However, with the same chassis, or pretty much the same chassis and a very similar engine, it's you can take some learnings from the seniors and apply it to the juniors.
Drivers moving up the order as we look down the order. The Harrys are on the move. Harry Taylor in 6th, up 10 spots. Harry Holland up 8 spots to 7th. So both were inside the cut-off on, I say it's Golf Masters weekend, isn't it? There's lots of talks about cut-offs there, but here we're talking about getting through to that final. that's good. It's one of the things I always quite like about the Superheat, of looking at all the different stories. Obviously, we've got the battle for who's going to be on pole position going on, but you've got those drivers at the back, them needing to race forward. You've got those just ahead when they start on the grid. They're looking to push forward to make sure that they don't slip out at the last possible stage. There's so much going on out there, but it's good stuff from Taylor and Holland that they've both solidly moved up into the top 10.
Yeah, just looking back at Ellis Bell's heats and qualifying, I almost forgot that Ellis Bell had such a terrible qualifying right down the order, but went up a lot of places in the heats. Ended up P6 in his second heat, up 11 places. So showing some serious mental fortitude to come back from that. And whatever Ultimate R are doing with the wet setup on these karts, it's working for them.
Indeed, unfortunately, there's a penalty. It's a +5 second penalty for Jack Beasley. That's come up on our screens. Warning flag as well for Ryan White in the 274, and should mention the 217 of Louis Radcliffe is under investigation from earlier on in the race. Into the second half of time then. 6 minutes down, 6 to go. Ellis Bell is your race leader by nearly 2 seconds from Zach Turner. Charlie Wolfett still there in third. Connor Large fourth. Sebastian Clark in the top 5. It's then Harry Taylor, Harry Holland, Fletcher Jameson, Blake Southern and Josh Cormack. Josh Cormack from the back of the field as well, up 9 places, and Theo Bradshaw. So when we talk about drivers looking to salvage their weekends, that's an example in Theo Bradshaw, and another one trying to do likewise. Samir Paul once again in the privateer entry there. Where's Samir up to now? Well, started this lap in 18th, so it's moved up to 17th. If Samir can get up to, I would say, 13th, I think he'll make it through. Getting the double points that you get in these superheats can really change fortunes for a driver. Basically, an overtake today is worth twice an overtake yesterday.
Yeah, and we just saw flash up on the screen their fastest lap from Ellis Bell. That's faster than we saw in the seniors. I think we're reaching that inflection point now, Andrew. The old tarmac, the unresurfaced parts of the circuit, drying out quite considerably now. You can see through the exit of the dogleg. You can see through St John's. This straight down towards what was centre one, now the centre left-hander, starting to dry out on the racing line. So this is where the next heat, they'll be looking at their lap times. They'll be thinking, right, tyre pressures. Let's start lowering them, because these Mojo tyres are going to start going away.
They are indeed. 4.5 minutes to go. Keep your comments coming in. Send in your messages of support. To Michael Burke, watching as ever on one of our Alpha Live productions from Bathurst, Australia. Hello to Emerson McAndrew as well. Hello, Em, who we hoped was going to be racing here this weekend, but he's gone and got a Tony Card official works team drive. It's at the FIA Championships this weekend and has had a very, very good start to his OK Junior career. Charlie Wolfett, new fastest lap of this race. 4 minutes to go. This is crunch time now for these drivers. First job, though, for Gold Chain Charlie, as people call him in the paddock. He's even got it displayed and emblazoned right on the front of the kart now on this new DHR livery. He's got a little bit more white on it. They've reduced the fluoro yellow. Oh, God, that's an interesting thing to note there. But first job, Charlie Wolfett has got to find a way past Zach Turner, which is not going to be easy. Zach's looked in good form so far this weekend. Yeah,
Wolfett, I think, is coming into a bit of his own. Maybe DHR have decided to go a little bit lower on the pressures, foreseeing this circuit condition change now, as Wolfett seems to be coming into a bit of pace now. And actually, that would suggest... I think that is the case, because last lap 105.5, lap time's dropping a couple of tenths a lap now, whereas we were only seeing a tenth or so per race for the first few of the day. Temperature raising ever so slightly, the sun just burning through the clouds, or trying to at least. We'll be raising the track temperature a degree or so, which is very crucial at this stage. It's been so cold overnight and so cold this morning. Is actually Sebastian Clark now taking the fastest lap.
Sebastian Clark just behind this duo. They're in fourth place.
Wow.
Started third, and the track is really starting to change now. 1 minute 5.150 last time around from Sebastian Clark. Good 3 or 4 tenths quicker than the two drivers ahead of him. Through Senna they go then. 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Meanwhile, though, Ellis Bell continuing to do a great job here. has just gone fastest of anyone through sector number 1.
Yeah, we can see on the left-hand side a shot there on the timing tower. The movers and shakers. Theo Bradshaw up 12. He's just knocking on the door of the top 10. Harry Taylor, a good one for him. He's been a little bit under the radar this weekend. We would have been expected to see him up and towards the front of the field. Hasn't been there or thereabouts, or quite where he would want to have been. But now inside the top 10, especially in these wet conditions, showing he's got the kart control. Looking back at the 2-5-2 now, slightly further down the order. Yeah, that is towards the back, isn't it? George Fountain, sort of the 20th, 21st place battle. And Cormac in the 2-2-1 as well. Going for a move up the inside of turn 1. Can he get that done? Just about staying within track limits. It's interesting now that the inside line now no longer favourable as the banking at turn 1, keeping the water to the inside of the circuit, reducing the grip, the outside drying out quicker. And the amount of curb these drivers taking. This is why karting is so physical. There's no suspension at all. You take the curbs to get the kart turning, but when you hit the curb, that goes through the kart straight through your body. You have to hold yourself strong in the kart.
You do. I know we've been talking about it on the Slipstream Bump Draft podcast in recent weeks that you're going to get back in a kart yourself, mate, in recent time. The first thing to do is get kart fit.
Yes.
It's not going in the gym and banging weights and all of that. It's getting out on track and feeling the muscle pain and burn that if you've not done karting before, you go out and you do even just 15 minutes and you go, oh dear, there's bits hurting that I didn't know could hurt that much. It is a really, really physical experience. Ellis Bell lighting up the timesheets now with 45 seconds of this race to go. So I reckon we'll have 2 more laps of this one. Ellis Bell with a 1:04.476 that time around. So what is that? We've seen the lap times drop by, 2.5 seconds in this race?
Just about 1.5 seconds, getting on for 2 seconds. The fastest lap in the previous heat was a 1:05.9 from the seniors, and we were a 1:05.9 at the start of this race in the juniors. We're now in the 1:04s. We might see a 1:03 either at the end of this race or the start of the next one. So very, very much so. This is the inflection point in the track conditions. Looks pretty dry on line there through the chicane, but this is bringing in that dry line that we talk about in karting and also in racing as well, where on the part of the circuit where the drivers are placing their karts, it whips the water into the air and keeps that part dry, whereas every other part of the circuit that isn't being used stays wet. The surface is very, very wet, so that will deter drivers from going onto slick tyres too early, because it's all well and good if you can stay on the line, but someone goes for a move, you place your kart a foot wide, you're into the barrier.
You are indeed. Charlie Wolfett has a big slide through turn 1. Loses 3rd place to Sebastian Clark, but at least it's just the 1 position. That could have been a lot more. Wolfett back down the inside. Momentarily retakes 3rd place. This is allowing Zach Turner to break away. On the inside there through St. John's, they use the curb round that left-hander. That was a scare for the number 6 seed from 2025, but no scares for Scotland's Ellis Bell at the front of the field. A brilliant drive here. Started this race 7th, and for another time, the 2nd time today, Ultimate R, all being well, are going to get a race victory in a superheat. They are going to be fancying their chances for at least a podium, if not more, to open the Wera Tools British Kart Championship season. Out of the final corner, Ellis Bell, job done from row 4, takes Superheat A in Junior Rotax. Close on the line there for 2nd, 3rd, 4th. It's Turner from Wolfett from Clark. Great drive from Harry Taylor. One of the biggest movers in that race, up 11. Not the biggest mover. That honour goes to Theo Bradshaw, home in the top 10. That leaves the intermediate scores. Should note this is halfway through the superheats for Junior Rotax. The scores look like this. Kai Clark 4, Alex Goodson 5. They're both yet to go. They will race in the next session. Charlie Wolfett and Zach Turner both on 8 points, so they're both guaranteed at least row 2 for the final, all being well. Chalk and Bernard on row number 3 as things stand. Sebastian Clark that is, and Finlay Lyons currently on row 4. Tom Reed and Ellis Bell row 5. So Ellis with that victory, and this is what we mean about a superheat win. Ellis was around 14th, 15th overnight. He's already up into the top 10 with that win, and that's with a load of other drivers. There's about 7 drivers ahead of him who are yet to race. so their scores will go up. That result for Ellis Bell in a superheat completely changes things. We could well see Ellis, say, on the 3rd row, depending on how superheat B goes, when we get to the final later on today. That is a top drive from Bell.
If anyone sees some people doing some strange moves and shapes outside the Ultimate R awning, they're not going mental. They are doing a rain dance.
Absolutely.
Not to say that they haven't got good pace in the dry, but whatever they've turned up with the track at the track today in terms of their setup is working for them. But Ellis Bell drove an amazing race. It wasn't all the setup and it wasn't all one lap pace. He had to come through the field. You mentioned 7th on the grid, wasn't it?
Yes, indeed. A very quick rundown of that results, just if you're listening around the circuit as well and just using the audio only. So Ellis Bell, Zach Turner, Charlie Wolford, Sebastian Clark and Harry Taylor, your top 5. Conor Large, Fletcher Jameson, Harry Holland, Josh Cormack, Theo Bradshaw were all in the top 10. Blake Southern, 11th ahead of Jack Collinson. Lomond Wilcox, I think, will be through to the top 36 with that 13th place moving up 4. Ewan House, Jack Beasley in the top 15. They fell down. They'll be disappointed with that. Nathaniel Gray, Louis Radcliffe, Thanawarat Vajabuti, George Fountain and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. There's going to be some nervous waits for these drivers now. Ryan White should still make it through but won't be happy with that P21. Samir Paul will be out, sadly, with that P22. Clark, Naylor 23rd, 1 retirement from that race. Right at the end of the formation lap was Adam Giordaitis. We'll stick with the juniors. Superheat B coming up next. Back with us here at Warden Law. It's event 1 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Andrew Mather and Piers Prior in the commentary box for you with Superheat B. Kai Clark starts on pole position. The number 4 seed from last year has moved to Strawberry Racing and is impressed so far this weekend. Alex Goodson joins him on the front row of the grid. It's Jensen Chalk and Cian Bernard on row 2. Finley Lines and Tom Reed, they go from row number 3. Thomas Jackson and Finley Smith go from 4. John Richardson and Alex Shepherd are inside the top 10 at the start of this race. Riley Morrow, the human highlight reel, has moved up to juniors for 2026 and starts alongside Devin Taylor for this start of this race on row 6. Row 7 is Thomas Harper and Luca Holmes-Ballock. Tobias Johns and Sam Kohler go from row 8. Toby Farthing, welcome to the British Kart Championship, starts this one alongside Daniel Hakkinen, the son of Formula 1 world champion Daniel Hakkinen. Those are the drivers inside the cut-off as things stand. Aidan Clark and Lucian Smith go from 10. Kartik Kameta and Joseph Berkery go from row 11, and Bailey Collins completes the 23-strong field.
Another good one.
Another good one. I want to see a clean start, though. I want to see a good run through turn 1. The track is starting to dry out here, Piers. This is going to be another interesting one.
Yeah, the part of the issue with the track drying out now is we spoke about it in that previous superheat for the junior Rotax. It goes down to one line, which especially on the first lap means everyone is fighting for that drier line, because if you get hung out to dry, you get pushed onto the wet part of the circuit, you're losing handfuls of places, which means that people get a little bit more desperate at the start. We saw a bit of loading at the start, which is where drivers are nose to tail pushing each other, which I think caused that spin in the junior Rotax heat. Let's hope the drivers just take a bit of a take stock and think, right, this is a super heat. I just need a clean start to get myself in a good position in the intermediate classification, and then for the final. Nice slow start at the moment.
Kai Clark likes this place. Had a very good run in the Rotax Grand Festival here in 2024. What can he do from pole position? We're away and racing once again here at Warden Law. It's getting rough in the midfield already. Finley Lines fighting his way to the inside line, but that's a good start from Kai Clark, leading this race in the early stages. They're all through the first braking zone. That's good to see. Are they all going to make it through the dog leg? There's a little bit more grip than the previous superheats have had, and good to see. Nobody off, no yellow flags through the first couple of corners. The junior Rotax drivers showing how it's done as there's a change for the lead, and another change for the lead, and potentially another change for the lead off of the new hairpin. Here comes Cian Bernard with a point to prove in 2026. Had some great results across the course of 2025. He is here for one goal only in 2026, and that's to win races. Kai Clark back down the inside, retakes the race lead. This is properly good stuff in the early stages. Jensen Chalk in the green, white and red helmet, forcing his way through as well, is up to third place. Tom Reed's on the move in his new home of Thule Motorsport, up to third place there. That looked a little bit close off of the final corner. What a great start to this race, but now it's going to get tricky. Now the drivers are struggling to find the grip, not because it's not out there, because it is limited. There's only certain parts of the track that you can really use to get that speed through the corners. They're going to be fighting for those drier parts of the circuit now, Piers Prior. But right now, Kai Clark, using his experience, seeded driver from last year, the highest ranked seeded driver still in Junior Rotax. He's controlling this race right now, but not for long as Cian Bernard trying to slip down the inside. No, not quite. Kai Clark shuts the door.
The body language of Kai Clark's kart is, I am staying in the lead no matter what, which says to me potentially they've gone deliberately low on the pressures, potentially, because he knows that maybe he's going to come on strong. If he gets too far back in the field, he falls back too far. He's not going to be able to get back to the front. I think he's just playing a waiting game. He knows if he's at the front of the field, he can hold the lead, force everyone else to try and find a way past on the wet part of the circuit. But Bernard, once again, up the inside. We've seen 2 small errors from Clark, and twice he's lost the lead.
He has indeed, and he's gesturing to his mechanic there. It's like, what was I meant to do on that last corner? Tom Reed's run a little bit wide there, the winner of the Minimax category at the Rotax Grand Finals at the back end of 2025. But right now, it's the runner-up from Kart Masters last year, Cian Bernard, who leads this race for Sam Pollitt Racing. They've also gone for a little bit more white on the livery for 2026, the same as DHR. There's another SPR machine on the move. Riley Morrow through. That was an overtake on the inside from Riley Morrow. We didn't see a lot of that in 2025, but it's still as effective. Morrow having a good scrap there with Jensen Chalk for 7th place.
Yeah, it's good to see the likes of Reed and Morrow. They're the ones that are taking the big step up, going from an Minimax, smaller kart, going into juniors. It's probably the biggest step in your karting career. It's the step from junior to senior, of course, is big, but with this, the first season for these drivers in the big kart, a lot more grip, a lot more weight with the kart. Physically a lot harder. These drivers are quite small. You can see them more diminutive in stature, and also up against drivers like the 2-8-1 there of Finley Lines, who have been at this level for a year or two now for other drivers and have got the experience of racing here in these circuits. They've got the experience at the harder racing, I would say, in the junior category.
Yeah, absolutely. Finley Lines, who he knows how to win a race, winner of the Minimax O-Plate at Wilton Mill a couple of years ago. Another driver, we often say this about drivers in their second year, is, oh, here's a scrap. Riley Morrow is coming through, whether Thomas Jackson likes it or not. Through and up into 6th place then goes Morrow, but he's lost time there and he's lost the position again out of the back chicane. So good response there from the Craft Motorsport team. Craft looking for big results again. Of course, in 2026, they had a great run with Leon Hasty in this category last year, Piers. They will be a force to be reckoned with across the course of the season. I had a very quick chat with Lewis Gilbert last night, who's joined us in the paddock. He's not racing this year.
Not in karting.
He's not in karting. He's racing in GB3. And I asked him, how's the team feeling? He's still very involved in that operation. There was a quiet nod. There was good confidence there once again from Craft Motorsport that they're going to be delivering results across the course of 2026. Here's your fight for 3rd place. Tom Reed, 1st year of junior. Finley Lines, 2nd year of junior in this championship. He did also have a run in the OK categories as part of the FIA Karting Academy back in 2024. This is a really important year for Finley Lines' karting career. His karting career in the 2nd year of juniors, you're kind of given a little bit of leeway, aren't you, in your 1st year? Tom Reed, as an example, he is getting up to speed, and the fact he's already up in 3rd place at this stage is a very good sign. In your 2nd year of junior, you are expected to be on point every single time you go out on circuit. You look at the performance of Jacob Ashcroft in this championship last year. What won him that championship for me above all else was his speed, number 1, his consistency, number 2. And that comes with experience. For Finley Lines, he's got to be showing that this year. And right now he is doing so, up in the top 5.
Completely agree with you, Andrew. I'd say the differentiator between the drivers who go on to take championships and the drivers who maybe seed and don't quite go for the victories is not your on days. All of these drivers at the front of the field are capable of winning races. We see a good move. Morrow up the inside for the 2nd, to 5th place, the 2-2-2. That was decisive. But it's your off days are the ones that decide your championship. Everyone can win a race, everyone can win a superheat or a final, but it's when things aren't going quite right. Can you bang in a top 5? Can you take a podium still, as we see clattering together?
Yeah, that's Lucian Smith trying to wrestle his way through. Lucian Smith, another of the drivers, moving up from the minis. Lucian does have a job to do here. Started this race 20th, so yeah, it's inside the top 40 overnight, but that's not good enough. You've got to be in that top 36. Lucian's got to be careful, though, that he doesn't overdrive at this stage of the race. He's had good progress. He's up the order a strong number of positions, but he doesn't want to wreck it now by doing something, you know, a little bit unwise. The 2:22 of Riley Murrow has picked up a 5-second penalty out there, so Riley's got to get down the road now if he's going to keep all those positions that he's gained in recent moments.
That might be for that robust move into the new hairpin we saw a couple of laps ago. That I did think that was sort of touch and go as to whether that would be let slide. But you can see actually completely dry through the second hairpin now, nearly completely dry through the middle of the chicane. These Mojo wet tyres will be starting to cry enough. They're grooved, they're very soft. They provide excellent grip in wet conditions, but as soon as the circuit dries out, the surface of the rubber gets torn up, they overheat. And actually, I think I'd say that the number 4 there of Clark is the one that's struggling most.
Yeah, he's not happy again with how things are going. He's throwing it down the inside of Finley Lines there. Retakes second place, but Lines looks quick. Lines looks like he's got the kart and the confidence. Just again, looking at how he's turning in, it's precise.
Decisive.
And it's decisive is a good way of putting it. He knows I'm going to turn in, and the grip is going to be there. This is good stuff from all 3 of these drivers, 3 top quality drivers. This is a national championship, but this is where it races for me at a higher level. All 3 of these drivers have featured on European level stages within the Rotax ladder, within other ladders as well. And this is why people often say this is one of the hardest national championships to win in Europe, if not the world, because you've got all these big players, these big teams coming to the fore. Kai Clark, though, really, really struggling to keep the drivers behind. There's an investigation for Tobias Johns, the 284. And once again, Finley Lines trying to wrestle through.
And on your point, Andrew, these drivers are some of the best of this category in this age group in the world. We're looking at 3 drivers on circuit, 2 of which were in the hunt for the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Final victory. Tom Reed took that in the end. Kai Clark was right there until the last laps. Finley Lines was very much quick in that event as well. As we see a move, Lines cut back again, small error from Clark into the centre 1, just leaves the door open for Lines, and Lines is already scarpered 2 or 3 kart legs at this stage. I think Clark's struggling.
Yeah, he's really not happy behind the wheel of that kart. He's still scoring good points though, and that's the important thing at this stage. He's still looking at a potential inside of row number 2 start for the final here, which is not a bad place to be actually, with that high-speed first-hander. Cian Bernard flying 6.5 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Cian, another driver like Finley Lines, who's competed in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Apologies, Bernard was the representative in 2024, Lines was the representative in 2025, and misspoke earlier, but 2 minutes and 20 seconds of this race to go. Tom Reed now looking for a way through. This is as Lines goes deep through centre 1 and Clark's back through. That's what we mean by the consistency and keeping every single turn-in braking point on point, because if you get offline right now, that's what happens.
I think the braking zone into that first centre course, we see a robust overtake in there. The braking zone must be tricky because we've seen Clark run wide there twice now. Lines has run wide once. It is one of the wetter parts of the circuit, so potentially tricky to get the kart stopped in there. And once you're off that drier, pretty much dry racing line now, very, very tricky indeed. It looks like the dry line has extended all the way around the circuit, and we're hearing in our ears that actually the meeting is now declared open, not wet, open. So the next session we may see some teams and drivers opt for slick tyres. We may see them go with wet tyres. That will be up to the teams.
So for the new people amongst us, what do we mean by open, and what has the race, so what's changed there? What was the race state before, and how does that affect the rules?
The race direction team and the clerk of the course can decide whether the meeting is wet, open or dry. If it is declared wet, it means that it would be unsafe to go out on circuit on anything other than wet tyres. You have to run a wet tyre. When it gets in that middle ground, the race direction team, the organisers, allow the teams and drivers to choose which tyre they think is best. At this stage, it looks like the wets, but very soon it will be slicks. When it gets fully dry, they declare it dry so that you can't save your slick tyres and sacrifice a set of wets for a later race. At the moment, it is now, well, it was wet for the start of this race. The next race will be declared open, so we may see a mixed tyre grid. That means that some drivers may go on wets, some drivers may go on slicks. But for this race, everyone's still on wets, and they're looking after them as best they can.
Indeed. It's Micromax after this, and then it's KZ2. KZ2 could be an interesting tyre choice in around half an hour's time. 20 seconds of this one to go, as there's a move down the inside. Tom Reed. I've been impressed with Tom Reed so far this weekend. He's performing at a very, very high level in the early days of his junior Rotax career, and that's a nice move for third place past Finley Lines.
And do you know what? We've mentioned already that the first year of drivers moving up into juniors is a big step. They might lack the experience, the maturity, the consistency. This would be a race where a driver like Tom Reed has just moved up could use the excuse, drop backwards, make a few mistakes and say, oh, well, you know, I've not done this before. This is new to me. Tom Reed is doing quite the opposite. He's going, I'm ready. He's saying to Finley Lines, he's saying to Kai Clark, our top-seeded driver last year in this class, I'm here already, boys. Watch out.
Absolutely. We're on to the final lap then. Cian Bernard has just set the fastest lap of the race and just needs to bring this one home now for Sam Pollitt Racing, who have their big breakthrough year in these categories in 2024. They've continued to go from strength to strength across pretty much all of the categories in the Rotax ladder. If you're new to the Rotax ladder, there's 4 levels of the internal combustion classes. Micromax for your 8 to 12s, Minimax for your 10 to 13s, Junior Rotax for your 12 to 15s, and then of course Senior Rotax for your 15s above. Should mention though, I mentioned the words internal combustion there, we will have the E10s at 3 of the meetings with us this year. More on that as the season goes on. But for Cian Bernard, job done. Good race victory. Across the line goes Cian Bernard, and that is going to be a big confidence boost for him there. And Kai Clark, that was a difficult race for Kai Clark. He can sometimes be a bit animated behind the wheel, but the good thing for me there is that he still delivered the points. That's the important thing right now. That's exactly what I think you were meaning earlier, Piers, of like, a championship is often decided as what happens on a day or a race where you're not having a happy time. Yeah. That was not a happy time for Kai, but he's still got second place and he'll still be high up the order when we get to the final. There's a provisional result. Cian Bernard from Kai Clark, Tom Reed third, Finley Lines fourth, and Riley Murrow fifth. Riley Murrow did have a +5, which actually doesn't lose him any positions because he was more than 5 seconds ahead of Alex Goodson, Alex Shepherd, Thomas Jackson, Lucian Smith and Finley Smith, all in the top 10.
Actually, Cian Bernard came over the line and instantly looked at his front bumper, so potentially...
Oh, okay.
But again, if he gets a 5-second penalty, winning by 6.5 seconds, doesn't matter. He wouldn't have known exactly what the gap was. But no, you're right, Kai Clark, he could easily have lost those 2 places. He could even easily have made a bigger mistake and lost more, but coming home second on the road, provisionally at least, it's a good result.
It is indeed. There's your middle of the pack. Jensen Chalk 11th. Aidan Clark 12th. I think that will get Aidan through, you know. That's a really good step forward for one of our championship rookies. Up 7. Luca Holmes, Balak, Sam Kohler and Devon Taylor all in the top 15. Joseph Berkery, I'm not sure. Up 6
on the bubble.
Might just not be enough there. I hope I'm wrong for Joseph's sake, of course. But still a good drive nonetheless there, P16. Bailey Collins 17th, also up 6. Kartik Kameta, the driver from flying the flag for India, up 3 to 18th. Tobias Johns, Thomas Harper, Daniel Hackenden went backwards in that one by 3 spots and was right on the bubble. That might mean the end of the weekend for Daniel. 2 retirements from that race, John Richardson and Toby Farthing. Toby likewise was on the bubble, may be gone as well. So that's Junior Rotax done. They will come back out for their final at 1:30. We're going to take a short break here at Warden Law. More racing after this.
start from the go hard. Heading up into the top section.
Here at Demon Tweeks, you probably know us for our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweeks has got you. Here at Demon Tweeks, you probably know us for our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suits.
Welcome back, everybody, to Warden Law. Andrew Mather and Ceol Lynch in the commentary position for Micromax, their superheat. That's up next. Let's take you through the grid then for Micromax and their first superheat of the season. This grid determined by the results from the qualifying heats yesterday. Sebastian Crawford will start this race from pole position with Freddie Walker alongside on the front row. Freddie Baker has had a very good start, has already got a ticket to the Rotax Grand Finals for the end of the season. He starts on the inside of row number 2 and is joined by Lenny Barton. Albert Farrow and Benjamin Schlivar of Bosnia and Herzegovina starts on row number 3. It's then Arthur Bowers and Jayan Prakash, who's had good pace so far this weekend. They go from row 4. Jensen Darlow and Arlo Gamble, who we heard from earlier in the show, they start on row 5. Caden Hanley and Zach Andrew have work to do from row number 6. Will Wainwright gave us those great insights of this Warden Law circuit. He starts on the inside of row number 7 alongside Ronnie Allen. It's Jensen Kelly and Rudra Pratap Singh Shekhawat on row 8. Kai Surrey and Max Armit, the S-plate holder, on the 9th row of the grid. Row 10, Tommy Lovejoy and Hendrix Falat. Row 11, Arthur Rhodes and Rio Pocock. Row 12, Wraith Owen and Heath Smith. And then Elliot Hitch and Archie Gupta complete the 26-strong field. No cut-off for this group of drivers. They're all already through to the final, as long as they, behave themselves and race accordingly into the spirit and the wording of the regulations. But no, there's no threat of being 37th, 38th at the end of this one. Really good to see, Ceol. Numbers in Micromax up at this stage of the season compared to 2025.
Absolutely, and I tell you what else is going to be interesting. This is the first race we've had today that is an open circuit, so it's going to be interesting to see what these teams have confidence-wise on their drivers, how much pressure they're going to put on them. Obviously, this is our youngest class out there today with us. Some of them only 8 years old, so that's going to be interesting to see how our micros hold up with the first open race of the day.
First drama, I can't see Freddie Walker, kart number 13. Now I can, he's a little bit further back. So we've had a bit of a shuffle there on the grid. We're going to go round again. That's good news. Now, what Freddie's done there is absolutely the right thing. So he's maybe just had a bit of a moment on the 2 formation laps, which is understandable in these conditions. What he's done right there is he's not tried to get back into his second place after the formation line. There's a point just coming through sector number 3 where wherever you are, you've got to stay there. You've got to run through those lines. Freddie's had a reprieve now. Now we're on another formation lap. Now he can get himself up to P2 on the grid where we were expecting him to be. So and Lenny Barton as well, the number 47, was slightly out of position, but no matter. They go around for this extra formation lap and get another chance to get. And now Freddie Walker back to the front of the field.
Speaking of Freddie Walker and that front row of the grid, the front row for our micros is an experienced 2 drivers. You've got Freddie Walker, moves KR, and he's clearly his switch in teams is going well for him so far. Sebastian Crawford then is continuing his campaign with Origin Motorsport, obviously seeded driver, highest seeded driver going into this weekend, who's obviously going to be one goal in mind.
Absolutely. So, second run through. There's a quick look into the CCTV room. David Manchester in the foreground there, overlooking around 30 cameras around this 1,200 metre circuit. That's a little bit scrappy again. Yeah, we're going to go around again. Now, drivers have got to get this right next time round. They've had 2 go-arounds. Often we then see race directors maybe having a little bit of word, or race officials being a bit firmer with their directions to the drivers to say, you've got to get it right, we're not going to give you, without jurisdiction, another false start.
I reckon, Andrew, they just want some more time to figure out these track conditions.
Maybe so.
They're going around again and again, but this is their last chance before, like you said.
Yes, they've got to get it right. It's the short and tall of it.
Let's look also at this grid. Obviously, we have a lot of newcomers to the National Championship. Oh, we have a driver
That's
off
the
the
number
circuit.
15 going off the road there. That's Hendrix Fallat, due to go from 20th on the grid. Now, thankfully, Hendrix will be able to get back into line, but it's some goings-on this formation lap.
Absolutely. But let's have a look at some rookies. A rookie who's not such a rookie, Benjamin Slavar.
Yep.
He is new to the Micromax grid. However, he was in Water Swift restricted last year and was 6th seeded in that in the 2025 season. He will be one to look out for in this race. Obviously not particularly familiar with the Rotax Kart, but familiar with this kind of race.
Yeah, Benjamin has been doing a lot of racing in the earlier part of the year out in the Middle East as part of the preparations for his 2026 season. This is looking better. We've got a number 13 followed by a 47 and a 78. That's what we're expecting. Ooh, this is again just needing to be a little bit calmer through this this formation lap. Sebastian Crawford, I love that he's still got the GSF car parts livery. That's a proper livery that we can always pick out on track. Can he take this one from pole position into the tram lines? This is already looking better. Lights are out. We're racing here in Micromax for 12 minutes plus 1 lap down towards a drying turn 1. And round the outside goes Freddie Walker. Oh dear, there's drivers having problems in the second half of the field. Kai Surrey was one of them in the number 17 Sam Pollitt Racing entry. Through the dogleg they go. Freddie Walker leads from Lenny Barton in the number 47 in the red overalls. Towards Senna 1 they go now for this first lap. In the middle of the pack there's Jayan Prakash in the number 44, another red suit and white helmet, very quick in free practice, has stepped across from Honda Cadet, gone with Paul Janes to the Sam Pollitt Racing awning. So particularly if it continues to dry out, we need to keep an eye on Jayan because he's impressed me so far this weekend.
Well, absolutely. He is another face that you spoke to earlier on in the weekend who was looking really good in practice. Obviously one who was good at maintaining the conditions well, but it was a brilliant start then for Freddie Walker around the outside at turn 1. Good for all those 3 drivers who started around the outside. Lenny Barton and Benjamin Slavar also now running in 3rd.
So, end of the first lap, Walker from Barton, Schlivar, Crawford, Farrow. Good start for Albert Farrow. Arlo Gamble up to P6, and there's a change for 4th, just about. Albert Farrow going through. Good level of experience for Albert in this Micromax category going into 2026. It's not his first year. Has joined Sam Pollitt Racing for this season, and so far so good for Farrow up to 4th place. Gamble, as mentioned, up 4 places to 6th. Freddie Baker in 7th. Jensen Kelly, Will Wainwright and Hendrix Fallat all in the top 10. Archie Gupta's had a great start. Oh dear, Lenny Barton's in trouble. Lenny Barton from 2nd place is losing stacks of positions. What happened there? That was through the back chicane. Did he catch a wet patch, just run a little bit wide? He's recovered now. I'm seeing a lot of dry tyres out there. I think the majority of the field with this open state for the race meeting have decided, yep, the track's drying. There's no sign of rain in the skies above us here, just outside of the city of Sunderland. Let's go for dry tyres, but that is the risk. If you get offline, you get on those wet patches, you lose a lot of grip very quickly, Ceol.
Well, exactly that. Like we said, brilliant start for Freddie Walker, but he is now under some pressure from Schlavar. Albert Farrow, brilliant start for him up those positions. Arlo Gamble is a driver who has come up the grid, now running in 4th. But if we look a bit further down, Jensen Kelly had a phenomenal start. He was up there into 7th from, I think that's up 8 positions so far on the grid. Yeah, up 8 positions. That was a great start for the newcomer from over in the UAE. A driver who's done a lot over in the UAE, now based in the UK, here for his first full season in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. But here is the battle for 2nd place.
Yeah, good move down the inside there once again by Albert Farrow. Got the line down the inside and took that place away from Benjamin Schlivar. As I say, no threat of cut-off in this one. Arthur Rhodes has also made good progress. He's up 7 places to 14th. Heath Smith as well. Heath had a good number of years in the Bambino categories. There's a move. Freddie Baker Now, I know I've been making comments recently about fluoro yellow and how I don't like fluoro yellow and it's overused and all the rest of it. Well, I'll always like to make an exception to my rules that probably make no sense at all. Oh dear, as Will Wainwright's just run a little bit wide there. I do like Freddie Baker's use of fluoro yellow and that chrome silver. It's a really snazzy helmet design as there's a change there. Crawford going through Schliver. Now, I'm going to vouch for Benjamin here. Benjamin, quite clearly, is a little bit smaller, and even at this level, having a bit more height and a bit more weight to move around as Baker goes through past Crawford and up another position. There's Arlo Gamble on the move as well. We definitely talk about this at seniors. Taller drivers, they start leaning, they get the Euro lean on, and that's all to get the heat into the tyres and a bit more grip. That will be perhaps just figuring in here for Benjamin Schlivar because he's very tiny. It's so easy to miss him in the paddock. You're looking at head height and you then look down and it's like, oh, there he is. So hopefully the karts will start to sing later on in this session. But right now, Benjamin Schlivar's got to hold in there and believe that he's not going to lose any more positions.
Well, there is Freddie Baker. Fastest lap of the race so far, that car number 92. He's going to be closing in to Albert Farrow, trying to... 7 minutes to go. There's still time for him to close in and fight for that race lead, but he is under pressure from Sebastian Crawford and Arlo Gamble, who's making his way up the grid, so we will be able to see what those three are able to do so far.
Unfortunate news. Don't worry, they'll be in the final, as stated. Rio Pocock is not running in this race. Also, we've lost out there for MLC Motorsport, Rudra Pratap, Singh Shekhawat. So those two drivers, if you're wondering, where have they gone? They're not on the timing and scoring. They did not complete the first lap. 5-second penalty for kart number 72. That's going to be Arlo Gamble, who will lose some positions unless he can get 5 seconds up the road. It's here at the front of the field for the race lead. Albert Farrow goes through.
Brilliant move down at turn one, round the outside or down the inside at Albert Farrow goes for the race lead. Freddie Walker slots right back in behind, but the fastest lap of the race is still set by Freddie Baker, who is right there behind, closing them in. 6 minutes to go with this race. If these two start battling, that is going to bring Freddie Baker straight into contention. We know with these micros that is a big possibility.
Well, we've said it for a good couple of years since Micromax joined the order in 2022, that it just produces great racing. This is so hard to break away in one of these races in Micromax, and even more so as the track continues to dry out and you get less of that natural field spread that you see in wet conditions. Just a little bit of a quick recap of what's happening in the midfield. James Prakash has just taken 11th place away from Jensen Darlow. Arthur Rhodes is having a good run up to 13th. That's a gain of 8, just past Lenny Barton, and Zach Andrew, Ronnie Allen as well, up to 18th place, has just got past Caden Hanley. Your biggest mover at the moment, though, is still Archie Gupta. Archie, she's having a great run from the back of the field, 17 positions gained now, and up into the top 10.
I mean, phenomenal. That is 17 positions, running, like you said, just inside that top 10. That is a brilliant for her. Obviously, her team have managed to get the kart set up perfectly. She's confident in these changing drying conditions. To be fair, the driver in front of her, Hendrix Falat, P8, they've obviously been climbing through that grid together.
They have indeed. Hendrix Falat, who we saw have that little problem on the third of the formation laps, up 12 places so far in this race. 5 minutes to go. Still plenty to be decided in the last of the Rotax Superheats. If you've been waiting for KZ2, don't worry, you've not got long to go, and we've got quite a field of drivers with us here this weekend for the first KZ2 round of their Wera Tools British Kart Championships of 2026. 4.5 minutes to go. What do you think we're going to see in the next few laps here, Ceol?
Well, exactly. It's not over yet, Andrew. Freddie Walker is closing in on your race leader, Albert Farrow. Are we going to see a move in the latter stage of this race? Possibly, which is going to bring Arlo Gamble. Obviously, Arlo Gamble has a penalty. Not sure if he's aware of that yet, but that will promote Benjamin Schlivar as of right now into that third place.
Yes, and Schlivar's just taken that position on track there. The quick flash of green and black on that car. That's a nice livery. That's a like as well. A little bit different to others out there. At the moment, Gamble's 5 seconds would drop the number 72, probably just outside the top 10 right now. As here comes Freddie Baker. Shiny helmet and all down the inside. Takes that position on the road away from Arlo Gamble. Sebastian Crawford now on the scene. Sebastian had some good runs in the heats yesterday, a third in the first one, then a win in the second. That's what gave him the pole position for this super heat. 3 minutes and 30 now remaining. Hendricks fell out a new fastest lap of the race in the number 15. He's working with Arthur Bowers at the moment. Arthur, who had a couple of appearances in these championships towards the back end, has battle for the lead. Through's gone Walker. Freddie Walker's taken the lead back with 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go. That was a bold one through the dogleg, and Albert Farah's got work to do now.
Well, exactly that. Not only that has he got the lead, but he has pulled a gap. I wonder what happened with those two. Freddie Baker's still running down in third, but are we going to see him close in if these two start battling? Still 3 minutes plus a lap to go.
Absolutely, 3 minutes on the clock, and these drivers are continuing to find where the grip is. Down towards dogleg, there's the number 99 of Arthur Bowers with Hendricks fell out. They're working very nicely together at the moment and could be closing in on that battle that we were talking about with Gamble and Crawford and Schlivar and Baker. Further down the order, more changes in the midfield. Kai Suri up to 50th place. That's a good recovery for Kai, because Kai had problems in the early stages of this race. Ronnie Allen through as well into 16th, with Zach Andrew in that battle as well.
Unfortunately, a bit further down the grid then, not a brilliant superheat for Max Armit down there in 20th. Jensen Kelly, unfortunately, a driver who had a brilliant start, now down in 21st. Caden Hanley down in 22nd. Caden Hanley was one to watch coming into this year. Club championships that I've done recently, he has been up there winning. Obviously, that was going to give him confidence coming into this year, but not yet. An unfortunate superheat for him. Drivers we lost then was Tommy Lovejoy, Rudrapatrap Singh Shakawat and Rio Pocock.
So, at the moment, this result would give Freddie Walker pole position in the final. Got a 7-point advantage over Sebastian Crawford at the moment, so as that stands, it doesn't necessarily need to win this race. It's one of those curious things with the scores, Ceol, we're getting you up to speed with, that drivers on a day like this would often say they'd rather start third than second. They'd rather be on that inside line as they run towards turn one. I do think that's one of those situations at the moment with Albert Farah, because he's only 4 points behind Sebastian Crawford. i.e., if he took the race lead, he'd move up onto second in the table and then onto the outside of row number one. Having said that, Micromax is often the category where that kind of thinking perhaps goes out the window. So these two, I think, are just going to race hard for the lead with 60 seconds of this race to go. And I tell you what, Baker's closing in as well. Freddie Baker's got really good pace at the end of this race. 1 minute, 1.122. And here goes down the inside. Farah retakes the race lead. Has he run too wide? No. Good drive off of Gasworks, but Freddie Baker's right there. Purple sector number 1, purple sector number 2. Freddie Baker has had this great start to his 2026 season. 2 laps to go. Freddie Baker could still win this race for RCE.
I mean, brilliant move for the race lead for Albert Farah. Are we going to see Freddie Baker now slot into that second place? Yes, we are. Brilliant. Down the inside at turn 1, wasting no time. 20 seconds plus lap of this race to go. Is Freddie Walker going to get it back?
Well, if there's anything that the Richardson Chassis engineering team learnt last year, it's that don't give up attitude, as they took the championship in the last race of 2025 in the hands of Dean Singh Pahal. He's moved up to Minimax and into Dan Holland Racing, but this team in the bright orange colours have got a brand new group of drivers, and they are here to compete. They are here to win. Albert Farah checks over his shoulder. Freddie Baker's going to try and run it around the outside. Is there going to be a switchback? Oh no, just loses the grip. Yeah, just hit a damp patch there. And that's allowed Walker and Schlivar back through. Baker holding it in there, retakes third place. Time is up. Final lap board is going to be out in a short moment's time. Over the line they go. Farah leads from Walker. Walker's still in the position in terms of the points that would give pole position to him and the number 13 and KR Sport. But I think that all of those thoughts are out the window at the moment. There's simply a race to win between these drivers. Down towards St. John's once again they go. Albert Farah has got a good gap, checks over the shoulder, keeps things nice and calm, gives himself the information that he doesn't need to defend through Senna. Into the new hairpin. Freddie Walker closing all the time. Freddie Baker closing in as well through the back chicane. This is where Albert Farrow is going to need to use his experience. Oh, he catches a little damp patch. That's going to leave him vulnerable into Gasworks. Walk around the outside. Good defense from Farrow. That's a good line from Albert Farrow. If there's going to be something that gives him this win, it was that recovery from that moment out of the back chicane. This is a once again mighty close finish in Micromax to kick off the 2026 final stage. Over the line, Albert Farrow holds on for the superheat victory. Freddie Walker second. Freddie Baker third. You better be with us for the final at 2 o'clock today, because on the basis of that, Ceol, that is going to be a race you don't want to miss.
Absolutely. I mean, there you saw the perfect example of how close those drivers close in on each other. Benjamin Schlavar wasn't quite there, but when in those last stages of the race, 4 minutes to go, they start battling, and he was right on that pack. Up into second, unfortunately, slot back into fourth, but still a brilliant race end for him. There is your winner, Albert Farrow. Freddie Walker, Freddie Baker, Benjamin Schlavar and Sebastian Crawford is your provisional top 5.
Very good stuff indeed. Arlo Gamble comes home P6 ahead of a very good drive from Hendrix Fallat, who was your second biggest mover in that race, up 13 positions. Arthur Bowers, Jane Prakash and Will Wainwright will all feature in the final after their top 10 finishers in that superheat. Biggest mover, 11th for Jensen Darlow, then your biggest mover, up 14 places. Great drive from Arshi Gupta. The rest of the order available for you, of course, on Motorsport Timing UK. But just to read through it just verbally. Arthur Rhodes 13th, Kai Surrey 14th, Ronnie Allen in the top 15, Ray Thowen, Lenny Barton, Elliot Hitch, Jensen Kelly and Zach Andrew all in the top 20. Caden Handley P21 ahead of Max Armit and Heath Smith. 3 retirements in that race. Tommy Lovejoy, Rudra Pratap, Shekawat and Rio Pocock. More from Micromax at 2 o'clock for their final. Let's step away though from the Rotax categories for the time being, because it is time for the pre-final in KZ2. Welcome back to Warden Law. Let's turn things up a notch for 3. Piers Prior rejoins me in the box for the pre-final for KZ2. If you are new to karting and you're new to gearbox karting, sit down. This is going to be a special race. Noah Wolf won here in 2022 in Minimax. He's now one of the internationally renowned KZ drivers. He starts from pole position, but is joined this weekend by another international heavyweight in gearbox karting, Estonia's Markus Kayak for the Rush Performance team. This could well be between these two. However, Charlie Turner has won twice here in recent years at Warden Law in KZ2 and has been very strong this weekend. He starts on the inside of row number 2, and the former champion, the 2024 KZ2 British champion, Josh Price, starts alongside him on row 2. Jess Edgar flies the flag for Britain and the reigning champions. No Ollie Stewart, no Ella Stevens here this year. Jess Edgar starts on the inside of row 3. The ever-experienced Miles Murphy, the ever-present as a seeded driver in every year of the modern era of the British Kart Championships in KZ2. Miles Murphy starts 6th. Ralph Youngling was a bit off colour yesterday, but the Sodis do have a good record round Warden Law. His brother Timo won here last year. He starts on the inside of row number 4. Harry Walsh has impressed as well, starts P8. Ashley Lewis, P9. Ryan Green, we had that great insight from Ryan in the build-up show earlier on. He starts from 10th on the grid. Lee Ward as well had a water pump failure just before qualifying yesterday. Starts this one from grid 11. Darrell Henderson joins the fray as well. Very good run from him at Shennington last year in the Super Prix, finished P12. And Nino Baccoli joins us once again, starts this race 13th on the grid. The dad and lad combo who rejoined karting last year after 24 years out of the sport, is a great character. Great to see these KZ2s on the grid. They've got a super calendar as well for 2026. Here, of course, at Warden Law, Shennington on the weekend of the 15th and the 17th of May. That's not a Wera Tools organised event. That's part of the Shennington Kart Racing Club calendar, but that is a race meeting that for the KZ2s will count towards the British Championship. Myself, I'll be there. Alpha Live will be there as well for our SKRC coverage across the course of 2026. Kimbolton on the weekend of the 10th to the 12th of June. Rowra the weekend of the 24th to 26th of July. A special event at the brand new Silverstone circuit. And of course, that's the big news for 2026. We have an FIA grade gearbox level circuit for the first time here, or one that runs KZs. Here on our list of circuits. There'll be a special event on the 17th to 19th of September, and then the finale for the championship on the weekend of the 8th to the 10th of October. There is a lot to look forward to, Piers Prior, in KZ2 this year. You've experienced driving one of these machines. For the newcomers, what's it like?
Imagine go-karting, but turned up to not 11, 21. It's unbelievable. The gearbox means that you've got a lot more to do. 6 forward gears, nearly 60 horsepower.
Yep.
Not that much heavier. 4-wheel brakes, so you can stop pretty much instantly. And of course, some of the best drivers, not only in the country but in the world as you mentioned, with Kayak. There he is on the inside of row number 1. He got the jump on Noah Wolf from the first race of the weekend. Noah Wolf returned the favour again, but the lights are on and we're about to go racing for the pre-final.
Here we go then, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights. The pre-final in KZ2 is going. Kayak's got a flyer and has beaten Wolf once again to turn 1. We saw this in the heats yesterday. Kayak has got it tuned in off of those standing starts. Noah Wolf, though, on balance, has had the better pace. He's had a couple of tenths in clean air, but he did have a crash this morning as well in the warm-up, so he's going to have that in the back of his mind perhaps. Kayak leads off of centre. Charlie Turner's had a good start as well in that deep red helmet. Has a very good record round here at Warden Law. Multiple round winner over the years in KZ2. Different layout, of course. They don't use the back chicane to the shifters into Gasworks once again. I tell you what, Kayak is gapping Wolf here in the early stages.
Kayak has gone. It's interesting to see that once he gets away at the front of the field, he can put a couple of kart lengths, or actually quite a few. This is exactly what happened in the first heat of the weekend, as we now see Josh Price looking on the back of Charlie Turner. Turner covers it off. There's a battle there for the final place on the podium. Realistically, I can't see either of these two catching Kayak or Wolf. They've been the class of the field this weekend, a couple of tenths head and shoulders above everyone else. But, you know, those two, Price and Turner, have done battle for the British Championship in previous seasons.
You have indeed. Well, for Marcus Kayak, a rich history racing on both sides of the Atlantic. He's been a great individual to have in the paddock this weekend. There's been a buzz with KZ2 this weekend. Why is he here, though, you may ask, if you weren't with us for the build-up show earlier? It's to help rush performance. It's down the inside. Hello, Darrell Henderson, who goes through past Ralph Youngling. Darrell had a bit of a tough start to the weekend. Miles Murphy's out on the wet stuff. He's got to be patient now. And look at Nino Piccoli. Nino Piccoli up to P8. Nino, when he joined the grid last year, he does this for fun, and that's what I love about these drivers, that they are so passionate about their racing. And you know, he was like, oh, I don't want to be lapped. Then it was a case of, well, I've not been lapped today. I want to get within 3 seconds of the race leaders. As there, down the inside, Ashley Lewis takes a position away from Ralph Youngling. There's been a crash. Oh, as Youngling throws it back down the inside. Ashley Lewis finds himself out on the wet stuff. To see Nino as part of the scrap in the top 10, that is absolutely fantastic. The eagle-eyed amongst you will note as well, yes, change of chassis for Miles Murphy. He's on a CRG, was on the Kart Republic all of 2025, gets on the brakes. Of course, the difference with these karts as well, Piers, is that they've got brakes on the front, unlike the Rotax machines.
Yeah, all the Rotax class we've got here this weekend, only brakes on the rear axle. These 4-wheel brakes, and much like a racing car, you can change the brake bias as well, so how much of the braking goes to the front or the rear as Murphy goes up the inside of Youngling into turn 1, getting that place. We've seen a couple of people in this battle already. You go one wheel off of the dry racing line and you're losing seconds and handful of positions. Murphy looks like he's got himself in a rhythm now, but back on the braking, because you've got front wheel brakes as well, you can brake so late, as we see Lewis go at the inside of Piccoli into the new chicane, and Youngling again wide just on the wet part of the circuit. because you have forward brakes, you have to brake in a straight line, but also you can lock up the front tyres, as we saw Murphy do a couple of laps ago, which is something you don't have to worry about really in the classes. As Piccoli completely sideways, fully lit into Gasworks, gets it stopped. I feel like Piccoli's come alive today.
Yeah, this is already the strongest performance that we've seen from Nino Piccoli in this class in the last year. 8 minutes and 18 seconds to go. Here is your battle for the race lead. Marcus Kayak has got a 2/3 of a second lead over Noah Wolf as things stand. But Noah Wolf yesterday was very patient. We watched Heat 1 from trackside. We all stopped what we were doing, preparing for the build-up show, and of course bits that you'll see on Sky Sports F1 in the weeks or so to come, just to watch these guys and see how the story is developing. Noah took his time, didn't he, Piers? He picked his moment. He did a bit of tyre saving, we reckon, as well, to then pounce later on. The trouble is, though, in these conditions, Kayak's got the pace. This is the first time this weekend where I think you could quite honestly say Noah Wolf is not the fastest driver out there on circuit. This is a real test for the O-plate holder.
Yeah, really interested to see how Noah Wolf deals with this, because he's had the upper hand, not by much, but he knows the strength of Kayak. We know, I think they've raced together in Europe a few times together, haven't they? So they know that they're some of the best around, and it's a different kettle of fish for these guys. They're used to racing on wide, open, flowing, fast, FIA grade, European KZ circuits. This is a very different venue here at the Warden Law. It's very much like playing ping pong in a bathroom, I think, round here. You know, everything's a bit cramped. You have to get on with things. Things come at you very quickly, as we heard from Jess Edgar, didn't we, in the build-up show? She said that it's taken her a while to get back up to the mental speed driving KZ, moving from Formula 4, which in theory is faster, but actually the rate of information hitting your brain and the rate of at which you have to operate the machine is leagues above a Formula 4, more than a Formula 3. I mean, I've driven Formula 3 level cars. I've driven a KZ once or twice, and it is literally way faster. Oh, it was a big crash through the kink towards Gasworks 4.
And it's Nino Piccoli.
Oh, Nino,
I think, has been the first victim of the DDMM commentary curse in the British Championships 2026. Was doing so well, but is out of this race. That's the most important news. Nino is okay. He is out of the Kart, just stood there at the outside of Gasworks, but well, that's a real shame for Nino Piccoli. It is still, the best performance I think we can honestly say from Nino the past year and a bit since he came back to the sports after nearly quarter of a century out of it. Better luck, hopefully, when we get to the final.
Yeah, it'll be good to see Nino use this as a real addition to his confidence and sort of forget that small error he's made. But we saw Noah Wolf crashed in exactly the same place in warm-up this morning. Damage on his car, so the Jade team having to go to work, and looks like at this stage of the race, actually, Wolf is starting to turn it on again, so no damage lasting from there. Yellow flags through here, but you can see Kayak here. You can see the damp parts of the circuit just off the racing line. Again, we mentioned it, 1 foot off the racing line, especially through that corner. I mean, they're going through there at 80 miles an hour. And the margins are so fine, but potentially that smooth style, no sliding from Noah Wolf, which is sort of indicative, very trademark style from Noah. Didn't quite have the pace at the start of the race when he needed to get the slick tyres fired up, but at this stage, when the tyres are up to temperature, maybe that's just giving him a bit more. These KZs, they do absolutely abuse those rear tyres. The best drivers in the world are not the ones that can set the fastest lap, but they can do it over a whole race weekend while keeping the rear tyres in check.
Absolutely. Just a quick housekeeping note. This is a standalone race in terms of championship points. Marcus Kayak, as we say, is here primarily for helping the Rush Performance team, help them with some setup knowledge, taking that knowledge that he's got from the European stage and applying it to the UK circuits. It was a really tough 2025 for Rush Performance with this new chassis to them, new chassis to the UK as well. They've already taken a huge step forward from this time last year. But to be clear, Kayak is not eligible for championship points. So if you're looking at the scores and wondering, hang on a minute, why is Wolf being scored as if he's won two stages of the meeting? In terms of the championship points, he is the highest of the full season registrations amongst this field. So at the moment, Wolf would still get 65 championship points. It's the same situation we actually had when Noah came for a one-off round himself at Glannygore last year, a round that Noah won in terms of the race meeting. But again, he was here for a one-off. He was here as part of his preparations for the European Championships. He didn't score championship points, so just to explain that nuance in the rules, it's early in the season. We're not going to talk too much about championship contention. We're going to enjoy these two heavyweights, these two thoroughbreds of karting here in KZ2. Marcus Kayak of Estonia, Noah Wolf of Great Britain. Wolf, who was on the podium at the KZ2 World Cup last year, two Britons alongside Timo Youngling to make the podium in Franciacorta. Marcus Kayak, who's raced at the front of European and world level races. They're here in the British Kart Championships to test themselves, to test each other. 3 minutes of this race to go, Piers Prior, and Noah Wolf is starting to really apply the pressure.
He's turning the screw, purple middle sector, fastest lap of the race on that last lap. Gap, as you can see visually down, was up at 0.8 of a second, now just 0.2. Noah Wolf is now in the stage where he's looking for a weakness. He's not going to make a move straight away, I don't think. He's going to maybe just see out where Marcus is leaving the door open, where he's not quite as quick, where he can get a good exit. Because the thing with the four-wheel brakes in these KZ2 karts is because you brake in a straight line, you brake diagonally to the apex, the gaps are actually slightly smaller and the braking zone's shorter, so you need to be sure that you can get at least halfway alongside before the apex. Otherwise, we can see both of these drivers out of the race, and we've seen them come to blows this weekend already. In the first heat, Wolf had to go past Kayak, and it was into that new hairpin where he did it, a late move just about alongside. Kayak will be wise to that now.
Keep the comments coming in, folks. I'm just going to pick this one out from a good friend of mine from the Club 100 scene, Tim Penny. Hello, Tim. He says, just saying, get the F1 guys to set their qualifying times in KZ2 would be 10 times better. Tim, I could not agree more. I always knew you were a smart man. 1 minute and 45 seconds of this race to go. Kayak still leads. Kayak responding now to the pressure from Wolf. That was the new fastest lap of the race last time around, a 49.120. But we're trading hundredths. This is what we do in karting. Forget tenths. That's a mile in this sport. We're talking about the fine margins round a slippery Warden Law. Just to run further down the order, Charlie Turner, as he has been throughout the course of this weekend, holding a very solid third place just ahead of the 2024 KZ2 champion, Josh Price. These two went to battle. Remember that brilliant final in similarly tricky conditions at Three Sisters at the back end of that 2024 season where Josh Price held out, took the British title. He loves this. You know, this is a guy who's raced in British touring cars. He's been there, he's done it, but he always comes back to KZ2 for moments like this. Charlie Turner holds the middle of the road, wanting to get one over on his rival from a couple of years ago. Out of dogleg once again. This is a properly entertaining scrap, Piers Prior.
And this is a battle, again, early stages, but for the championship as well. I think based on the form of Noah Wolf, they might be thinking, well, either Noah's going to win this, or if something goes wrong with Noah, we're going to be the runner-up, or in the place.
The guys to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, pick up the pieces. So this could be decisive in their championship battle, but we cut back to the front as Kayak is holding that gap at about 0.3 of a second, responding to the mid-race pace of Wolf. And with only, 2 laps remaining now, Wolf is going to have to find something if he's going to take victory in this pre-final.
Is indeed a little quick adjustment there on the radiator cover. Through into the dogleg once again. Marcus Kayak, eyes forward, turned 21 years of age earlier on this week. Towards Senna, a slightly re-profiled Senna corner. I don't think the track changes haven't affected the KZ2s perhaps as much as the Rotax in terms of how they race around here.
No, it looks like because they brake diagonally towards the apex, doesn't make so much of a difference. But you mentioned the adjustment on the radiator last lap by Noah Wolf. These are air-cooled engines, so the radiator to the left-hand side of the drive, as you can see it on the left-hand side of Noah Wolf there. The engine on the right-hand side connected by water pumps. And the water pipes, basically the water gets pumped around the top of the engine to keep it cool. The engines are quite sensitive. They want the water temperature to be exactly, let's say, 55 degrees, for example, or 60 degrees. Any lower than that, and they'll start to lose power. Any higher than that, and they risk a seizure. These engines rev 17,000 RPM. As we mentioned, nearly 60 horsepower from a 125cc engine. So that's 1/10 the size of a family vehicle engine, maybe even less. And they're producing as much power. And with 6 gears, they are pure thoroughbred racing machines. They're on the limit of what these engines can produce, but now I think Noah Wolf is thinking, can I get involved in the final sector of the race?
Oh, he's not got long to go, only a couple of corners for Marcus Kayak to hold on here and win this pre-final at Warden Law. There's no way through there for Wolf. Out of the final corner, rush performance. Marcus Kayak wins for the first time in the British Kart Championships. Takes the pre-final ahead of Noah Wolf. Charlie Turner across the line, P3, ahead of his old rival Josh Price. Looks like it's going to be Jess Edgar coming across the line, P5, and indeed she does. Miles Murphy 6th, Daryl Henderson comes home P7. A thoroughly entertaining race there, Piers. Not the most overtaking in it, but the drivers constantly having to deal with the track evolving underneath them. With some good scraps in the second half of the field as well. Lots to look forward to when we get to the final, and should say as well, I'm really happy it's the last final of the day at 2:30. Don't miss it. You can watch it here live and free on Alpha Live.
Yeah, looking forward to that one. I think the start of the final is going to be crucial, but Noah Wolf will want to undo what Kayak has done this one. They'll be making some changes, and also the track conditions, I imagine, will change between now and then. A lot more rubber going down, and then potentially those bits that are still slightly damp will dry up.
So there's your results, your provisional results of the pre-final for KZ2. Marcus Kayak wins it from Noah Wolf. That lightning start, as I say, Kayak's starts so far this week, ladies and gentlemen, have been absolutely on point. It's going to be a key part of the finals to see if Wolf can respond. Wolf still takes the full championship points, though, as mentioned, because Kayak is not a fully registered driver for the entire season. That could change, though. You know, if Kayak goes, hey, I quite like this championship, I want to run every single round of it, we would be delighted to have him for the entire season. Charlie Turner 3rd, Josh Price, Jess Edgar, Miles Murphy, Daryl Henderson, Ashley Lewis on the top 8. Good drive from Harry Walsh as well. A driver developing their skills in the Jade Racing team. P9 in that one. Ryan Green as well, the sole driver on the DR with the Modena engine as well. P10. Lee Ward was the last of the finishers. P11. Ralph Youngling continues to have a really tricky weekend. I'll be honest, I was expecting a bit more from the Sodis this weekend. You know, that is the package to have on the European stage at the moment, and you know, in the hands of Timo Youngling, they won here last year, but at the moment it's not been the case. We'll start towards the back of the grid, and the final, and Nino Piccoli as well will have it all to do for our 13-strong final at 2:30. That's the end of the super heats and the finals. Don't go anywhere though. The Paddock show, or at least the first part of the Paddock show from yesterday afternoon, it's coming up after this.
What a start from the second half. Heading up into the top section.
Welcome everybody, 2026, a brand new season. Welcome if it's your first time as well to the Wera Tools British Kart Championships Paddock Show. Event 1 here at Warden Law. A great place to start a season. It's the first round of the season for the Rotax categories and also for KZ2. Myself, Andrew Mather, I'm going to be with you for the whole season, all 10 championship events for this year. I'll be joined across the season by various experts. It's Piers Prior with us in the box, but you will have already noticed that we have a new face as part of our Alpha Live broadcast team for 2026. May I introduce to you Ceol Lynch. Ceol, welcome to the team. How have you found it so far?
Thank you very much. I'm thrilled to be joining you with obviously the British Kart Championships and Wera Tools here for the whole 2026 season. It's very exciting. This is my first Paddock show.
And you're a bit of a newcomer to karting. You dabbled a little bit, but mainly your experience has come from the car racing world. So what have you made of karting so far?
Yeah, so obviously former driver myself, I didn't do too much in the karting world, but I've worked and I've done social media management now in the karting world for years. So it's really good. It's great to be in the paddock, full on, learning all the drivers and all the teams and getting to know everyone. It's been really good so far this weekend.
Absolutely. So, a bit of housekeeping. If you're watching us on Friday night, sit back, relax. It's your Friday night entertainment with us here at Warden Law. If you're watching as part of Saturday's broadcast, we're with you for probably the next 23 minutes or so before we go back to those all-important finals to find our first round winners of 2026. We should also mention, of course, the announcement earlier on this week that there will be a new highlights programme produced by Alpha Live that will be on Sky Sports F1 after the events. Really excited about that. Great for karting as a sport to get coverage at a level that I don't think the sport has had for maybe a quarter of a century.
I think
because
it's
that's
been
what
about
we want to do.
25 years.
Yeah, and showing to a new audience that this is a sport within itself. It's an exciting sport. I've been saying it, and many other people have been saying it for a long time. This is probably the purest form of motorsport that you can find. And once again here this weekend, expecting a lot of close racing.
I mean, absolutely. And just like that, Sky is going to see how intense it is, how close it is, and obviously how exciting it is. But starting here at Warden Law for round 1, so it's all very exciting. We are heading towards the KZ paddock right now.
We are, but I think we're going to have a pop into more racing as our first port of call for the first paddock show of 2026. We've done a lot of interviews as well, so if you're watching on Friday, do tune in with us. We've got a new build-up show that will kick off the coverage on Saturday. Here with the More Racing awning, some changes in the More Racing awning. The number 3 of Miles Murphy now on a CRG, so this is an interesting development that we're keeping a track of across the course of the season. Josh Price still on the Kart Republic. I did see Josh. Did he just run away? No, he's still tucked in the back there. So we'll have a chat with Josh if that's okay. Josh, former KZ2 champion. Very quick round this place. Josh, you're a first victim for 2026. How's things going so far?
Yeah, it's been a hard couple of days really so far, but you never really know until you do qualifying, which we haven't done yet. So we'll see in a bit, but it's quite a lot of racing for us this year. So there's enough time to get it sorted. If not.
For the benefit of those who haven't been with us so far, we've got changes here at Warden Law, haven't we? Particularly that middle section, wider, new tarmac, gasworks entry is different as well. How's that been affecting the KZ2s?
I don't think it's affecting, the track's obviously a lot different for us to drive, and the gear, and I think the racing will be very similar for us, just because of the way the track is and the speed for us and the gears we go down. But we'll see, until we go racing, which we haven't done yet. Hopefully it's a little bit easier to overtake, which it does look a bit wider in sections. So hopefully it makes some good racing.
And the news as well of the new coverage that the sport's getting. You're obviously an individual who's raced at a very high level in cars. You've come into karting once again though because of the thrill of KZ2. How pleasing is it for particularly KZ2? We love it, and hopefully there's going to be a new audience loving it as well.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be good for the sport. It'd be good to get hopefully it gets the numbers up as well for the KZ2 to stop, some of the younger drivers going in cars perhaps too early. It'd be nice to see some of the younger guys coming through to KZ, and hopefully the Sky Sports package sort of helps that.
Absolutely, hope so. Josh, thanks for talking to us.
guys, and we'll catch up with you later on in the weekend. I do believe, as we mentioned, Miles Murphy and his new number 3 kart, and in the proud colours of the orange and black of CRG. As I say, this is very much in development. Is an already developed chassis, but getting it used to UK circuits. Want to have a chat with Miles? Miles has always got something to say, Ceol.
Well, exactly. I've collared him, said we have no choice today. But I'm here with Miles Murphy, a returning KZ driver. Obviously, we've just been speaking. You've been in KZ as long as this team has been in KZ. How's it been for you so far?
Stressful, taking years off my life now. So it's always fun getting on track. So yeah, I was genuinely retired until like 3 weeks ago, and then that got postponed. Apparently fishing and golf is a bit crap, so I came back.
Obviously, you were 3rd last year. You're seeded going into this year. I'm guessing you're going to go for that title this year then?
It's always the aim, but at the end of the day, this is quite a new project, so you think we have to be a bit realistic where we are. Like before this weekend, we ran at fullback. It was the first proper time we went in the dry. We did quite well there, but there's always going to be some growing pains. We are going through them now. Like, I don't expect us to be on the podium this weekend, for example, but if we can get close and keep improving, see where we are at the end of the year.
And obviously, Warden Law, it can be a challenging track, especially for the KZ with so much power. How are you finding it? We've got a new tarmac out there. We had a wet track yesterday. How's it been?
Well, so I've been on pole here before, so I've quite liked it. But now I think genuinely the last corner they have ruined the track. I think the last corner is absolutely awful what they've done with it now. I might say differently if I was near the front, but I think it killed the flow of it from last year. They definitely improved the other 2 hairpins, I say, but I think for direct drive, the last corner's better. For KZ, it's worse, but you can't please everybody at the end of the day. It's still a fun track. It's a physical track. It's always one where they start the year here, you see who's fit and who's not, which is quite interesting. So the finals might be, you see some heads fall off. Have a good view and you never know.
Well, hopefully it gives you a better impression today in qualifying. And let's talk a bit about your job, because for those of you who maybe don't know, you do helmet designs all around the motorsport industry. Tell us a bit about who you've done them for so far.
So yeah, I like to put it down as I literally colour in pictures for a living, is the way I call it, and do websites. So yeah, I've been doing George's helmet since 2013. I did Lando's from 2014 until 2024. We still do his kart and stuff like that. So we do Alex, Kimmy, Fernando, Esteban, Oscar. Who the heck else do I do? Franco, Fernando. We did do Jack last year. At one point we had nearly half the grid. It's quite a lot. It's one of those where the winter's always quite intense, especially they change sponsors more times than you change your underpants, so it gets quite intense. As the year goes on, it quietens down a bit, because you still have to try and fit in all the karters in there, because obviously when I first started out, the Georges and that, they were in karting and they stayed with me the whole time, so it's quite important to not neglect them. It just means sometimes you are doing like 12, 14 hour days. It can be a bit intense on the computer, but I try and manage it the best I can and go from there, really.
And then finally, let's come back to a bit this weekend in the KZ. Is there any drivers who have moved into the KZ this weekend that you have your eye on?
I mean, obviously got Noah and Marcus, who are like top-level European drivers. They're going to be at the front. They're always the benchmark. You try and see basically how close we can get to. We got Josh in my team, British champion the year before. He knows exactly what he's doing around here. And then you got the likes. You got like Daryl Henderson's come in. He's been very, very quick on the Intrepid. I think it's his first year doing it now. And it's like, say, Ralph's improved a lot from last year in the Sodi. Take after his brother basically. So he's been good. It's quite close. If you look at the times, there's like say the 2 European lot, then Josh. And there's like a big gaggle of us for like 4th there. So it's quite close. I know we've only got 13 on the grid. Hopefully that will improve, but it'll be quite close.
Well, thank you, Miles, and good luck for the rest of the weekend. Thank you very much. That is the face that you might not know, but who is behind a lot of the, like we said, a lot of the designs that we see, the helmet designs throughout the paddocks too. We had a long list, obviously. That is the designer. As we know, like lots of these drivers work within the paddock, whether it's coaching, mechanicking, and that we might not know behind the scenes. So.
Right, we'll rattle through bear with us, folks. We've talked to some Ultimate R drivers already. We're gonna skip over them for now, but just to note, Matty Hingley looking very good so far this weekend. I want to go down to Craft Motorsports, the Scottish-based team that's just going to be on our right here. They've not got Lewis Gilbert anymore. Should mention that there's a few drivers who are not racing this year. They've moved into other areas of motorsport. We wish them the best. Lewis Gilbert is one of those.
those. Jacob Ashcroft is another. Lewis Goff. There's some drivers as well. Should mention as well, Kai Hunter. His is here this weekend. He's going to be more looking at the coaching side of things and focusing on the big events like your Kart Masters and all of that. We're going to have a very quick chat with Zaki Hussain. Zaki, I think, are you just heading out for your next session?
Yeah.
How's things going so far this weekend?
They've been all right, to be fair. Not been the quickest so far, but hopefully it'll be all right.
Warden Law is a circuit. What do you make of it?
It's a good circuit. Last time I came here was like 3 years ago, so it's all right, to be fair. Still learning a new track, but...
Good stuff. We'll let you get on with your next moments. Yeah, not too many karts in here. Should notice as well Daniel Hakkinen here. His father, Mikko, of course, with it this weekend. He's running away from the zone, which is understandable. Anyway, it's about the drivers here in the British Kart Championships, but once again, an international flavour into these British Kart Championships. We're going to head down through past some of the other teams. Max Armit, we had a chat to on one of our interviews, the big raft of interviews, S-plate holder. You had a chat with him, Ceol.
He gave us a really good insight on being a privateer, obviously, in such a big championship. Can be challenging at times for those drivers. Obviously, he's in a younger class, he's down in micro, battling with teams like DHR that we are walking past here at the front. It can be an extra challenge for those drivers, but he's been doing really well so far this weekend, and he has expressed that he's eager to be battling with those teams at the front. So, but you'll see our interview with him and the insight on being a driver as a privateer, because it can be done in this championship.
It can indeed, across the variety of classes. Just going to have a very quick chat with James Roots, if that's okay. Dan Holland have got some new recruits. James is one of them. Will the Roots be on fire for 2026?
Yeah, I hope so.
How's practice gone for you?
Pretty good. Been fastest pretty much overall. Been some tough competition, and hope I can continue into the race.
And how are you finding things in DHR? You did some great things with other teams in the past, but this is the team that have won so many championships in the different Rotax classes over the years. It's a big step, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a massive step. If there was any team I probably wouldn't be here.
Good stuff. James, we'll let you get back to work. Ceol, who have you found?
Well, I've just collared Matty on his way down the paddock. Talk to us. Obviously, we spoke to you yesterday, which our paddock will be seeing, but how's your day gone so far?
Yeah, pretty good. Fastest in the practice. So, yeah, looking good for quali.
And obviously we spoke yesterday about the track changes. Have you been familiar with these changes before?
We did one test day, which was kind of half dry, half wet. So obviously I did a lot on the old track, but yeah, it was a bit different with the new tarmac and stuff like that. So yeah, I've done a day, but nothing really before that.
And we saw a wet circuit yesterday with the new tarmac. How did all you seniors hold up out there?
It was weird, really. It was a bit different to how you'd normally drive in the wet, obviously, because it's the new tarmac. It was kind of like a dry line, so it was just weird how to gauge how hard you go into the corner, or do you bring it back a little bit. But no, I liked it. It was good.
Well, thank you, Matty, and good luck for the rest of your weekend. We'll let you get on.
Let's continue down, because for this first part of the show, I think we've only got about 12 minutes to go. A couple of other things to note in DHR world. Dean Singh Pahal, if you were with us for the last event of the Rotax calendar 2025, that dramatic finale in the Micromax Championship where Dean took it by 1 point on the last lap. Great work with the Richardson chassis engineering crew, who we'll talk to in the second half of our Paddock show up at the top end. Dean's moved in to the Dan Holland Racing family. You had a little chat with Dean yesterday. I'm really excited to see how our reigning Micromax champion does in Minimax for 2026.
Absolutely, and obviously we spoke to him about his transition yesterday into DHR. He said he's obviously not forgetting his roots, but he is thrilled to be working with a team like DHR. Obviously moving up, stepping up to a team like them. He's loving it so far. He's a fan of the new sticker kit also that they've got going on this year.
Absolutely. Strawberry looking strong as well. In seniors, they've got a returning Cian Geraghty in their midst. Another new signing to talk about, Kai Clark has switched into Strawberry Racing in the junior categories. Actually comes into this season as the highest ranked junior in the class for another year. Of course, the likes of Jacob Ashcroft, your reigning champion. He's moved into, he's having a go with Janettas this year. Actually had a very good announcement yesterday, so big well done to the whole Ashcroft family. Albie Lapper, we should mention as well, had that very good run in Junior Rotax last year. He's one of the ones who stepped up into the senior category for 2026. Has looked very good so far. I often say, Ceol, for the initiation into karting, the junior to senior stuff is all up in the head. It's the mind games, it's the racecraft, it's the decision making. Albie Lapper looks like he's taken to that pretty quickly.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we are familiar with his results so far this year. They have been speaking to him. We haven't spoken to him just yet this year.
Not yet, but there's plenty of time to go. Sam Pollitt Racing, we've been in a few times with the interviews that we've pre-recorded earlier on in the weekend. Notes for them, Chloe McGill has had a good season so far. She's moved up to Minimax. Just briefly saw her there. J.M. Prakash as well could be a real story this year. Now, if you've watched the British Kart Championships for a good few years, you'll be familiar with J.M. in the Ambition Motorsport team in Honda Cadet. He and Paul Janes, Paul's gone with him. They're now with Sam Pollitt Racing for a go at Micromax and have properly hit the ground running. It's a good new group of drivers in Micromax as well. I think it was about 25 drivers up on what we had this time last year. Really good to see. Jane could be one to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got, like you said, loads of returning micro drivers. We spoke to some micro drivers yesterday who were keen to speak to us, which you'll be getting introduced to. Let's have a quick look inside the awning. Is there anyone going to chat?
Yes, we're going to have a chat with Oscar Kenny. Oscar, step on out. Home team, Hunter Motorsport for this weekend. Fresh to the team as well. How's prep gone for you so far?
It's going well.
And coming into the new season as well, you've been racing up through the levels. What's the target? What's the aim at the start of this year?
Hopefully just to get some wins in the bag and then keep the momentum going through the year.
And Rotax, it's competitive as ever. Who do you think is going to be your top opposition this year?
Well, maybe DHR and KR. I think they've got a good chance.
Absolutely, but as I say, this is a good chance for you. This team know this track very, very well, of course. Have you got any secrets up your sleeve for this weekend?
No, not really. It's just make sure we stay in the fight and be there to win it.
Absolutely, Oscar. Thanks for talking to us. We'll let you get back to work. As I say, we're filming this first part at a bit of a different time of day to what we normally do, with the changes in broadcast format this year. So what you're seeing behind us here is drivers getting ready for the timed qualifying practice. Just to go over things in terms of format, it's still 2 heats, then a super heat, and then a final for everybody. There is a cut-off of top 36 now for those. We'll take a little cut to the left here.
But should we talk about the change this year for
qualifying? So for some of the classes, the 3-lap average for this weekend is no longer. Still an option within the regulations, so I think there's a little bit of trialling of what's going on there. But I think for some people, they will really like this, that qualifying back to simply fastest lap sets those grids for the heats.
Well, definitely, because that's been a bit of a controversial topic so far. Some drivers, it's a 50-50 split, really, between who prefers that 3-lap average or who likes the fastest lap. So that will be tested this weekend here at Warden Law.
Just a quick note, we spoke to him earlier, he's shaking his head. Don't worry, Marcus.
It's a birthday
KZ2, I'm always excited for KZ2, particularly this weekend, though. We're joined by Marcus Kayak, who, if you know your KZ racing, you know who Marcus is. Expecting some fireworks from the birthday boy, 21 years of age. As I say, we won't embarrass him again because we've already spoken to him on a little interview, but one of the top KZ racers in the world. Raced in many an international championship as well. We're going to go to the left and have a go towards Thule, because I don't think we've spoken to them too much this weekend. But also to mention Noah Wolf. Now, Noah Wolf, a very familiar name to British karting followers over the last few years. So you've got 2 drivers there who've both been right on the sharp end of things in KZ podiums in recent years on the international stage, and they're coming to race in the British Kart Championships to test their mettle. Marcus is also here to help the Formula K, the IPK Racing Team UK team, develop a bit. It's maybe a bit of a struggle for them last year developing that chassis. I am really looking forward to not just those 2, but other contenders as well. I can't call who's going to win KZ2 on Saturday.
No, absolutely. I mean, you've got so many championship returners that we spoke to yesterday, which you'll see loads of the interviews. You've got Jess Edgar going in for another year.
Yep.
You've got lots of drivers there who can really take it away. You've got some returners who are obviously conscious conscious of the fact that, like that, Marcus and Noah Wolf have joined. Noah Wolf, we did see you do a lap with us. He spoke on a lap with you, didn't he? Which you'll see later on today. So you'll really be able to see the sheer speed that these KZs are holding. We are in the way. Let's let these drivers through.
Yeah, this is another bit of news for Thule that they've signed Tom Reed. Tom Reed had that brilliant end to the season in 2025, that very strong result at the grand finals. This is an interesting one for me, that Tom Reed has made that move. As I say, he was with Strawberry through his time in the minis, did very well, was regularly up towards the front. So
another driver who we can see in there, Riley Blakemore.
Yeah, and Riley Blakemore as well. Riley Blakemore, another signing for Thule in 2026. Well, probably the most dramatic way. We talked about Dean Pahal's dramatic championship win, but Riley Blakemore's in Honda Cadet last year, where he'd wasn't so much in the fight, then was in the fight with things that happened to other drivers, then he lost it again, then it came back to him in a quite dramatic circumstance. We'll actually go in. I want to see if we can have a little chat with Tom Reed, if we can, ask him about the move into the new team. In fact, Ceol, do you want to take this one? You take this one.
Yeah, go on. I spoke to you yesterday, didn't I? Yeah. How's your day? How's your weekend gone so far?
Quali was quite good. I was top 3 most of the session, but on the last lap I fell down to P9.
And obviously you've signed to Thule this year. How's it going with your new team?
It's great. I'm really fast, and yeah.
Are you enjoying Warden Law this weekend?
Yeah, it's a very physical track and it's very hard.
It is, and obviously there was a wet track out there yesterday, which can be challenging. Is this a track that you're maybe familiar with?
Yeah, last year I came 4th in second in Minimax, and yeah, I'm quite fast around it.
And obviously you had success recently in Mini off the back end of last year. Do you want to tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, at the grand finals I won. It was a great experience.
Well, thank you very much, Tom. There you go, a bit of the inside scoop from Tom. We did speak to him briefly yesterday, but we thought we'd get a more in-depth chat right now.
As I say, when you've got a racing record as strong as Tom Reed, it's always worth having a chat with our Rotax Grand Finals winner in Minimax in 2025. And to say that as well, he came through a very strong group in Minimax last year. I'm excited for Minimax this year as well, particularly with the driver that we'll have another little chat to in a moment. But yeah, good to see that Tom's in good form. I think we'll have a chat with Riley Blakemore, if that's okay. We'll have Riley come on over. As I say, another champion from 2025 on the move from Honda Cadet, now into Minimax, Riley, and into Thule Motorsport. We had a little chat yesterday about how you're feeling about that, but for the benefit of those on the Paddock show, how's the practice gone for you so far since we last spoke?
Practice has been all right, very hard. And quali, I sorted some things out that I was struggling with. I could have been up there, but I ruined a bit of sectors 3. That's right.
The second half of your 2025 season was where you really got going. The start of the season was a little bit tough. The way Honda Cadet finished for you, winning that championship, does that actually give you a lot of belief that even if it's a bit of a tough start, not saying that it's going to be, but if it's a tough start this year as well, that it's a long year and that you can race back through?
No, it will be a tough start, but I think I'll have at least be up there, hopefully, this year.
Who do you want to thank for getting you to this level? Because it's good to see you taking the step up.
I'd like to thank all my sponsors. I'd like to thank My Digital.
Say, read them down the side of your suit to remind yourself.
I'd also like to thank... I got quite
all of those people there. We give thanks to all of them. Riley, good to speak to you. We'll see you out there later on in the...
The heats are done. The super heats are done. All that's left is the final. First up, Minimax. We're on the first grid for the final for the first race here at the first event of the season, Minimax 950. We've already had racing today. We had tricky conditions earlier. As you can see, the circuit has dried out. And let's grab a quick word with our pole sitter, Joshua Cook. Joshua, we've seen that you've been the strongest through the heats and the superheat. That's put you on pole position for the final. Very different conditions to earlier, though. How do you think this is going to play out for you?
Yeah, I'm off pole, and it's a lot different from the superheat, but it's similar to yesterday, so hopefully we can still keep going fast and hopefully turn this pole into a win.
Do you think that the dry conditions will suit you in this one?
Yeah, I think I can manage to, well, beat everyone else and win, so yeah.
Joshua Cook for KR Sport going off pole position. He won the final heat yesterday. That was in the dry conditions, so he'll be trying to replicate exactly that. On the outside of the front row, his direct rival will be James Roots for DHR. Rival teams, rival drivers. James, we've just spoken to Josh Cook. He reckons that the dry conditions will suit him. Do you reckon you can have him, though, in the dry conditions?
Yeah, for sure. I'll give it a go.
What's your outlook in this race? What's your plan of attack?
Just go wait and see.
We've just got to wait and see, giving nothing away from the outside of the front row. Remember, a reminder, this is Minimax, so drivers 10 to 13 years old. Austin Oman from the inside of row 2 is the top 3 drivers, 3 different teams. Austin, you're looking at the back of our pole sitter. We've seen you run at the front all weekend. What's your plan in this race?
Just try, get out in front and try and win the race.
Well, there we go. That's our top 3 in Minimax. First final of the day. The whistle's blown. It's time to go racing.
Time to go racing in a final for the first time in the 2026 Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. We mentioned it earlier during the Superheats. Looking at the list of drivers who have won this race, a British Kart Championships round at Warden Law in Minimax in the last 5 years is a mighty list. I'm just going to run through it again. Emerson McCandy-Uren last year, Albie Friend the year before that, Jacob Ashcroft, Noah Wolf and Ethan Jeff Hall. The number of championships in that one. Who is going to join that list? Is this going to be a sign of things to come? Who's going to be the next one to impress? Here is your grid for the final. Joshua Cook starts on pole position. James Roots alongside on the front row. Austin Oman, great round here, starts on the inside of row number 2. Ryan Townsend starts 4th. Otis Cleary and Eddie Duncan, they go from row number 3. It's then Oscar Kenny and Charlie Page on his Minimax British Championships debut, starting on row 4. Jackson Hilton and Lewis Herbertson, another 2 new names to this level, start on row 5. Jack Fulbrook-Harmer and Ryder Xiong of Australia go from row 6. Soren Gallagher, Alfie Phillipson there on row 7. Ralph Martin could fight his way through from row 8. He's joined by RCE's Ethan Lloyd. Dean Singh Pahal on a debut as well in Minimax. Last year's Micromax champion starts on row 9. It's joined by another Micromax front runner from a few years ago, Sebastian Behrman. That's row 9. Row 10 for your final grid. Chloe McGill and Dimi Uzanov. Teddy Murphy and Akila Nane go from 11. Roger Gokulnath starts on row 12 alongside Arthur Farrow. It's the biggest grid that these drivers have been on so far this weekend. Row number 13 for this one. Logan Rolfe and Buddy Hugo. James Devereaux and Hugo McCluskey go from 14. Riley Blakemore's made the final. That was the aim at the start of the weekend, and starts on row 15 alongside Shinapad Vejabhuti of Thailand. Row 16, Maximilian Abrahart has made it, has had trouble, but good race pace so far this week. Starts alongside Hamish Gordon. Arthur Roberts and Maria Roberto go from row 17. The 36-strong field, up from 34 last year, is completed by Harris Barber and James Carver. Here we go then. Longest race of the weekend for our Minimax drivers. If you were with us in 2025, you already know that this class were the show stealers time and time and time again last year. This is a newer group of drivers, but I think we're still going to have that same energy, that same excitement in 2026. Are you ready? We're ready. Minimax 950 final for the first time this year in the British Championships is not go yet. It's a false start. Ceol Lynch here at Warden Law.
Well,
you
that was
just
to be expected
know.
after this morning, wasn't it? But they will go around once more.
Okay, so a bit more time for the drivers. If you weren't with us earlier, they started the day, the Minimax drivers. They raced in very wet conditions. Now, they've had plenty of time in the dry conditions across the course of the weekend, but still the track in places is damp. The worry I have for the drivers at the moment is off the main racing line. It's a far greener circuit than it was, yesterday for the heats.
Well, absolutely, you're right. And this is a final now. Drivers are not going to be playing it safe. They are not going to be holding back. So you are to expect about three into corners at times. That is where it's going to get a little bit difficult for the drivers that might be, see there, you can see it along the outside going around the last few corners. But this is where you might find the challenge for certain drivers. If they find themselves on the outside heavily into a puddle of water, hopefully that isn't where you want to end up, because that is how you then reach the grass or the barriers. But
here we go. Here we go then. Take two for Minimax 950. Joshua Cook for KR Sport starts on pole position. James Roots looking for Dan Holland Racing to get their season underway. Into the tram lines. Eyes on those lights. The round one British Kart Championships final for Minimax 950 is underway. Roots will lead into turn one, and round the outside goes James Roots. What a start from James Roots. Straight away we're going to bring out the phrase, the Roots, the Roots, the Roots are on fire. Joshua Cook into second place straight away. There's a little bit of a melee in the back of the field. Chloe McGill is involved, has fallen to the back of the field, and a change for the lead. Through goes Joshua Cook, retakes first position through Senna. It's been a good start as well for Austin Oman. Immediately though, slow procedure. The race is neutralised, the race is not stopped, the time will carry on. There has been an incident out there on circuit that the officials have needed to take care of, and now red flag. Red flag is out. The race now is stopped. The incident is involving the 1-2-5 of Rudra Gokulnath. So that start is now consigned to, well, not even the history books. This will lead to a full race restart, Ceol Lynch. But, well, there's going to be things to think about for Joshua Cook after this pause, because James Root, from second on the grid, absolutely did him there around the outside.
well, do you know what? Obviously, this is not a good position. We hope that driver is okay and well, but we'll obviously keep you updated. Joshua Cook now is going to get a second chance to improve that start, which he will be thinking about that. James Roots, brilliant start. That is going to be confidence heading into this final. Brilliant. He straight round the outside, and Osnoman followed him straight through into that third position then. Rhiann Townsend, not a bad start. Otis Cleary and Eddie Duncan then on that third row of the grid.
So if you're just joining us, we're under red flag conditions for the Minimax final. It was on lap 1, so this will be a full race restart. Dan Ashton there, race director for this weekend for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. The teams here at Warden Law will be going through the standard procedures to allow paramount the safety of the drivers, and all being well, we will get this race underway for a second go and a full restart in the not too distant future. A bit of information if you are joining us for the finals, if you weren't with us for the Super Heats earlier on today. Order of events is this. So Senior Rotax will be the second final after this, due to go at 1 o'clock. Junior Rotax will be at 1:30, all being well. Micromax UK, the last of the Rotax categories, will be at 2 o'clock. And then KZ2 will be at 2:30. Of course, timetables are subject to change, but all being well, but that will be the order in which we will run things today. So everything is reset. As I say, there were a few drivers involved in events on that first lap. The mechanics will be allowed in a moment to well, already to have a little chat with their drivers. We've seen before, I remember back to Kart Masters last year, and when you have a disrupted first start and a red flag period, and then perhaps some repairs that need to be done to the karts. This is now the point of the day, Ceol, where the mechanics really earn their money. What do you think will be going through their minds at this moment?
Well, absolutely. The drivers, this is now where the tension builds.
Yes.
They had the start, they had the adrenaline, they got through that first few corners, and now that's all going to start again.
Yeah.
Like we were saying earlier, opens up a good opportunity for Joshua Cook. However, James Roots, he's going to be going into this with confidence, which is going to help him. He knows he can fly straight around that outside. Austin O'Man got a brilliant start. He'll be hoping for the same again, and as did Ryan Townsend on that second row of the grid. But drivers will now be liaising with their mechanics. Mechanics going to give them a bit of a pep talk as they all wait to go out again.
Let's head down onto the pre-grid. Piers Prior, what do you have?
Yeah, of course we saw the unfortunate incident there. It was the 125 of Gokul Nath that actually had a rollover, but he walked away from the incident. Glad to hear that. Also, Riley Blakemore was the other driver involved in that, the 168. He's actually crawling his way back to the back of the grid. He'll be trying to get his kart in a position where he can go racing again, but not sure if that kart's in a position where it'll allow him to race. But full race restart now, so basically the driver's having to reset once again. I'll jump in and get a word with our drivers at the front of the field to see if that first start has given them any information that they can use to go forward. And I'll start with our pole sitter once again, Joshua Cook. Joshua, we spoke to you just a few minutes ago for the first start. Full reset now. Have you learned anything from how the drivers around you approached that start?
Yeah, I had a big slide through the first corner, so maybe just going a bit slower. But yeah, apart from that, it was all good. So just go again.
Any information you've taken from the circuit? You've only done a couple of laps in the dry now. How's the kart feeling?
Yeah, the kart feels good. Yeah, I don't think we should make any changes, even if we could.
Okay, that's a good position. Race director Dan Ashton is getting everything sorted to go racing again. Was hoping to grab a word with him, but he's actually just in the middle of getting everything ready to go again. We've seen an aggressive start from you already. I assume you're going to go for the same again?
Don't really know yet.
You don't know, of course, keeping your cards close to your chest. How is the circuit? Completely dry out there, or still a couple of damp patches?
There's some damp patches.
What's the wettest part of the circuit at the moment?
Just before the double left.
Just before the double left. So that's our outside of the front row there. Reminder, this will be a full race restart, so James Roots will go on the outside of the front row. We've spoken to Austin Oman already, so I'll grab a word, if it's okay, with a driver in fourth place. The number 120 of Rayan Townsend. Rayan, we've had one go at the start. Unfortunately, we've stopped early. We're going again. What's your plan for this start the second time around?
Just have a bit of a better start. Got put down to P6, and yeah.
What happened at the start that meant you dropped back? We've seen it's very, very close and tight going into turn one every race, isn't it?
Yeah, on the outside it was just a bit tricky to slot in, and a couple got past on the inside.
Yeah, is that going to be your plan to try and cut into the inside?
Yeah, hopefully.
Amazing. Rayan Townsend, a new rookie driver to the British Kart Championships. You'll see on the live timing he runs a different colour, the number 120, and then another Dan Holland racing kart, the 122 Otis Cleary. Otis, you were right up the front in the superheat earlier on, couldn't quite get the overall win. These dry conditions, are they helping you?
Yeah, I feel confident. It's been a tough weekend, but we're just building up, and I think I can win this one.
You think you can win this one? You've got a lot of competition around you. What do you think is going to be the key to winning this race?
Less mistakes and just making the moves, defending when I need to.
Absolutely, that's a tactical race in this one. Of course, these drivers race so close together. In qualifying, the top couple were only separated by a couple of tenths of a second. The top 31 drivers of this massive 36 grid were covered by 1 second. That's about as close as you can possibly get. The 114 on the inside or the outside of row number 4 is Charlie Page. Charlie, you've got one of the most striking liveries on circuit, matching helmet, but does that help you go faster?
Yeah.
What are you thinking about ahead of this race right now? You've got a few karts to make your way through to get to the podium.
Yeah, just make my way through the grid and try and get first.
What's the circuit like out there for you? We know slick tyres now, we have wet tyres earlier on.
Yeah, it's good. I like the track.
And what do you think to the track changes? We know that since we were here last year, there's a few changes on the circuit. Does that make a difference to the racing?
No, not really. It's just a bit wider and the curbs are bigger, really.
To stay away from those big curves. Yeah, we've heard a lot from the drivers that they've had those big curves that are a lot less forgiving than we've seen in previous years. Moving down the grid now, we've got the 1-5-3 there of Lewis Herbertson, Jackson Hilton alongside him in the 1-2-7, and we just move away. We're in the middle of the top 10 now towards the back of the grid. I can hear in the back of shot that we are just a few moments away, so I'm going to hand back to our commentators Andrew Mather and Ceol Lynch, getting us ready for the second go at this Minimax 950 final.
Thank you very much, Piers. Great work down there to catch the thoughts of the drivers. It's one of the things I love about motorsport. What other sport, under those circumstances, would you have? And remember, folks, these are drivers aged 10, 11 and 12 years of age. They've just had that. The race has been stopped. You've got to go through all of that again. You don't get that in football. If you've got at half time, you have a microphone shoved in the face of the footballers. It's remarkable, isn't it, Kate?
I mean, exactly. We get to hear the raw emotion. Obviously, Josh Cook, we were kind of considering what his stance was on the start. He did say he had a bit of a difficult start with James Roots flying around the outside there. We have kind of seen that during the entire weekend. That outside line is obviously the easier place to start.
Yeah, I'll be honest, it's not been a good place to start from so far today, pole position. I'm racking my brain. I don't think we've had a pole position holder actually go through to win a race. The other bit that interests me as well, we saw it with Noah Wolf in the KZ2s, that he decided to start on driver's left. We'll come back to that. That's the 168 of Riley Blakemore. Oh dear, I don't think that kart is going to be running. So in this scenario, the kart can go into what's called the repair area to be repaired and then rejoin at the back of the field. If you were with us at Kart Masters last year, you'll no doubt remember that unbelievable job that Fusion Motorsport did to get not one but two karts back into to a big race. Sadly, I don't think that's going to be, and that was a heroic effort, I don't think that's going to be the case for Riley Blakemore today for Thule Motorsport, which is a real shame. We've spoken to Riley a couple of times this weekend, Ceol. He's done a brilliant job because we should not underestimate, I often say this with the interclasses, that we're a national championship, but it races like a European. And for Riley to step from Honda Cadet, build from that championship win last year in those unbelievable circumstances that finished the season for them at Wilton Mill, and make the grid and be in that top 30, that is a really good start for Riley. He would have been so looking forward to having a bit of a, what I call a hack from the back. I know it's not going to happen. He'll have to wait, but as I say, we talked to him earlier. He said he reckoned it would be a hard start to the season. I don't think he reckoned it was going to be that kind of start to a final season, but he'll be back for PFI.
Well, that's unfortunate for him, isn't it? Because when we had spoke to him, his goal was to make the final. He was saying how he's loving his transition into the Minimax, but it's obviously been a challenge. And obviously that was a driver that wanted to make the final, made the final, and unfortunately won't be out this race.
Grid has been cleared, so we are not too far away from the restart. If you're just joining us, if you were expecting to be midway through a Minimax final, we had a red flag on lap 1. This is a full and complete restart of the race. That first start in the history books never happened. Let's very quickly take you through the grid again. We'll just do this verbally. Joshua Cook starts on pole position, James Roots alongside on the front row. Austin Owen and Ryan Townsend on row 2, Otis Cleary and Eddie Duncan row 3. Oscar Kenny, Charlie Page there on row 4. Jackson Hilton and Lewis Herbertson complete the top 10. Row 6, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer and Ryder Xiong. Row 7, Soren Gallagher and Alfie Phillipson. Ralph Martin and Ethan Lloyd go from row 8. They're ahead of last year's Micromax champion, making their debut in Minimax. Dean Singh-Pahal starts row 9 alongside Sebastian Behrman. Chloe McGill also up from the cadet categories. In fact, both drivers on row 10 up from the cadet categories. It's Chloe McGill and Dimi Uzanov. Teddy Murphy and Akila Naniji go from 11. Rudra Gokulnath does not take the restart. We hope that everything is good with Rudra. I've had the pleasure of watching Rudra race at Shennington so far this season, and yeah, that's a real shame that Rudra will not take the start of this race. Was going to be on row 12. It'll just be Arthur Farrow starting P24 on that one. 2 formation laps, of course,
once again. Don't worry, you're not missing anything. Logan Rolfe and Buddy Hugo there on row 13. James Devereaux and Hugo McCluskey go from 14. Riley Blakemore also does not take this this restart, so it'll just be Shinafat Verjabuti starting P30 on row 15. Maximilian Aberhart's a driver to keep an eye on from row 16.
Absolutely.
Alongside Hamish Gordon, Arthur Roberts and Maria Roberto. They go from 17. It's then Harris Barber and James Carver, who were the last two drivers to qualify through to this race after the superheats. But it won't be 36 anymore. That's a change from last year. So last year it was 34. This is now in line with international kart finals, 36. So I like that. You know, more drivers on the grid, more opportunities
Absolutely.
for them to race. But as I say, we've lost 2 after that red flag. So we will go with 34 for the first round final in the 2026 Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Andrew Mather and Ceol Lynch in the commentary box with Piers Prior trackside for the first Minimax final of the year. Can James Roots repeat the feat and go around the outside? We're into the tram lines, the lights are out, we're racing once again for 15 minutes plus 1 lap. Is a better start for Cook this time, but here goes Roots, he's trying it again. It's side by side off of turn 1. Oh, there's a hop in the middle of the field. At the front of the order, though, as there's an incident through dogleg, one of the Coles racing machines is involved. It looks like it's Alfie Phillips, and it is in the 1-1-3, and it's Austin Oman who's come to the front of the field for Sam Pollitt Racing, the driver who took the maiden victory for Sam Pollitt Racing in a British Kart Championships final at Lark Hall in 2024. We said he likes this place. We said he's good on the first lap. He leads in the early stages from the 132 of James Roots.
I mean, brilliant start for Austin Oman. Unfortunately, that is Alfie Phillipson, who will not be in the remainder of this race. Brilliant start from your man who started on the second row of the grid. Again, James Roots got a great start to the race, and then your pole sitter did just drop back ever so slightly. Austin Oman has had the signal from James Roots to work together for the remainder of this race. These two are going into it tactically. No strangers to this grid so far, and they know what they're doing. Then you've got Oscar Kenny up into third and Joshua Cook in fourth.
Yeah, Oscar Kenny, who has got the hopes of Hunter Motorsport on his shoulders, as Cook down the inside there takes third place away from Oscar Kenny. A little bit of a run wide there for Soren Gallagher in the 141, battling inside the top 10, who's had a strong start. Maximilian Aberhart up 16 places in the first lap and a half. Already into the top 15, make that 17 places now. Into 14th, Dian Singh Pahal is on the move as well. D is up 6 places and into 11th place. End of lap number 2. Let's count them through here at Warden Law. It's Oman leading from Roots, Cook, Kenny, Cleary, Hilton, Gallagher, Duncan, Fulbrook, Harmer and Charlie Page completing the top 10.
Now these 5 working up there together. Maximilian Aberhart, a driver who I have seen in Club Championships recently, absolutely soaring through that grid. That is a driver who knows how to come through a field. But Austin Oman, brilliant start for him. Oh, now, and there's going to be a change for the race lead. That is James Roots taking the race lead back, but is he going to make it stick? Nope, Austin Oman says absolutely not as they go through the chicane. Nope, there you go. James Roots back into the race lead, but this pack of 4 is ever so close together. That is Joshua Cook also there, going around the inside, trying to claim back second place. Fastest driver on circuit right now. Is he going to get it done? Nope, he slots back into that third position. These 6 drivers, it's getting close already.
I say it's new drivers in this front group, but it's the same old Minimax that we love here in the British Kart Championships. Down the inside, Oscar Kenny going for third place here on James Roots. That's going to get close through Brian's Bend. Logan Rolfe has just set the fastest lap of the race so far, a little bit further down the field. That is a bold move from Oscar Kenny, and he's made it work through and into third place. Otis Cleary still there as well. Jackson Hilton moving up the order. This is a good opportunity, though, for the top 2, whilst the others fight for third place. Austin Owen and Josh Cook now start to move off the front
of the order. They're all getting a little bit frustrated with one another here, Ceol, that they're arm waving, they're all discussing with one another. It's great to watch, but I can understand the frustrations, as there is Dean Singh Pahal. Dean Singh Pahal down the inside. Dean was the first Sikh driver to represent Team UK at the Rotax Grand Finals in 2025. Dee got that ticket to Bahrain as a result of winning in this championship in the Micromax class. Dean Singh Pahal, if you've not watched Dean race before, knows one mode: attack, 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 and already up 10 positions in this race. And it's a long race, Ceol, as well. You know, we're now getting towards the length of race that we were talking about in the heats yesterday. There's still a lot of racing to go here. It is not out of the question that our reigning Micromax champion could be on the podium today.
Well, exactly. That is Osterman and Josh Cook working together very well out in front so far. Otis Cleary, Oscar Kenny and James Roots, obviously they were switching positions for those three, so they have pulled a significant gap, these front two then. Bit unfortunate then for those three. Not too sure if that was the cleverest move in the early stages of the race. They possibly could have done with trying to stick to that pack, as now these two drivers, experienced, know what they're doing. Joshua Cook is your fastest driver on track right now, and they are heading through turn one, working together once again.
They are indeed. Further back in the order, just to keep an eye on Maximilian Eberhardt. Maximilian is now up to 12th place. That's a gain of 19. Is currently embattled in a fight with Australia's Ryder Xiong. Ryder currently the second highest of the those classes, the novices. Jackson Hilton, the highest of those, currently ranked in 6th place. Chloe McGill. Well, Chloe's had a reprieve here. Chloe was involved in one of the incidents on the first lap, which was then red flagged. Chloe's now up 6 places and solidly up into the top 15, a little bit further down the order as well, as we'll cut back to that, because here's a move from James Roots down the inside, takes 4th place away from Oscar Kenny. Clean move there from our driver who started on the front row of the grid. Other big movers in the midfield: Logan Rolfe up 7 places, now 18th. Maria Roberto, she's also on the move, up 14 places into the top 20. Harris Barber giving it a good go as well. Started at the very back of the field, is up 10 places and now into the top 25.
Well, you're right. This is important to remember. We've had a restart. That gave a brilliant position for Chloe McGill, a driver who, like you said, she didn't have a good start. She was in a rough position. But here we go. Brilliant move down the inside for 3rd place. Otis Cleary steals that 3rd place, but that will be Oscar Kenny that slots in right behind. This 4 battling non-stop so far. They've got to be careful, because that pack behind them is going to close in. They are going to give a really big gap now to those 2 leaders who are running out in front.
Yeah, Dean Singh Pahal and Jack Fulbrook Harmer are working really well together. Let's go down to trackside. Piers Prior, what do you have for us?
I'm just looking at the leaders, and it looks like Joshua Cook happy to push Austin Oman at this stage, so clearly thinks that Oman's got the pace to push away from the front of the field. I think they're just going to sit there for a few minutes. Even though these drivers are young, 10 to 13 years old, they think a long way ahead.
They do indeed, and they're playing it perfectly at the moment. The tactics, 8 minutes to go. They know that this race will be won and lost in the last 2 laps, and if they can keep the numbers down to just the 2 of them, and okay, you're hopefully going to get at least 2nd place at the start of this season. And again, it's a long season. Starting here at Warden Law, we'll be at PF International on the weekend of the 29th to the 31st of May. Kim Bolton, the weekend of the 10th to the 12th of July. Wilton Mill, the 7th to the 9th of August. And then we finish around the brand new Silverstone Kart circuit on the weekend of the 8th and 10th of October. I do hope you can be with us all the way through. That was a move being put in by Charlie Page, the privateer in the 114, going wheel to wheel there with the 167 of Eddie Duncan and Strawberry Racing. And here comes Chloe McGill as well. Chloe McGill, one of the drivers supported by the F1 Academy Discover Your Drive program. Chloe McGill on the inside, trying to hold that position for Sam Pollitt Racing through turn 1. That's that Scottish tenacity that Chloe refound, in my opinion, halfway through last year. She was very good in her Bambino years. Moved up to cadet, and off the road and out of the race goes Eddie Duncan and Chloe McGill. They'll be able to rejoin. They rejoin on the far side of Senna 1, but that was simply a case of 2 into 1, did not go, and they've lost a lot of positions there.
But following on to your point, Andrew, that was a good point. Chloe McGill seemed to find herself a bit last year. Brilliant move down the inside that was that 117 car of Teddy Murphy of Dim Usanov.
Yeah, Ryder Xiong is on the move there. The Australian, 6 minutes and 15 on this clock remaining. We're getting into the last third of this one, and Joshua Cook's taking the lead. Joshua Cook now has taken the lead of this race ahead of Austin Owen. Meanwhile, on your screens, through there goes the KR Sport machine. The 120 of Ryan Townsend has had a tough race, but is still fighting in there. That's getting back up the order, is inside the top 20. But here are your race leaders. So Joshua Cook has worked with Austin Owen for the last, 6 or 7 laps, and has now decided, Austin, you haven't got enough pace here today, and I'm going to take this race lead and try and run this out with 5.5 minutes remaining. Why do that? Well, James Roots, Oscar Kenny, Otis Cleary are very quick at this stage of the race. Cook 57.1, Owen 57.1, Roots and Kenny 57.0. What I reckon's happened there, Ceol, is there'll have been a sign from Joshua Cook's mechanic on the sidelines to say, go for the move. Tactically go for the move, get track position, and try and run away from the rest of the field, because Roots and Kenny, 3rd and 4th, here they are on your screens, they have still got a chance of winning this race, and they're closing in.
I mean, exactly. We have just under 5 minutes to go. That was a sign of confidence then from your race leader, Joshua Cook. He knew he was faster. He thinks, nope, I can pull a gap by myself. Austin Oman, though, experienced driver in this field. Right behind still, we are to expect him to fight back for that race lead, which is going to bring James Roots and Oscar Kenny straight back into contention. Let's
have a look at a replay then of that moment earlier on in the race with Chloe McGill. Yeah, and the sparks off the bottom there of Eddie Duncan's 167 Strawberry Racing Machine should state. I think that's that incident is unsurprisingly under investigation by the race officials. Also under investigation in this race, the 118. Both of them are. Chloe McGill, the 118, is under investigation. Warning flag for the 128 of Akila Nanagianone. The 194 of Jack Fulbrook-Harmer has had a 5-second penalty. So that's something that is a bit of news for the top 10 and explains partially why Jack is quite happy to just sit behind Ian Singh Pahal at the moment, because again, 5-second penalty needs a bit of field spread. There's no point fighting at this stage of the race, because that will just encourage more drivers to be in that 5-second window. Maximilian Aberhart up to 8th place now, so that could help the charge of Pahal and Fulbrook-Harmer. Meanwhile, on your screens, this is the fight for 5th place. Otis Cleary and Jackson Hilton heading down towards turn 1.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Maximilian Aberhart, fastest lap of the race so far. Brilliant job, up 24 positions. Is he going to be the driver now to help Otis Cleary and Jackson Hilton make their way to that front pack? 3 minutes to go. Is there time?
I think there's still enough time, but it's starting to run out. So I've just seen on our screen, there's something that we don't often see. Black flag for the 118. Chloe McGill is out of this race. So we'll have to return to the pits immediately, and sadly that is the end of the day for the young lady from Bowness. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Austin Owen is not done yet. Austin Owen, a race winner in these championships, but to start this campaign, to join that list of drivers, to say the statistical facts in front of us, that if you've won this race in Minimax round this brilliant circuit, you've tended to go on to big things. You think back to last year, Emerson McCandy-Wren. What's Emerson doing this weekend? Emerson's racing in the FIA European Championships and doing very, very well indeed. I'm not saying that's necessarily going to happen, but it's the footsteps of others in Minimax. It's such a brilliant class for breeding fierce racers.
Well, absolutely. That is for all classes here at the Wera Tools British Car Championships. They are known for breeding some of the best drivers in the world, let's be honest. But there are your race leaders, Joshua Cook and Austin Oman, working together in the latter stages of this race. But we are to expect Austin Oman to go straight in. Here we are then for the battle a bit further down the pack. That is Otis Cleary right there behind Maximilian Aberhart. up to 5th
Brilliant drive.
place.
Absolutely brilliant drive from Maximilian Eberhardt. This could be a run for potential driver of the day. You know, that'll all be those nominations will be decided post-event. But 1 minute and 20 seconds of this race to go.
But I mean, look at that car. It has sailed past everyone who it has come across so far. 26 places gained.
I'll tell you what, a podium's not out of the question here.
No.
It's going to need quite a fierce battle between James Roots and Oscar Kenny. And then maybe a little bit of a look along the way, but it's still potentially in play here. The less than 60 seconds of this race to go. Just another little recap before we go into the latter stages of this race of what's happening in the midfield. Logan Rolfe up 12 places now into 13th. Maria Roberto's had a great drive as well. She's now up to 18th place. That's a gain of 16 from the back of the field. But here we go then. 2 laps to go. New fastest lap has just gone in from James Roots. There's still a lot of pace here at the front of the field. The drivers have managed their materials very, very well indeed. 25 seconds on the clock, but Joshua Cook, at the moment for me, Ceol, just seems to be in full control.
Yeah.
He's not looking over his shoulder. That's always a good sign, in my opinion, that they're laser focused, they're happy with the kart underneath them. They're not having to think about being in a defensive shape corner into corner. Austin Owen is going to have to drive the wheels off that number 6 machine just to get within range of an overtake on Cook.
I mean, you're right. That is confidence now heading through the final sector. He has not taken a single look behind himself. Austin Owen pushing that car all over the curbs, trying to make his way onto the back of that 175 kart. But it looks like Joshua Cook is feeling confident and he is not going to let him through. Here we go then, along the main straight, and we are on to the final lap of the race. Your fastest man on track is your man in 3rd place, James Roots, but it is going to take a serious battle here at the front for them to close in on the lead.
And by corner, the chances of that battle are reducing. Joshua Cook continues to hold Austin Owen there at about, what would you say, 3 kart lengths? Not close enough to go for an attack on KR Sports driver. Again, a lot of pressure perhaps on Joshua Cook's shoulders and Austin Owens as well. They're in their 2nd years in this category. And like the drivers that have won this championship before them, eyes will be on them across the course of this season to perform and potentially join the list of winners of the Minimax British Kart Championship. But that's for another day. Here at Warden Law, Joshua Cook out of the final corner, wins the first round of the season here at Warden Law. Joshua Cook takes victory here in Sunderland by 3.5 tenths of a second ahead of Austin Owen. It's another podium for Austin Owen. James Roots comes home to finish in 3rd place. Solid points for Oscar Kenny as well. Hunter Motorsport will be pleased with that. Maximilian Eberhardt from the back of the field started P31, overtook 26 drivers in that one and finishes in the top 5. If there were ever any doubts that 2026 Minimax was going to live up to the plaudits of 2025, those doubts are gone now. We have got a championship battle, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to roll all the way through to October. But for now, your championship leader after round 1 is your race winner, Joshua Cook. Drivers head into Parc Ferme. They'll, of course, go through the mandatory checks. But there is Joshua Cook, P1, and that was not an easy race, both physically, mentally, emotionally, and the emotion will, I'm sure, flow out later on this afternoon when we have the podium ceremonies. But that is a top quality top 3. Joshua Cook wins it for KR Sport, and that's big for KR Sport as well, to start their season with a final victory, 1 on the board. They've got 1 before everybody else. There's your provisional result then. Joshua Cook takes the first round final for this year's Wera Tools British Kart Championships in the Minimax
Rotax category. Austin Owen finishes there in 2nd place. James Roots 3rd. Oscar Kenny and Maximilian Aberhart in the top 5. Otis Cleary, great run for Otis there into 6th place, just ahead of Jackson Hilton, who comes home as your top novice and inside the top 10. Good drive from Dean Singh Pahal. P8, that's something to build on for the now middle part of the season. Jack Fulbrook-Harmer and Soren Gallagher completed the top 10. Good drive from Logan Rolfe as well. Difficult times for Logan this morning in the superheat. Bounces back, gains 14 places, finishes P11. Good points on the board for Rolfe. Ryder Xiong, 2nd of the novices, just ahead of Teddy Murphy. They were all inside the top 15, completed by Charlie Page and Dimi Uzanov. I'm sure we'll see Dimi Uzanov at Wilton Mill for event 2 in the not too distant future. Eddie Duncan, Sebastian Behrman, Rayan Townsend, Ralph Martin, and another of the big movers in that race, Maria Roberto, all in the top 20. P21, Arthur Farrow, Hugo McCluskey, Achille Giannone, Harris Barber, and Shinafat Vejabuti, all in the top 25. Lewis Herbertson, Ethan Lloyd, James Devereaux, Buddy Hugo, James Carver, all in the top 30. 31 finishers in total. Hamish Gordon, the last of them. Chloe McGill, Arthur Roberts, Alfie Phillipson, Roger Gokilnath, and Riley Blakemore did not see the checkered flag. Let's go down to Piers.
We've got our 3rd place driver, James Roots. James, not quite enough in that one. The start was decisive, wasn't it?
Yeah, all right start, but then got a bit screwed over in a couple laps in.
There you go. We'll grab our 2nd place driver, Austin Oman. Austin, come on through. That was so close. Well, off you go, James. We've chatted to you. Austin, it looked like you had the pace at the start, but just the pace from Joshua at the end. You couldn't quite hold it.
Yeah, it was a tough race. Josh did well. We obviously got the gap, but in the end, it just is what it is.
2nd place, a good way to start the year, though.
Yeah.
And then our final winner, eventually Joshua Cook for the KR Sport team. Joshua, I literally said live on the broadcast you were pushing Austin because I reckon you thought that Austin had the pace. At that moment, you dived to the inside, took the win. Must feel pretty good to start the year with a win in the British Kart Championships.
Yeah, it feels really good. It's a good way to kick off the British, and let's hope to continue the momentum.
You've had some really good pace this weekend. I know that you're gunning for that championship this year. Who's helped you, to perform so well on the circuit this weekend?
My dad and all the team and my sponsors.
Congratulations, Joshua Cook, our winner in Minimax. Congratulations, round number 1. We'll let you go and celebrate with the team before we hear a word from our partners.
Wera, what a start from the so hard. Heading up into the top section.
Welcome back, everybody, to Warden Law, karting northeast for the first event of the 2026 Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Getting ready for, what could be race of the day. It's Senior Rotax for the first time in a final in 2026. Andrew Mather and Ceol Lynch alongside each other in the commentary position with Piers Prior down there on the ground. These drivers, Ceol, they are some of the best in the nation and in fact some of the best in the world. Quite often it's been British drivers featuring in European and global level events in the Rotax categories. What are your thoughts ahead of this final?
I mean, come on. It's going to be absolutely brilliant. It's going to be one to watch. It always is, the Senior Rotax. Let's say it though, some drivers who we were expecting to see at the front, possibly not here, Macaulay Bishop being one, had a really unlucky situation. But let's go to Pierce and get the inside info off the drivers.
Thanks very much, Ceol. Yep, down here on the grid for our senior Rotax final. This is the fastest, most powerful and most senior single speed class we have here this weekend. And our pole sitter for Strawberry Racing, Jack Lilly's had a brilliant day's racing so far. Jack, pole position, I suppose this is the best way you wanted to start the year.
Oh yeah, definitely. With 2 heat wins and a second in the Super Heat, it's definitely set us up well for the final, and hopefully we can go for the win.
I'd say this is probably your strongest showing at a British Kart Championships event to date. You know, you've been consistently at the top. What's been the difference coming into this year?
To be honest, it's just going into it with a clear mind. Obviously, with the help of Strawberry and Cream, they've definitely obviously put me at the front, and obviously I'll just have to deliver and see if I can win it.
Do you reckon you can do it?
Yeah.
I reckon you can do it, Jack. Jack Lilly for Strawberry Racing going from the front row there. The man that was very quick in wet conditions, though, earlier on, is on the outside of the front row. Matty Hingley. Matty, we saw your domination earlier on in the wet conditions. Very different now, though. Sun's out, still freezing cold. What can you do in this one?
Win, hopefully. I feel really confident, been fast and wet and dry, so yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, I don't want to put any bad luck on you, but the outside line has been a bit more difficult this weekend. Have you got a plan for the start?
Yeah, I've got a plan.
You going to tell us on TV?
No.
No?
No.
Okay, anyway, good luck. Matty Hingley, the number 5 there, a seeded driver. Drivers that have a number which is a single digit are returning drivers who were in the top 10 in the championship last year. Matty, of course, 5th place last year. Inside of row 2, the Coles Racing driver of Hugh Moulton. Now, Hugh has been very strong this weekend. In the heats, it looked like everything was going your way. Not so strong this morning. What have you changed into this final?
Yeah, I think we struggled in the wet a bit, but back to dry now, so should be quick again like yesterday, so yeah.
I think a real step forward for you this year, especially in dry conditions. We've seen your pace in the wet in previous years. Anything changed that's allowed you to extract that pace?
I think just a change of luck, really. Last year just didn't go our way at all, and this year we've had a good start, so hopefully carry the momentum forward.
What's your plan of attack in this race? We know it's a longer final, 15 minutes compared to the 12 and 10-minute heats we've had.
Yeah, I just get to the front and hopefully we're quick enough to pull away, but that'll be difficult in seniors, so don't know, see how it plays out.
It's a high level over here, and I want to chat to this driver here, the number 371, inside of row 3. Rotax is not the usual place that we see Freddie Lloyd. Freddie, we saw you had a tricky one this morning on the grass at turn 1, nearly sideways. You came back through the field, dry now. Can you win it from 5th?
I mean, I've got all the chance to win it from me. I'm on the inside now. Before the pre-finals on the outside came through, but I don't see why not. I can't win.
Freddie Lloyd, senior X30 champion, stepping over to Rotax for the British Kart Championships in 2026. This is going to be a good one. Andrew and Ceol, back to you.
Thank you very much, Piers. Welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. We're here in sunny Sunderland for the first round of the Rotax season, and it's time for senior Rotax. 36 drivers primed and ready for 15 minutes plus 1 lap. Let's take you through the grid and how they line up for this big race. Jack Lilly will start on pole position with Matty Hingley alongside on the front row. Hugh Moulton and Joshua Graham start from row 2. Freddie Lloyd starts on the inside of row number 3 and is going to be a threat from there. He's joined by Joshua Turnbull, who starts P6. William Archer and Pearson Bullock Carter go from 4. Lorenzo Cordell and Cian Geraghty start from row number 5. Ewan Charman took P1 in his super heat earlier today, starts alongside Harrison Crowther for row number 6. On row 7, it's one of the new faces to the senior Rotax grid. Last year's junior Rotax runner-up in the British Championships. Albie Lappert starts on the inside of row number 7 alongside the experienced Jamie Perilli. Leon Hastie is another of those drivers moving up from junior 2025. He starts 15th alongside Eva Morris, who had a tough time in the super heat this morning. They start on row number 8. Harry Freeman and Jack West go from 9. It's Ryan Gandor of Canada alongside Jack Thompson for Hunter Motorsport on row 10. Jared Fox Whiteley and Charlie King on row 11. Oliver Liversidge and Noah Barham go from 12. Running towards the lower order, Macaulay Bishop has got a lot to do. Starts on row 13 alongside Mikey Walker. Joshua Smith and Matteo Palazzo go from 14. Victor Hansen for the Zip Factory team starts alongside local James Kell on row number 15 for this one. Oliver Smith and Daniel Kilpatrick from row 16. Another of Canada's drivers, Anton Lemieux, starts on row 17 alongside Jaden Sherwood. It's Zaki Hussain and Arnaud Samarin who start on
row 18, shotgun on the field, 36 drivers who have qualified through 2 rounds of heats, the super heats earlier on this morning as well. This has been a firework of a race. This last year was a tactical masterclass from Lewis Gilbert, who knew how to manage the race perfectly and took an early lead in the championship for Craft Motorsport. But the year before that, it was Macaulay Bishop who won round these parts. It was then Gilbert again in 2023. Kai Hunter won in 2022 and 2020, does not take part in this race. We'll, fingers crossed, see Kai at the big one-off races later in the year. He is here this weekend, hard at work in the Hunter Motorsport team. But that was then. This is now 2026 Senior Rotax British Kart Championship is not underway yet. That was too early an acceleration from Jack Lilly on the pole side of the grid. They've done it again.
It was too good to be true.
They're going to go round for another formation lap.
They were just trying to get everyone really excited, emotions up. But we have another lap.
We do
Obviously,
indeed.
this is a grid that is very experienced. Come on, we've got 5 seeded drivers going into this race. We've got Hindley, Bishop, Geraghty, Graham and Jack West all in the top half of the grid. You've also got many drivers that are coming up from junior who are really dominant in that pack. We know that when drivers go up to senior then, this is a lot of a mental game for them, and the seniors obviously like to try and tell them where it's at, put them in their place and say, nope, you have a lot of learning to do when you come to this grid. So this is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, particularly at the start of the season. It's often a bit of a baptism of fire for those stepping from juniors and into the seniors. I just have a feeling that this part of the circuit is going to be an area where we see a lot of action in this race. Gasworks, the path into the corner, pretty similar to what we had before, but it's that just slightly wider entry there on that earlier part of the apex. That wasn't there last year. I say it was a defensive masterclass from Lewis Gilbert 12 months ago when we started things for Rotax in 2025. But I'll be straight, I don't think that set of tactics would work here this year with this new layout. This is, ladies and gentlemen, going to be a bit of a journey into the unknown. So for the second time, they come round at the end of the formation lap for this race start. Jack Lilly on the inside for Strawberry Racing. Matty Hindley for Ultimate R on the far side. We're racing 15 minutes underway here at Warden Law. Freddie Lloyd's already on the grass. They're starting there for P5. They run through the first corner. A couple of drivers running out to the extremities of the circuit, but it's Jack Lilly who's got the early start that he wanted. Hugh Moulton's had a strong run as well from P3 on the grid. It's already up to second place. They're all squabbling in the second half of the field. Leon Hastie's right in the middle of it all for Craft Motorsport, but that was a solid start, a controlled start, Ceol, from Jack Lilly. It's something we're starting to see in senior karting. I've commentated on other races earlier on this year where the pole sitter goes, well, I have control of the pace. I will follow the race director's instructions to the letter and not accelerate till that acceleration line. And I've got to tell you what, it works. It works as a tactic. It keeps everybody bunched up. That was perfectly done by Jack Lilly. There's a moment for Pearson Bullock Carter up against Freddie Lloyd. End of the first lap. Lilly leads from Moulton, Hindley, Lloyd, Graham, Bullock Carter, Caudle, Turnbull, Archer and Crowther. That's your top 10.
Well, that is one lap complete from the seniors. You are right. We have been yet to see a driver lead off that pole position so far this weekend. However, this senior race was the other way around. We had Jack Lilly, brilliant start off the line. Hugh Moulton then joined him up into second. Hindley had to slot himself back there into third. Freddie Lloyd, obviously, up into fourth. He was on the grass, but made it through. There you go. Through the chicane they go.
Indeed. I say, with the Evolution Racing team, who are running out of the Dan Holland Racing awning, so they've got that space there as Piers Bullock also. Out of the race is Jamie Perilli. Jamie Perilli gone for Jack's Motorsport. That is a real shame for the driver in the 312, and a shame for Jack's as well, who entered this race with high hopes. Well, that's one of them gone. End of lap number 2. Lilly leads from Moulton. Lorenzo Caudle having a good fight there in 7th place. Holding off Crowther, holding off Archer. 12 minutes and 48 seconds of this race to go. Just looking a little bit further down the order. Who's made progress? Harry Freeman up 8. Jack West up 8. Not a surprise, Macaulay Bishop. So don't call him out. We've still got 12.5 minutes of this race to go, and Macaulay Bishop is not to be ruled out. He's already up into the top 15, and Josh Bomber-Smith is bombing forward, is up to 16th place now, as well as we continue to watch this scrap for the race lead. Lily from Moulton, Hingley and Graham.
We have a quick bit of information. Jamie Predley lost his front wheel there round dogleg, so unfortunate for him, will not be in the rest of this race. Here we go then, top 5, exactly as we expected from the seniors. So close, but Freddie Lloyd at the back of that pack sets the fastest lap, but it's still Jack Lilly to lead. Moulton, Hingley, Graham and Freddie Lloyd then round that corner.
Indeed, and Lloyd's got through past Graham into 4th place. There's another new fastest lap of the race, and it's gone in from Albi Lapper. Is Lorenzo Cordal also out of this race? I think, just seeing on live time that, I think Cordal is gone, has come into the pits. So that is a real shame for the Zip Factory team. There's a little look there from Hugh Moulton underneath Jack Lilly, but Jack Lilly's wise to it and closes the door in the face of Hugh Moulton. Moulton, another one of the drivers who at the start of the weekend, Ceol, has shown speed in previous editions of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. There are several drivers who we've been talking about over the last couple of years who, for whatever reason, are not on the grid today. Kai Hunter has mentioned one of them, Gilbert. No Matthew Higgins this year, no Guy Cunnington for the start of this season. This is a great opportunity for someone like Hugh Moulton, who has had those flashes, but maybe not quite the consistency to be up there on the podium. Could this be the day he makes his mark, and he's gone down the inside and taken the race lead? Hugh Moulton for Coles Racing to the front of the order. Matty Hingley has followed through. Jack Lilly's being swallowed up now. Out on the grass there is Joshua Graham going toe-to-toe with Pearson Bullock Carter, and there's the point. From Hingley, from Lloyd, they've broken away and identified this is a very good opportunity for them now. Lloyd's down the inside, taking second place away from Matty Hingley. Yes, they've not got track position right now, but Hugh Moulton's a little bit vulnerable now. Hugh Moulton's going to have to keep it calm. Oh dear, as there's more drivers off at Gasworks. We'll catch up with that in a moment. Lloyd is now a big danger for Hugh Moulton. He's going to get his head down. He's already won a senior British Kart Championship. He did that in X30 at the back end of 2025. But now, stepping across into the Rotax categories this weekend, he's been having a harsh winter training campaign, testing himself on the club scene in this category, which he hasn't raced in as much over the last few years. But he is here for one reason and one reason only, that is to add race wins and add championships to his CV. He is edging away from Matty Hingley right now, as down the inside there go through for Coles Racing. Joshua Turnbull, who's come for the back of the grid earlier on this morning, gets past Joshua Graham there for 7th place. Just to mention those drivers who we saw having problems, looks like it was Jack Thompson and Harry Freeman. They've fallen down the order, with Joshua Graham again has a little look, tries to get back through as they run down to turn 1, as Freddie Lloyd has now set the fastest of the race. Freddie Lloyd's taken the lead. Freddie Lloyd to P1 for Evolution Racing.
I mean, we have seen those Coles karts being very, very strong this weekend, but Freddie Lloyd in that DHR kart, of course, is going to give it a go. And that was Matty Hingley then taking that second place. Hugh Moulton down into 3rd. Just like that, that is how fast that happens. We also lost Jack Lilly in the midst of that last lap. We lost him to 12th position, down 11 places.
Yeah, I just wonder if the seniors on this grid have identified that, for whatever reason, Lilly's pace is not good in this race, and he was, yes, at the front of the field in the early stages, but now the bottle has been uncorked and everybody's going to be having a go at Jack Lilly now, and that's going to be a tough few moments for Jack Lilly. He could still come back. There's still 8.5 minutes of this race to go. Freddie Lloyd is your new race leader, but this is what we've seen Freddie Lloyd do before. We've seen him do it so much in the other half of the British Kart Championships. He is like a Terminator. He turns up, he swipes the opposition out of the way with great skill and prowess. He hits the front of the field and then just drives away. There's a move down the inside from Joshua Graham. Nice move through, is followed through as well by Joshua Turnbull. They're both up to 5th and 6th places now. down towards Gasworks once again. It's all getting a bit defensive in this group as Leon Hastie's in the middle of that as well. He's trying to get past one of our top performing drivers from the Superheats earlier, Ewan Chapman. And there you can see Macaulay Bishop, the number 6, started this weekend as the early favourite. Was adjudged to be underweight through timed qualifying. Had to start his heats from the back. Had difficult times at the Superheat and the wet conditions this morning. This is a season where, of course, Macaulay is looking at getting that number 1 plate. We talked earlier about how the champions, they win their titles on the days that aren't going well. These are still key moments for Macaulay Bishop to get some points on the board. May not be a win here today, but he could still get some solid points if he can break up into that top 10.
Absolutely. I mean, from your interview with him, we saw that he had had an off season. He came back, he had a clear mind, obviously, after a difficult qualifying and not a great start to his year. He probably feels different about that. However, we are hoping that after another year wiser under his belt, he is going to keep his head calm, because it is only very early stages of this season. But let's take a look. Harrison Crowther up 9 places so far, now running in 3rd place. Brilliant job from him, and he is going to be on the back of those of your 2 other podium positions, Freddie Lloyd and Matty Hindley. Matty Hindley, there he is, putting pressure on Freddie Lloyd, but here we are a bit further back. That is Joshua Turnbull putting pressure on Joshua Graham then for that 6th place.
Yes, indeed. So this one has settled down as there's a look down the inside from Turnbull. That's a nice move. And again, that wider entry now on offer for the drivers into Senna 1. It's that kind of move that you're seeing more of now. And they're using that wider track width. The plans are that there'll be more changes to this circuit, that it'll get the full 8-metre international width. As I say, in the off-season from 25 to 26, they've done probably about half of the course, and all being well. And it's, again, one of the things I love about this circuit, I know I've been saying it for a good couple of years, whenever we come back to Warden Law, there's always something new. The team that Paul Bainbridge leads, I've said it before, for me, they are the benchmark for those circuits that haven't got an international license yet. Obviously, you know, you've got your PFs, you've got your Silverstones. They are that category, but for these circuits that have, you know, a great club racing scene and supporting the national championships as well, they have been fantastic again this weekend. 5-second penalty for Albie Lapper there, Ceol. It's almost a typical first senior British kart championships final for a front-running junior the previous year. We know that Albie has the pace, but it's not quite going his way. A 5-second penalty there is going to move him down the order a little bit further, but he'll be learning from this.
I'm just taking a look at the time screen. We've also lost Keane Garrity down to 16th position.
Yeah, move there from Macaulay Bishop, who is now up into the top 10. On your screens, this is the fight for second. Matty Hindley, Harrison Crowther through the first of the infield corners, then the reprofiled hairpin, the new hairpin there. This bit is still the same through the back chicane. And they're not done yet. Freddie Lloyd hasn't broken that kind of 1-second barrier. These two are keeping him honest. Now, yes, this again could be Freddie Lloyd playing a few tactics, keeping care of his own materials, knowing, well, I'll just keep them there at about half a second, 0.6 of a second, knowing I've got something in reserve with my Evolution Racing machine for the last couple of laps. But he doesn't want to let Matty Hindley and Harrison Crowther get too close. This has been a very strong weekend from both of these drivers. We said at the start of the programme that I wouldn't be surprised if Coles Racing get a podium here today in one of the older classes. And right now they're on for one. And Matty Hindley, this is reminding me of Dunkerswell last year, where he was very unlucky to not have a podium. It's down the inside. Crowther's having a little nibble there for second place. Wise driving there from Matty Hindley. Didn't turn in too hard. That could have ended in disaster. Little tap on the head there from Matty Hindley to Harrison Crowther to say, no, let's think about this. We haven't lost this race yet, but we will lose it if we don't work together.
You're right. Harrison Crowther 3 minutes to go still. That is early stage of this race, to be in third position with your leader, still in shooting distance and taking a look for that second place. But he is not going to do it just yet. He's right on the back of Matty Hingley as he pushes him through turn 1 and towards dogleg. Freddie Lloyd has stretched that gap ever so slightly, but that's to be expected, as we saw Harrison Crowther take a look down the inside but didn't quite get the move done. He is now 7 tenths ahead of Hingley, Crowther, Moulton and Carter. That is in your 5th place.
So not long in this one to go. Not won yet by Freddie Lloyd. Leon Hastie's just set the fastest lap of the race. Solid run for Hastie on his first run in senior Rotax at this level. Down through Gasworks once again. Who's going to make the first move? Who's going to blink first? As we come towards the last few laps of this one. A bit further down the order, just a couple of notes. Macaulay Bishop has noted to have a very Macaulay Bishop-like run up through the field. He's actually lost a couple of positions in recent times, now back outside the top 10. James Kell, who we had a chat with earlier on in the programme, he talked us through that new hairpin. He's your biggest mover in this race at the moment, up 15 places. Oh, and right on cue has just set the fastest lap of the race as well, so clearly knows how to pilot around this circuit. As here's the move from Crowther, down the inside. Great stuff once again into centre 1, into second place.
Do you know what, Freddie Lloyd there, he was getting away ever so slightly. I think Harrison Crowther realised he needed to make that move in the early stages of the race. But Matty Hingley, if he's clever now, is going to push him through this last sector and onto another lap yet to go. We've got about a minute and 30 seconds plus a lap to go. It is still all to play for, as you can see that 351 kart of Hugh Moulton still in touching distance to your karts in second and third place. Another lap complete then, and it is Lloyd that leads, Crowther, Hingley, Moulton and Bullock Carter. Joshua Turnbull and Jack West, who has come up the grid 11 places so far, another seeded driver who has come back for another year in the championship, doing well. He didn't have the best start, but he is making his way up the grid so far.
Harrison Crowther would love to win this race. Oh, here's a good scrap a little bit further down the order. The 373 of Harry Freeman trying to recover back from earlier problems, just tucked under the rear bumper of Charlie King. This, as I say, is all around 27th, 28th place. As there is Freddie Lloyd. He's not got this race won yet. I still say he's comfortable. He's not panicking. Panic is not a word in Freddie Lloyd's dictionary. But Harrison Crowther, it's been a long time since Harrison Crowther took a race victory in the British Kart Championships, 2 in his career at the national level. They were both back in his Minimax days. For Freddie Lloyd, of course, he's now in the upper standings of race winners. 7 previous British Kart Championship final victories to his name. Looking to break perhaps with a win today into the top 10. And go above the likes of Harrison Mackie and Gus Lawrence in that all-time medal table of being on a podium. But now, as time expires, Harrison Crowther is continuing as a little check over the shoulder there, assesses where Matty Hingley is. Hugh Moulton's not out of the battle for the podium as well. The Coles Racing boys, as we've talked earlier on in the week, are finishing this race strong. Freddie Lloyd checks over his shoulder now, sees how close Harrison Crowther is and maybe thinks, how on earth has this happened? This is a chance for Coles Racing to get a final victory in senior Rotax. Lloyd leads through the dogleg, through this tricky part of the course. St John's is next. Lloyd takes that middle road line. As that opens the door, he closes the door on Harrison Crowther, and it's backing up now. Hingley still there in third. Fourth is Moulton. Was that move the key move from Freddie Lloyd? Because now Crowther's on the defensive to hold this second place ahead of Matty Hingley. Moulton still there. Bullock Carter still there. Here's Hingley down the inside, wanting second place, wanting his best finish in a final in the British Kart Championships. Wheel to wheel go the Coles Racing teammates. Jack's Motorsports, Bullock Carter trying to get involved, but none of them can stop the sensation that is Freddie Lloyd. Freddie Lloyd wins in senior Rotax and takes his 8th British Kart Championships finals victory. And you can see the emotion and how much it means to last year's Senior X30 champion. He has come across into senior Rotax. It's 1-0 Lloyd versus the whole field. You don't normally see this from Freddie Lloyd.
He's normally very cool, very calm, but he has won the opening round of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships in Senior Rotax, and that was pressure. There's a sign of respect there to Harrison Crowther, who was testing him going onto that final lap. Matty Hingley comes home in second. He is, I'm sure, going to be a factor in this championship across the course of the year. But for Freddie Lloyd, he will leave 1 point actually behind Hingley. So as the scores have worked out, Hingley will lead the championship exiting this part of the world. But Matty Hingley takes his 6th podium in his career, but it's this senior one that he's been wanting for so long. Freddie Lloyd takes the win and makes quite a mark on the rest of the field. Matty Hingley P2, Harrison Crowther P3, a thoroughly entertaining final. Coles do get their podium here today. They are well and truly back as a force to be reckoned with in this championship. Pearson Bullock Carter so close to sneaking on the podium there, but a good score as well for the Jacks Motorsport team, who continued their momentum from 2025 into this new season. Hugh Moulton P5. I think we'll actually be quite frustrated with that. There was the pace there for a podium, but that's racing sometimes. It doesn't always go your way, but a much stronger performance from Hugh Moulton than 12 months ago. So that is a real big positive to take. Joshua Turnbull moved up after a difficult day, a difficult weekend, a top 6 for him. Jack West up 11 spots to P7. Leon Hasty, good start for Leon's time in seniors. P8, more to come from Leon and Kraft. Joshua Graham and Jack Lilly also in the top 10. Ewan Charman home in 11th. Macaulay Bishop, not the weekend he perhaps would have envisaged when we spoke to him on practice day, but there's been factors at play. You can't win them all. He will still be, I'm sure, a factor later on in the season. And remember, there will be drop scores, of course, coming into play when we get into the autumn. 13th for Cian Geraghty, 14th Ryan Gandor and Noah Barham. But right now, let's head down to Piers Prior.
Yeah, thanks very much, Andrew and Ceol. We're here with our top 3 on the road. Harrison Crowther, great drive through the field, plus 9 positions. We saw a brilliant battle on that last lap as well, but how was that race from your perspective?
It was really good. We come through the field like an absolute rocket, to be fair. But it was a shame because we got an in-race 5 seconds for something that happened on lap 1. I'm not really too sure what it was. Yeah. But yeah, it was a good race. I think this race has showed who the contenders of the British are potentially.
Interesting.
So yeah, very good first round, I guess. Just the results don't really show for it, but yeah, show a bit fast.
You put yourself in that bracket then in the championship challenge?
I hope so. If we went in that final, I'd like to think so.
Yeah, nearly there. And we'll grab a word with our second place driver, Matty Hingley. Matty, didn't quite have the pace at the end there. We saw Harrison gapped you a little bit, but you were there when it counted.
Yeah, I mean, I had a decent enough start, just kept myself alive, and then I noticed kind of when Freddie got past, I was struggling a little bit of pace, and then once Harrison got past, I was struggling a little bit more, and then it just kind of got worse and worse throughout the race. I'm not sure if we had a little issue or something, but no, I'm really happy with second. I feel like I got the most out of it, so yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, we saw that actually when you came in the pits, the kart wouldn't roll forward. Potentially that might play into it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what it is, but it definitely isn't ideal. But yeah, you know, it is what it is, and you know, second's not bad. Obviously started second as well, so great points.
Yeah, it must give you confidence as well that this weekend you've won in the wet conditions, you've had second now in the dry conditions. Good start for the year.
Yeah, definitely a good start. Probably one of the best starts I've had. So yeah, looking forward to the rest of the year.
Looking to take some numbers off that number 5.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Amazing. Matty Hingley, a second place driver there for Ultimate R, but the one who was used to the top step last year. You've moved over to Rotax. Easy does it. Freddie Lloyd. Freddie, great start to the year. Pace looked electric, especially in that middle stage of the race.
Yeah, it was a good pace. I mean, the track was there was a lot of stuff on the track, so it was definitely difficult, but not a good start. And then I made my way up there, got into the lead, and started to pull the gap. And then at the end, it was tough, but Crowther had the 5 second.
Yeah, of course. Did you know he had the 5 second at that point?
No. I was defending. It was just you had to do it, play it safe.
Yeah, we're just getting blown over here. You're more well versed with the machinery you came from last year, British champion in X30. You've raced in Rotax before, but how has the transition been to going to a full campaign in Rotax?
It's different, you know. Obviously, I dominated X30 last year, and obviously, I've been doing Rotax here and there over the years with Evolution. It's been going well. Obviously, Kart Masters, but unfortunately, we didn't win that. But now, since I'm doing Rotax, I'm enjoying it. It's something different. Look forward to it.
Yeah, and I suppose you're just going to try and repeat what you did last year?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to win for Laker. I love him to bits.
Amazing. Anyone you'd like to thank to help you get this the win at the first round of the season?
Obviously, Evolution, Time, Dan for letting me in the awning, and obviously he's been welcome. My dad, my mum, just everyone involved, really. It's been amazing.
You drove all right as well.
I drove decent, didn't I?
Freddie Lloyd, our winner in Senior Rotax. That's Senior Rotax done for the first round. We look forward to seeing them again. Let's have a look back at the highlights of the first final in Senior Rotax this year.
Thank you very much, Piers. Yes, indeed, let's look through what was a pulse. Say, Freddie Lloyd on the grass there as they ran towards turn number 1. It was Jack Lilly in the lead in the early stages of this one. Fortunately, he would fade as they went into the middle phase. Key moves here for Freddie Lloyd. That could have been a moment of disaster as well with Pearson, Bullock, Carter. But I say Lilly had a good start. I say 3 times you could say that Freddie Lloyd's race was right on the edge of disaster in the early stages. But it would be Lilly from Moulton in the early few laps. Matty Hingley there as well. This was the key move that really spelled the end of Jack Lilly's involvement at the front of the order. Look at how many positions he lost there with that one simple move from the Coles Racing man, and all of a sudden Jack Lilly would find himself not too distant future after that point down in the outside the top 10. Lloyd would make the move on Matty Hingley, getting himself up another position. Joshua Graham was a big part of it. That was another close moment for Freddie Lloyd. That's how he took the race lead from Hugh Moulton. More scraps inside the top 10 involving the likes of Joshua Graham and others. Lilly again really having a tough second half of that race. This was the move down the inside again by that time Joshua Turnbull, who was on his way to a top 6 finish. Harrison Crowther in the second half of the race came to the fore. This was his move for second place on Matty Hingley, and then set about trying to close down Freddie Lloyd. He knew he had a 5-second right from the start of the race. Apologies, we weren't aware of that in the commentary box, but he was determined to try and get up the road. But in the end, some clever positioning from Lloyd pushed Crowther back into the pack. Hingley was able to get through. Freddie Lloyd makes it his 8th win in the British Kart Championships, and possibly one of his best victories and most meaningful victories, especially at this early stage of season. And great to see the respect between the drivers in Senior Rotax. These boys and girls give each other every barrel they can, and you know, sometimes it can overboil. It didn't today. That was a good, proper race from the Senior Rotaxers, and we will see them again on the weekend of the 29th to the 31st of May at PF International. You better not miss that one. You'll be able to watch the full finals day of that second round of this year's Wera Tools British Kart Championships for Senior Rotax here on Alpha Live. Let's head down once again though to the grid though, and over to Piers Prior.
Thanks very much. The sun is out and I can actually feel a bit of heat from the sun. The track temperature is rising, which is going to make the racing even more frenetic than it already is. I only got time to chat to our front row, so our pole sitter Charlie Wolfett for Dan Holland Racing. Charlie, you've put yourself in the best position. What are you thinking about ahead of this final?
I mean, we've just got to get a good start and then hope for the best. You know, it's going to be a long season, so we can just do what we can do and try to get on with it at the start.
Charlie Wolfett for Dan Holland Racing, going from pole position. Outside of the front row, Kai Clark. No coincidence that our 2 highest seeded drivers are starting from the front row of the grid. Kai, you've had strong results in the heats, different conditions for the final. How do you think this can play for you?
Quite well. I was quite fast in the dry yesterday in all the heats, so just try and win the race.
Just try and win the race. What's going to be the secret to taking the victory?
Just try and lead early, I think.
Kai Clark there from the outside of the front row of the grid for Strawberry Racing. This is going to be hotly contested, a full grid of competitive drivers. Looking forward to this one in Junior Rotax.
Welcome once again, everybody, to Warden Law, karting North East for Event 1 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. It's time for our Junior Rotax final for the first time in 2026. We go for 15 minutes plus 1 lap for these drivers, and here's how they line up. Charlie Wolfett
We go back to back. Had a great end to the 2025 season. He starts the first final of 26 on pole and is joined by Kai Clark. Starting P2, Zach Turner and Cian Bernard go from row number 2. It's Sebastian Clark and Ellis Bell on row number 3. Alex Goodson and Tom Reed. Tom Reed, one of the drivers moving up from the Minis, of course, last year's Grand Finals champion. There on row 4. Findlay Lyons and Jensen Chalk have a good chance there from row 5. It's Ewan House and the returning Fletcher Jameson on row 6. Thomas Jackson, Louis Radcliffe, they go from row 7. Finlay Smith and Blake Southern in his first British Kart Championships final, they go from row 8. Riley Morrow, another driver stepping up from the Minis, is alongside Alex Shepherd on row 9. George Fountain and Jack Collinson, Hartlepool's hero, starts on row 10. Connor Large and Harry Taylor on 11. Devin Taylor with Henry Gregory on the tools is alongside John Richardson for row 12. Harry Holland, Jack Beasley there on row 13. It's Luca Holmes-Ballack and Nathaniel Gray on 14. Josh Cormack was a winner last time out in the Minis at PF International. How can he do here on his junior debut from row 15 alongside Thomas Harper? Row 16, Ryan White, another of the Hunter Motorsport hopefuls on this grid, is joined by Lucian Smith, who wrestled his way through the super heats. Lomond Wilcox and Sam Kohler go from 17. Aidan Clark and Tobias Johns join the field. They made the cut of 36 after the super heat. Ceol Lynch rejoins me in the box. How's it feeling out there? It's a little bit sunny than it was earlier on this morning, but temperature's still cold?
Yeah, the temperature's still cold, but the sun is beaming on the circuit now. It really is. It's getting warm out there, but obviously not too much. That is not going to affect the track conditions too much. We had an intense senior race. The vibes are intense out there, and on the grid again, it is intense. This is round 1 junior Rotax. They do not disappoint.
Just a little bit of fact-finding. Big thanks, of course, to Henry Burdett, who keeps all of these up to date for us, of course. Charlie Wolford, one final win. That was right at the end of the season at PF International. Kai Clark has never won a final in the British Karts Championships. Right, here we go then. Into the tram lines, eyes on those lights. We're racing at the first time of asking here in Junior Rotax, side by side. Down to turn 1. It's a good start from both on the front row. There's a little bit of an incident in the second half of the field, which we'll catch up with in a moment, but that's a good run from Charlie Wolfett. And there's another bit of drama for those towards in the back of the field. Was that Alex Goodson? No, it wasn't. It was another one of the DHRs running up the order, but Wolfett has held the lead in the early stages. Kai Clark having a look on this tight line through, and off goes Wolfett. Opens the door now for Zach Turner to take the race lead. Kai Clark went for it. Oh, I just don't think he was far enough alongside to fully take the corner there, and Charlie Wolfett's chances haven't completely been extinguished. He's got himself back on the road. He's probably in around 8th place, but that's the first key point, Ceol, in this junior final.
I mean, devastating. Good start for both on the front row, but no more. That will be Zach Turner that leads, goes defensive into turn 1. That big pack of 4 behind him, but no, he still manages to lead around Dog's Leg. That is Kai Clark, Finlay Lyons and Cian Bernard then round out that top 5 as they go round once again.
Just for the records as well, this is going to be a big opportunity for a lot of drivers to get their best results in this championship. Oh, that's getting a bit tasty once again between Turner and Clark. This is going to potentially open things for Seb Clark to come through. Kai Clark retakes the lead of this one. Charlie Wolfett has recovered really well. He's got back into 6th place. Now he can regroup with 13 minutes and 20 seconds of this race remaining. Out is the 2:16 there. That is an end of the race moment for Thomas Jackson for Craft Motorsport. That is a real shame for Thomas. He's had a strong weekend, not to be though in this final. Keep an eye on Ellis Bell as well, just off the back of this front quintet. Ellis was very quick, very strong in the wet conditions earlier on this morning in the superheat, and he's already on the back of this lead group. So it's now 6 drivers: Clark, Turner, Clark, Bernard, Wolfett and Bell. Best place to have a go is out of control there is Seb Clark, and that was a moment with Zach Turner that's allowed Kai Clark to break away. Hope this doesn't boil over in the first round of the season. 12.5 minutes to go.
Well, this is what we're going to expect to see. Around the final few sectors we go then. Charlie Wolfett takes a look down the inside, tries to get the move done, but no, he lets 2 karts through as he does that. That is unfortunately for him. It's going to be a recovery drive for who was your pole sitter. Unfortunate for that DHR kart, but he's got 12 minutes now to see what he can do. Kai Clark, then your leader, is the fastest lap setter so far. Off in the distance right now, he's pulled a gap of 8/10, which in the early stage of this race isn't too bad.
5-second penalty for Finley Lines. News from Piers Prior. Piers, what do you have?
At the start-finish lines, I've had a pretty good view of both of those incidents for the lead where there was a bit of contact. I think Kai Clark was playing with fire a little bit there. Both of those moves quite robust. Seems to have got away with it for now, but I think they'll be having a look at that in race control.
Thanks, Piers. We've just seen a move for 3rd place. I'd upgrade this from a recovery drive. I still think Charlie Wolfett could win this race because he's got really good speed. He's just got past Cian Bernard there for 3rd place. There's Finley Lines on the move, past Louis Radcliffe. That is for 5th place on the road, but with that 5-second penalty now, Finley's got to get really on with this if he's going to stand any chance of being on the podium here today. There's Jensen Chalk on your screens in the 264, as there's a warning there for contact on your screens for Charlie Wolfett. Warning flag should note has been shown to Kai Clark. So for the moment, that is the race officials just saying, calm it. You know, we don't want this to boil over. We want this to be a clean, fair and fierce race. We still want them to race and go wheel to wheel. That's what we're all here for. As oh dear, as that's a problem with that Josh Cormack going slowly in the 221. Yes, it is. So the driver from Falkirk has not had a happy time on his debut in the junior Rotax levels. Connor Large down the inside. I've really liked the spirit of Connor Large so far this season. Ceol, I know he's been doing a lot of the club racing scene, and every time I've seen Connor race, he's been improving step after step after step. That's a nice bit of progress, now up to P9.
Well, this is the thing with the drivers coming through from club championships, club races. A lot of these drivers do it to keep fit, keep familiar with each other, and a lot of the drivers are similar, especially on the British grids, especially the British junior grids. So Connor Lodge will be familiar with a lot of these drivers. Up in 9th so far, doing a good job. But let's take a look a bit further down. Then you've got John Richardson up into 11th, up 13 places so far. Tom Reed, unfortunately, hasn't had the same start, down into 12th. Nathaniel Gray up 15 places. And Harry Taylor now up into that 13th place. But your biggest mover so far would be Ryan White up into 15th, up 16 places right now. Finley Lines now your fastest man on track.
It's a good rhythm with this race now, with 9.5 minutes to go. Here is a battle with the 240 on your screens of Nathaniel Gray, who started a bit further down the order and has made decent progress up into the top 15 now. Likewise, Ryan White. They've both gained 13 and 17 places respectively. So the Scotsman who took the Honda Cadet title here in 2023 on this ground is making some good progress. It gave some really good insight earlier on in the week when we spoke to him in the Hunter Motorsport awning. If you've missed any of the action today in the Paddock show, don't worry. You've got everything that's been broadcast up on the Alpha Live and Karting UK channels. And of course, if you've not heard the news, where have you been? There'll be a brand new hour-long highlights programme of all the finals here today on Sky Sports F1, produced and put together by Alpha Live. Really looking forward to that, and looking forward as well to some fierce racing in the second half of this junior Rotax final. Finley Lines having a look there at Cian Bernard. Two quality drivers here, both of them having raced for the United Kingdom in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy on the international stage. Down the inside there goes Ellis Bell. We said to keep an eye on him. Ellis Bell, on the double attack, nearly, not quite there. Has made this move with Ultimate R. Could they get a second podium today? We've already seen Matty Hingley add to his list of podiums in senior Rotax. Ellis Bell fully on the tack has impressed me a lot here today.
Well, exactly, Ellis Bell, your fastest driver on circuit right now. Putting pressure on Cian Bernard there in 4th, but coming out the final few corners right now, and they are...
Drama, 5-second penalty for kart number 4. Your race leader, Kai Clark, on our screens. has got to do the job that Ewan Charman did here 2 years ago. He has track position, but now a 5-second penalty. He's got to get, he can still win this race, but he's got to get at least 5.001 seconds up the road now. This has completely turned the Junior Rotax final on its head. Zach Turner is now in a net race lead. Charlie Wolfett is less than 2 tenths behind, has now gone down the inside and taken second place on the road. The effective race leader now is your pole sitter, Charlie Wolfett.
I mean, brilliant move down the inside from Charlie Wolfett. It's not, you were right, Andrew, it is not a recovery drive no more, as that is now your race leader, technically. Kai Clark will be hopefully soon made aware of his penalty, and he is going to have to work hard now to pull that gap. I'll hope for some serious battling then behind him. Zach Turner then down into third, and Ellis Bell, who was your fastest driver on track, still remaining there in fourth. This top 10 drivers is obviously some incredibly experienced, eager junior drivers. You've got Kai Clark, obviously seeded fourth, will be wanting, he'll be going for the win, realistically. Charlie Wolfett, another driver who'll be going for the win. Those two will be weighing each other up going into this year. Obviously, it's looking like so far Charlie Wolfett is going to have the advantage coming out of round one.
Yes, indeed. 6 minutes of this one to go. There on your screens, Findlay Lyons trying to work with Cian Bernard at the moment. They're both sat 5th and 6th on the road as of right now. But my, as I say, 2023 we had a similar situation. Ewan Charman was at the front of the field and pulled a 5-second gap over the rest of the field, so he still kept the race victory on that day. It was a brilliant piece of driving, and Kai Clark's going to have to do similar here. The trouble is, the pace right now is to the favour of Wolfett. Wolfett last time around 53.9 seconds. 54.0 for Kai Clark. Kai, who loves this place. Remember 2024 in the Rotax Grand Festival, he had the great run. He booked his ticket to that year's Grand Finals, and right now he is agonisingly leading this race. But right now, with that 5-second penalty, he wouldn't even be in the top 6. He would drop down to around 8th place, kind of that Sebastian Clark region, Jensen Chalk region. So he's got to keep pushing on here, because if he can't win this race today, at least get some good championship points. You would expect as a seeded driver, Kai Clark is going to be one of the favourites for the British title this year. And again, we'll repeat it like we said with the seniors, the championship is often won not on the days that you win, but the days where you have to dig deep, scrap, get that top 5, get those points on the board, especially early on in the season. Let the season come to you. That's a good scrap going on between Ellis Bell and Zach Turner. Zach Turner now under pressure to keep his 3rd place on the road. Right now he's in a net 2nd place with the situation for Kai Clark. Ellis Bell, though, Ellis Bell could still win this race, you know. Ellis Bell has got very strong pace. Right now he's got a little bit of traffic to deal with. He's got to clear Zach Turner at the first possible opportunity.
Exactly. Going into the final few corners now, that is a driver who is really fast this race, but what is going to hold him back is if Zach Turner manages to keep him behind him. Kai Clark and Charlie Wolfett are getting away, but Ellis Bell he's running out of time. He's got just under 4 minutes to gain that gap. Obviously, right now, your provisional winner is Charlie Wolfett. Zach Turner, Ellis Bell, Cian Bernard, Findlay Lyons then in that top 6.
Big defensive move there from Zach Turner. It was firm but fair. That was a little bit of a moment for the Coles racing man, but he held it together. Where's Findlay Lyons gone? Has dropped off the back of this group. In fact, yeah, he's lost positions out there, so I wonder if there's been a mistake or an issue for Findlay Lyons. He's still running in this race, but now looking at 8th place on the road. Cian Bernard still in the mix of this as well. Could he be on the podium here today? Currently running 5th on circuit. This is nervy. This is really nervy. And this is where the driver's mental side of the game is going to be tested once again. A defensive shape from Zach Turner down through Brian's Bend, through towards the dogleg now. Over these curves, you've got to be so precise through this part of the course. This is where the track hasn't been resurfaced, so that's that older grip. Now they go onto the newer surface, the wider part of the track. I've got to say, Zach Turner's doing a great job here at managing this one. I think he's maybe thought that trying to catch up to Charlie Wolford is not going to be on today, that he's not got the speed in the second half of this race. This is also very good, though, for Kai Clark. Whilst this is all going on, Kai Clark in time trial mode is pulling away. So a podium not out of question at this stage for the number 4 seed.
You're right, he has significantly extended that gap. He's still got a long way to go, 2 minutes. Charlie Wolford still is your provisional winner so far. But Zach Turner under some serious pressure. He's been defensive now for the last 3 laps. Again into turn 1, defensive once again. Ellis Bell and Cian Bernard now is on the back of that pack. He is under some serious pressure. We've got just under 2 minutes to go. Is he going to hold these 2 drivers off?
Oh, it's out there from this race. Was that Lucian Smith? Yes, it was. Lucian Smith has fallen down the order. Alex Goodson as well has sadly not had the kind of final that he would have wanted. 1 minute and 35 seconds of this race to go, and it's changing once again in the battle for third. Through has gone Cian Bernard. Cian Bernard is now in charge of this squabble for this podium spot. He's managed to get through past both Bell and Turner. It'd be interesting if we got another look of that one. 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. Charlie Wolford still in control. Kai Clark now has the 5-second gap. So, okay, at the moment, he's not going to win this race with that in-race 5-second time penalty, but he's still going to score very good points for second and match his personal best results in a British Kart Championships final. Can Ellis Bell respond? This is now a straight fight for third place on the podium. As down the inside, good positioning there from Cian Bernard. Cian Bernard, who one of his highlights of last year was that second place at Kart Masters. He raced so hard, was kicking himself, but has bounced back brilliantly. Oh, that's a beautiful move though from Ellis Bell. Hand up there from Cian Bernard, not too happy with that. There's things happening once again in the second half of the field. That was Lundman Wilcox and Fletcher Jameson involved in a moment. 2 of the novices to the national stage. 15 seconds to go, 2 more laps. We're going to stick with this battle for third place. Ellis Bell has charge of the last spot on the podium for Ultimate R. Cian Bernard, though, wants it back. Cian Bernard, with all of his experience, is another driver where this is a big year. His second full year in juniors. You would expect results. You would expect performances now that that first year is out of the way. But right now, he's being denied a place on the podium by this brilliant performance from Ellis Bell. Time is up for Kai Clark. He will take the final lap board. Ellis Bell has not had a podium before in the British Kart Championships. This would be a massive result for the young man from Scotland. On to the final lap then. Clark, your leader on the road, is 1.9 seconds ahead of Charlie Wolford, but it's this battle for third place that's the closest thing out on circuit. They're not going to be able to take advantage of the 5-second in-race time penalty that's been given to the number 4. So it's going to be these 4. Only one of them can be on the rostrum here at Warden Law this evening. Finley Lines is starting to rejoin this group, but he has a 5-second in-race time penalty as well in this one. Still Ellis Bell holding on. Can he control things off of the new hairpin? Yes, he can. To the inside, look, Zach Turner. Once again, Cian Bernard closes the door. Has a little bit of a moment through the entry to the back chicane. That could be things done for Ellis Bell. Here comes Kai Clark. He's going to take the checkered flag and P1 on the road, but has a 5-second time penalty from earlier on in the race. It's going to be a back-to-back win for Charlie Wolford. 2 seconds behind Kai Clark. He will inherit the win and add to his victory at PF International last year. Over the line, Bell third, Clark, Sebastian Clark steals 4th on the line there ahead of Finley Lines. Cian Bernard slips to 6th, Zach Turner down to 7th. What a race from the junior Rotax drivers, but it's Charlie Wolford, gold chain Charlie, golden boy for Dan Holland Racing, moving into the kart, into the position vacated by last year's champion Jacob Ashcroft. Charlie Wolford, championship contender confirmed. He has a share of the championship lead with Kai Clark leaving Sunderland here this evening. 127 points apiece. The championship, that'll matter, of course, for later in the season, but it's a second championship round win in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships in the career of Charlie Wolfett. A lot of pressure on this young man this weekend. When you step into the Dan Holland Racing awning, results are expected. There is your provisional on the road results. Kai Clark finished first, but a 5-second penalty given at 13:55 local time mean he will swap positions with Charlie Wolfett, who was 2 seconds behind on the road. Ellis Bell is a podium visitor in the British Kart Championships. We've not been able to say that before. Scotland have a new contend. Dak Turner, Jensen Chalk, Tom Reed and John Richardson all in the top 10. Great drive there from John Richardson, up 14 places in that final. Louis Radcliffe finishes 11th. Blake Southern was your second highest of the novices. Zach Turner was your top one. Apologies, I skipped over that bit. Ryan White up 18 places, was your top mover into 13th place. Conor Large and Nathaniel Gray raced well into the top 15. Finley Smith, Devin Taylor, Harry Holland, George Fountain all in the top 20. Luca Holmes-Ballack, Alex Shepherd, Ewan House, Riley Murrow and Jack Beasley take us down to 25th. Fletcher Jameson, genuinely so pleased that Fletcher has made the comeback. Not the result that he would have wanted, but more to come, I'm sure, from the Jacks Motorsport team and that young man. P26 here today. Sam Kohler, Tobias Johns, Lomond Wilcox and Josh Cormack all in the top 30. Thomas Harper and Aidan Clark, the last of 32 finishers. 4 retirements from that race. Lucian Smith, Alex Goodson, Jack Collinson and Thomas Jackson. For now, though, let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Ceol Lynch.
Thank you, Andrew, and what a race, as always, from our junior Rotax. But let's speak to our third place finisher, Ellis. Ellis, you were fastest man on track for a lot of that race. Talk us through it.
Yeah, it was just, we felt really, really fast, but because we started further to the back on the outside, I just didn't get a chance to go at like Clark and Charlie and stuff. And then midway through the race, there was a lot of defending going on, so everyone just kind of broke away.
And you did look confident out there. Tell us, does this bring you with confidence in for the rest of your year?
Yeah, I think if I can start that far back and bring it through, then people know that we can challenge for the wins.
And obviously, goal for the championship. You're a returning driver, seeded. How are you feeling?
Confident. I think there's a very high possibility that we can do it this year. So.
Well, thank you very much and good luck for the rest of your year. But let's chat to your second place finisher, Kai. Kai, you were first on the road. How do you feel?
It felt really good. It was a good race. I got a gap early on and just managed to maintain it, but I didn't have enough to win because of the 5 seconds, but still a good race.
Yeah, it was unlucky, but you still did a good job. How do you feel then? Second place going into the rest of your year, what's your game plan?
Just to try and win all the other ones.
Well, congratulations, thank you very much. But let's speak to your race winner, Charlie Wolfett. Are you happy with that? Round 1, win 1 of the year?
Yeah, I mean, it was great. I mean, we won last week at UKC and we won here, so it's a big positive to take into all the next rounds.
Absolutely, and I'm guessing this is going to fill you with confidence heading into PFI?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, PF my home track, so we'll have to see.
And obviously, another returning seeded driver. Tell us about your goal for this year.
I mean, there is only one goal. We got to win.
Well, thank you very much and good luck for the rest of your year as well.
Cheers,
there you go. That is hearing from our junior Rotax here at Warden Law. Back to you, Andrew.
Wera, what a start from the so hard. Heading up into the top section.
Welcome back, everybody, to Warden Law Karting North East for our penultimate final of the day, our last final of the Rotax categories, and the youngest drivers in the paddock here this weekend. It is, of course, Micromax that will take us through the next 15 minutes plus 1 lap race. First of all, really good to see a bigger field of Micromaxers this year. We've got 26 drivers set to go for the first final of the year. Slick tyres for everybody, of course. Let's head down to the grid and over to Piers Prior.
Thanks very much, Andrew. On the grid now, the wind is continuing to blow. Strong headwind now for these drivers, and with these least powerful karts, the tow is as powerful as it's going to get. A reminder, these drivers are 8 to 11 years old, most of them 8, 9 or 10 years old, and our pole sitter for the KR Sport team, Freddie Walker. Freddie, are you looking forward to this one?
Yeah, very much.
What do you think your best chance of taking the win is in this race?
I'd say 99%.
What can you do to give yourself the best chance? What are you concentrating on?
Just the race, really. Just focus what we need to do, stay nice and calm, and just see where we finish.
You sound calm behind the wheel, so we'll see if you can play that. You can use that in the race. And the driver on the outside of the front row, the number 8, the seeded driver of Sebastian Crawford. Sebastian, how are you feeling ahead of this race? I can see you smiling under the helmet. You look excited for this one.
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. I don't often get asked how I am, but I'm more interested about how you're doing. What are you thinking about? What are you concentrating on in this race?
I'm just trying to get the lead and then push away, trying to pull away.
Yeah, I know you know this track quite well. Do you think the changes to the track have made it easier to overtake?
It's made it easier, but some places harder. So, yeah.
And the start we've seen this weekend, it's difficult to take the lead from the outside. We've seen some drivers do it. Have you got a plan for the start? What are you thinking about for that?
Well, I'm going to try and get tucked in after the line, but if I can't, I'm just going to hope for the best.
Hope for the best, of course, that's what you always do. That was our front row. Then on the inside of row 2, we've got the number 42 of Albert Farrow. Albert, how are you feeling ahead of this race?
Quite confident as we won the pre-final. Hopefully we can just have a nice and calm race and come away with a nice win.
Pre-finals are in pretty different conditions, wasn't it? We've got very windy, dry conditions out there now. Is that going to play into your strengths or make things a little bit more difficult?
No, we're good at all weathers and like as an example, yesterday we were having good results and I think we could be quick enough to win.
Albert Farrow there from the inside of row 2, and then outside of row 2 we've got the number 92 for the RCE team. This is of course Freddie Baker. Freddie, we know you're on the outside of row 2. You've been up there in every session this weekend. Are you looking forward to this one?
Yeah.
What do you think? Do you think you can got a chance to take the win in this race?
Maybe.
Probably. What would you rate your chances?
9 out of 10.
9 out of 10. Confidence from Freddie Baker on the outside of the second row. Big grid of drivers. This is the youngest drivers, least powerful karts, but the racing is just as good as every other class. Very much looking forward to the Micromaxes. Andrew and Ceol are going to talk you through this race once again.
Thank you very much, Piers. We are ready indeed in the commentary position for the Micromax UK final, the first final of the year. Here's how they line up for this one. Very, very likely we're going to get some first podium visitors in their British Championship level careers in this race. Freddie Walker starts on pole position. It's Sebastian Crawford alongside on the front row. Albert Farrow looking to join brother Arthur on the role of honour of British Kart Championship final winners. Albert starts on the inside of row number 2, and Freddie Baker has had a very strong start to the 2026 karting season. Freddie starts P4. Benjamin Schlivar's been to the podium before, a couple of thirds last year in Miami Water Swift Restricted. Benjamin starts on the inside of row number 3 alongside Arthur Bowers. Row 4, Jayan Prakash, who's taken great strides forward as he's entered the Sampolit Racing team. Jayan starts on the inside of row number 4. He's joined by Jensen Darlow, Arlo Gamble and Lenny Barton go from row number 5. It's then Caden Hanley and Will Wainwright, the track experts around this place. They start on row number 6. Hendrix Falat had a good superheat, starts on the inside of row number 7. Is joined by Ronnie Allen. It's Zach Andrew and Kai Suri on row 8. Arthur Rhodes and Jensen Kelly start on row number 9. They're ahead of Rafe Owen and Max Armitt, the S-plate holder. They're on row 10. Roger Pratap Singh Shekhawat starts on row 11, is joined by Tommy Lovejoy, one of many novices to the championship in this race. Archie Gupta and Heath Smith starts on the penultimate row of the grid, row 12. Rio Pocock and Elliot Hitch complete the 26-strong field here for the first final of the year in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships Micromax class.
This is going to be a good one, Andrew. We
Yes.
have a very confident second row, Nayard. When we spoke to Piers, Albert Farrow, confident as ever, Freddie Baker, confident as ever, they are both eager to win. What we have seen from the slower karts today is we have seen a struggle from the inside position on the grid. It's been the drivers starting on the outside to get around that first corner on the outside. So it'll be interesting to see what Freddie Walker is able to do this time on the inside for the KR Sport.
Indeed. So, if I've got my facts correct, I think we've only got one driver on the grid who has taken a podium in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships final, and that was the aforementioned Benjamin Schlever. Arthur Bowers does have podiums at a British Championship level, but that was in his Bambino days, which of course was run as part of the Kart Championship. So he's looking for a first podium. This should be fun. This should be a really good way for us to finish the Rotax races here today. If you're waiting for KZ2, stick about. Let's watch some of our youngest drivers, in fact our youngest drivers in the entire paddock, before we get to that, for one last roll of the dice for the Rotax categories. Who is going to join the list of race winners here in Micromax? We're racing 15 minutes plus 1 lap. It's a good start for Freddie Walker. It's a good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Oh, big moment there for Benjamin Schliver. Not a good run for Arthur Bowers, who's down the order. Number 17 of Kai Suri has fallen down to the bottom of the order as well. It was a very good start for most of those on the inside. There's a little bit of grass tracking going out of the dog leg, but apart from that, I think we're okay. A bit of bumping and things in the second half of the field. Ronnie Allen's had a tough start to this one, but Freddie Walker, well, from that view, it looked like he's been doing this kind of run from pole position for years. That was a very assured start to this race.
Absolutely, that was a strong looking start. Sebastian Crawford in that origin kart, really unlucky there. He was squeezed on the outside onto the grass a bit and did drop right down that pack, so that is unfortunate for him. But Freddie Walker, brilliant start. Albert Farrow, brilliant start. Freddie Baker managed to keep himself up there also then.
End of the first lap then. Freddie Walker leads. Albert Farrow from Caden Hanley. Hendricks fell out a great start there. Is up 9 positions, when with Hanley as well. They've both gained a lot of spots in the early stages of this race. James Prakash holding in 5th, Freddie Baker, Lenny Barton, Arlo Gamble, Jensen Darlow and Arthur Rhodes all in the top 10 right now. In towards Senna 1. Well, I think we just call it Senna now, because Senna 2 has been replaced by this new hairpin.
And we have been told, Andrew, that the headwind is picking up out there, which is these karts are obviously slower, they're smaller karts. This could affect the karts lap times wise, obviously.
As here's a move for the lead. Albert Farrow down the inside takes the race lead away from Freddie Walker. And it's one of the RCEs coming through as well. Caden Hanley up into 2nd place. I say we're going to have a lot of chopping and changing in this race. It's what we've seen before in Micromax, particularly if you've got a newer group of drivers coming through. We go through cycles in Micromax. Drivers often spend a couple of years at this level. There's a lot of newer drivers to this level having their first go. And it's great entertainment watching them go back and forth as they're stepping down the inside. Freddie Walker takes 3rd place. That was Hendricks Fallat's turn to have a bit of a difficult moment. Another of the RCEs. Freddie Baker has a look there and takes 5th place away. This is good racing from our youngest drivers in the field. Caden Hanley down the inside now retakes 2nd place. Good for Albert Farrow though. Albert starting to break away from the rest of the field.
Oh, the chicane they go, and like you said, this is what we tend to see from these drivers. Big grassroots there at the back of that pack, but he's all good, managed to make his way back onto the circuit. That was Freddie Baker. Like we said, these drivers, they enjoy to battle for that first place. 12 minutes to go, but we are going to see plenty of chopping and changing at that front pack. That front pack then is Farrow, Hanley, Prakash Walker, now Hendricks Fallat and Freddie Baker then. Oh, we have some defensive lines into turn 1, but that will be 69 that leads. Caden Hanley then in 2nd place. This is giving Albert Pharaoh. That slight gap then going into round dogleg.
It is indeed. It's a nice position for Albert Pharaoh at the moment. Not perhaps one that he would have expected in thinking about a typical Micromax UK final. There down the inside there was Jane Prakash. Jane Prakash has joined the battle and has got to the front of the order. I've been very impressed with Jane Prakash so far this season. I've been keeping an eye on his club racing results. This is a driver who took a huge step forward in terms of performance and lap time. He's worked from being, I'll be honest, a couple of seconds off the pace of the front runners when he was in his first year of Honda Cadet, and the work that he and Paul Janes have done together to find a way to grow the confidence, to bring the performance that was always there. It was just underlying, waiting to be found. He's taken this step into Micromax UK. Paul Janes has gone with him. Ambition Motorsport will still be running lots of things in Honda Cadet when we go for their first round at Wilton Mill in a few weeks' time. But I say, he's been very quick in the dry conditions so far this week in free practice. Had a bit of a tough time earlier on in the second round of heats and then the super heat. But this is a chance, I think, for another new winner, as there's a good scrap going on there between Caden Hanley and Hendrix Fallat. Hendrix Fallat falling not falling really, he's back up to fourth place with that moment with Caden Hanley. This is a good race from all of these drivers. Still very much all part of the equation here. Albert Pharaoh only 3/4 of a second out front.
Absolutely, we've got 10 minutes to go, but it is still all to play for. Speaking of new wins, Caden Hanley in car number 69, he has been doing well in the off-season. Start of his year, he's been looking good in the club championship rounds, filling himself with confidence. But we've got defensive line into turn one goes Hendrik Fallat, defending off Caden Hanley, like we said. Jensen Dollo, and then your fastest driver on track right now is Crawford.
Yeah, Sebastian Crawford currently running in 8th place, 4.2 seconds behind the race leaders. Let's just have a little check-in with the midfield. We don't want to forget about those having good races in the second half of the order. Maybe we've had problems through the heats and the super heat. So Ray Thowen up 7 places to P7. Rio Pocock, who had those problems in the super heat, up 8 spots now to P17. And good to see Shekawat and Gersha all up the order. Archie Gupta, up 5 spots as there was a move there from Freddie Baker. Baker now up into P4. 9 minutes to go. The race is on though. Albert Pharaoh, not a surprise, has been pulled back, and here goes Jane Prakash. Jane Prakash on his teammates. Sam Pollitt Racing versus Sam Pollitt Racing, and a new race leader in a final. Jane Prakash in kart number 44. His hero is Sir Lewis Hamilton. And right now he's taking kart 44 potentially to another British karting national win.
Well, you are right, Andrew. You saw the potential in that 44 car, and you are correct. He goes on to take the lead. Still 8 minutes to go, but that is Prakash, Pharaoh, Walker, and Freddie Baker then in your top 4 so far. Fun fact for you, Hendrix Fallat was apparently named after a famous guitarist.
I wonder which one that could be. 8 minutes to go. As a bit of a moment there between Freddie Baker. The two Freddies going wheel to wheel. Freddie Walker goes through into 3rd place. Hendrix Fallat just at the back of this group, running in the top 5. This race isn't run yet. Still the best part of 8 minutes to go. Checking over the shoulder there. Prakash and Pharaoh. Sebastian Crawford, the new fastest lap of the race, is through again, holding that position. Freddie Baker into 3rd place. Caden Hanley digging deep. Difficult stage of the race this for Caden Hanley, because Caden's just dropped back a little bit. He's a bit marooned at the moment in 6th place on their own there. Jensen Darlow and Sebastian Crawford could be on the scene pretty quickly. They're working well.
Yeah, you're right. Caden's at the stage where you have to either look at the drivers ahead of you and get your head down, or if you start looking behind you and seeing that Darlow and Crawford are close behind. Obviously, Crawford is your fastest driver on track right now. You are going to get swallowed by that pack behind. But here we go then. Here's the front pack into the final few corners. Prakash still leads, doing a great job so far. Not looking behind him too much, 7 minutes to go. It's not too worrying yet.
No, it's a very good job being done by the Sam Pollitt Racing team. Continuing the form that we saw from them in 2025 after their breakthrough year in terms of taking race victories. They had to wait a bit of a while to get that first British Kart Championships win, and then they got 2 in the same weekend at Lark Hall early in the 2024 season, and one of those was in this category, in Micromax, with Austin Owen, as we mentioned earlier on in the show. But this is where, again, Micromax, if you're new to it, it ebbs and flows. We saw Prakash breaking away, but now he's being pulled back in. This is where he's got to stay calm, because there's another wave of attacks probably coming in from the likes of Albert Farrow. Freddie Baker still there as well in third place, down into Gasworks once again. Freddie Walker needs probably another half-tenth or so here, because that number 92 of Freddie Baker, we know the Richardson chassis engineering product is a fast product. It's the same kart that Dian Singh Pahal won this class, won this championship last year. There's a +5 second penalty. Oh, it's got worse now for Freddie Walker. +5 second penalty for driver number 13. That is all but likely going to take Freddie Walker out of contention for the podium. Right now it would drop him down to 8th place. That's such a shame for Freddie Walker. You know, I can understand there was a couple of moments there that were very close indeed. But I think for Freddie Walker this weekend, speed has been there. It's a long year. This has been a good weekend from the driver number 13. Yes, it's not going to end the way that, or more than likely, it's not going to end the way that he wanted, but more racing in the season to come.
You're right,
Change for the lead. Sorry, Ceol. Change for the lead there. We said that there was going to be an attack from Albert Farrow, and he's retaken first position. Now, do the Sam Pollitt Racing boys now think 5 minutes to go? We've got some control of this race, but not full control. Do they now start to try and run this as a duo to gap Freddie Baker? That's not going to be easy to do. Let's see what they do over this next lap or so.
Well, you're right. That looked like it's going to be J.M. Prakash's plan so far. We saw on those last couple of laps, he kept looking behind him, seeing Albert Farrow get closer and closer. That possibly brought him back ever so slightly. And as you can see now, that's brought the entire pack into contention. Freddie Baker now right on the back of the J.M. Prakash kart, as are Walker and Hendricks fell out right behind.
It's a change for, it looked like there was going to be a change for 4th place between Freddie Walker and Hendricks Falat. We'll keep you updated on that as and when, Falat has got through into 4th place. Here comes Freddie Baker down the inside on J.M. Prakash. That's good driving from both of them. A little wider line there from Prakash, using the contours of that part of the circuit to hold round the outside and retain 2nd place. This one's starting to come up in temperature. It's starting to come up to the boil. Pointing forward there is Albert Farrow, but no. J.M. Prakash wants the race lead. Takes the race lead back. Decisive move there from the driver of kart number 44. But that's good news if you're of a supporting disposition of Hendricks Falat, because Hendricks Falat has now rejoined this top 3. Freddie Walker's still there as well, not too far behind in 5th place. There's been a change for 6th. Sebastian Crawford is through past Caden Hanley. I tell you what, I don't think Crawford's out of this fight, because we've still got quite a while. We've got 3¼ minutes to go. The gap is only 2 seconds between the back of this front group and the chasing group. Here goes Baker down the inside. Not quite able to get it done there on Farrow.
Exactly that. Freddie Baker striking distance. He has been doing really well so far, trying to get himself up higher on that podium. But J.M. Prakash, this is what we tend to see in Micromax. He did not want to work with Albert Farrow, who is now fastest man on circuit, but he thought, no, I'm quicker, so I'm going to go down the inside at turn 1 and get the move done, try and lead. So far it's working for him. He's 3 tenths ahead, not too bad. Freddie Baker then looking to strike with Albert Farrow, and he gets the move done. Beautifully done. Freddie Baker then promoted himself up into 2nd. Albert Farrow now down into 3rd. Hendricks Falat there sitting, waiting to get the move done. And then this is also bringing Freddie Walker now into contention.
2 minutes and 20 seconds of this race to go. Sam Pollitt Racing have never had a Micromax win here at Warden Law. Right now, they are on the precipice of doing that, but it's going to be Richardson Chassis Engineering's Freddie Baker who's been going to be taking the fight to them. He's already got past Albert Farrow, as you say there, Ceol. J.M. Prakash, half a second clear, digging deep to keep this race lead over the line once again. just a second covering the top 4 as things stand. But again, keep an eye on Sebastian Crawford. Sebastian Crawford has got pretty much the same pace as the back of this group. So if it does start kicking off in this top 4, Crawford could yet come back into the mix. You often see it in cadet racing because, oh, that was a bit of a moment for Albert Farrow, who's going to have to defend now into Senna and into the new hairpin. That was a slight mistake. That's one of the reasons why the drivers love this Warden Law circuit. It's still got that old school element, and through has gone Fallat. Good move there from Hendrix Fallat. Checks over his shoulder. Is now onto the podium. Here goes Freddie Walker as well, trying to take 4th place on the road. That's a sweet move down the inside from Freddie Walker. Albert Farrow, no option but to give way. Slips down to 5th place on the road. Remember, the number 13 does have a 5-second penalty, though, from earlier on in the race. 50 seconds to go. Over the line again. There'll be 2 more laps of this race. Jayan Prakash, this is a position that Jayan has never been in before. He's had a great start to the 2026 season, but that's always been at a club level. At this level, the top national championship, he has fought from the back to the midfield. This work through Honda Cadet, he's made this move into Micromax UK. Not just taken another step, he's taken 3 or 4 steps forward in terms of his race performance, but he's not got this race won yet. Freddie Baker, who similarly has had this great start to 2026, already has his ticket booked to Portimao, to the Rotax Grand Finals at the back end of the season. He is racing free without the pressures of thinking about tickets. He is here to win a British Kart Championship. That decision, that working out will all be for later on in the season, but who's going to win this first final of the year? Last lap board is out. Prakash has a lead of about 4 to 5 tenths. I'll tell you what is good for Jayan Prakash. He is very strong through sector number 3. If there's going to be a big move from Freddie Baker, he might need to get it done before they get to the traditional last gasp overtaking spot of Gasworks. They're through Senna now. Oh, bit of a hit of the curb there from Freddie Baker. Was that a mistake that could be costly in terms of who wins this race? Out of the new hairpin towards the back chicane. Jayan Prakash is counting the corners down, but he's not got this race won yet. This is where he's strong. Into sector number 3 now. Down through Gasworks. This is looking good for Jayan Prakash and Sam Pollard Racing. It's all going on in the battle for 3rd place that Hendrix Fallat has just got hold of. But Jayan Prakash out of the final corner takes his maiden victory in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for Sam Pollard Racing. Kart number 44 wins in Micromax, takes P1 here at Warden Law. What a special moment for this young man and his mechanic, long-standing mechanic, Paul Janes. The work that they have done together, proof again that hard work brings results. Jayan Prakash, British Kart Championships, P1. 2nd place goes to Freddie Baker. This is going to be a great championship battle, potentially between these two and the likes of Hendrix Fallat, who was up 10 places in that race. All 3 drivers make it to the podium for the first time in a Motorsport UK British Championship level race. Brilliant stuff to see. There is the big smile. Jayan Prakash, for the first time in his karting career, takes a win in a final. Micromax UK 2026 at Warden Law. Mark the moment. A brilliant sight to see. Wins it by half a second clear of Freddie Baker. Hendrix Fallat there in 3rd. Freddie Walker 4th, 5th for Albert Farrow. Sebastian Crawford 6th, solid points on the board for the number 8 seed from last year, who I'm sure will go from strength to strength across the course of this season. Caden Hanley 7th, up 4 places in that one. Jensen Darlow, Arthur Rhodes and Lenny Barton complete the top 10. Tough race today for Benjamin Schlivar, but he'll have learnt a lot here this weekend. Arlo Gamble as well, that's a really strong performance. Arlo continuing to get better and better from where he was in 2025. Arthur Bowers 13th ahead of Ronnie Allen and Will Wainwright. Wraith Owen, Rudra Pratap Singh Chekawat, Arshie Gupta, Jensen Kelly and Rio Pocock all in the top 20. Heath Smith, P21 ahead of Kai Surrey, Tommy Lovejoy, Elliot Hitch and Zach Andrew in the top 25. All 26 drivers who started that race, finished that race. Nobody fell off the lead lap. Max Armitt was the 26th of them. Brilliant stuff from our Micromax drivers. I always enjoy this category. Seeing new drivers come through, seeing new talents emerge, and that has definitely been the case here today near Sunderland. For Jeyan Pratt, huge result from where he was in terms of his confidence as a driver 12 months ago, and just proves once again that hard work, fighting through, learning, having that humble dedication to karting as a sport can be such a brilliant part of taking part in karting, and I'm absolutely overjoyed that Jeyan has got this result. He's not got the lead in the championship though. That's going to be Freddie Walker, who leads Sunderland with a 3-point lead over Baker and Prakash. But right now though, let's head down. This could be quite a start to interviews for Micromax in 2026. There's going to be some very happy drivers with Piers Prior.
Thanks very much, Andrew. Yes, you're absolutely right about that. Very happy Micromax drivers. And we'll start with our third place driver, up 10 places from 13th. Did you think you could get a podium on the grid there today?
I'm happy with myself, what I've accomplished.
Yeah, that's a great drive to come through the field. What was the point at which you thought a podium was maybe on the cards?
Because in the final heat yesterday, when I got the SQ'd, I felt down, but I knew I couldn't give up.
So you really mentally, you bounced back, and hey, a third place, you must be so happy with that. Who would you like to thank who helped you get that podium?
I'd like to thank Mark, Tommy, my teammates and my family.
Hendricks fell out third place, congratulations. We'll grab our second place driver now, Freddie Baker, who's just getting a high five from the teammate. Thanks very much, Hendricks. You can go and celebrate with your team. Freddie, I asked you on the grid, didn't I? I said, what's your chances of getting this? You said 9 out of 10. You were just missing the one, but second place is still a good result.
Yeah.
Are you happy with that?
Yeah.
What was the best part of the race for you?
Getting through the pack.
Yeah, it was a good race, but Jeyan, I could see you fighting hard with him. He did well to take the win, didn't he?
Yeah.
Who's helped you get on the grid this weekend?
RCA, my dad, and that's it.
Amazing, congratulations. That is Freddie Baker, our second place driver, Micromax. Freddie, off you go, and we'll grab our eventual winner, Jeyan. Wow, what a turnaround it's been. We've seen your development as a driver over the last few years, coming from a little way off the pace, but now you've won in the British Kart Championship. That must be an amazing feeling.
Yeah.
What's been the difference between being in the middle of the pack and then coming through? What's the biggest improvement you've made to allow you to take this win?
Well, in Heat 1 I won it. Heat 2, it wasn't the best of things. I came like 14th. And in the Super Heat I came near 14th again, but I've started 7th and come first.
Congratulations, a great win, up 6 places as well. We've seen that in that race that it looked like you just wanted to get to the lead and stay there. Every time someone challenged you, you defended hard, then you got a gap and you pushed on. Was that your tactic from the start of the race, get in the front and stay there?
Yeah.
Amazing, and I know you've got a lot of people who have helped you. Who's helped you to get to this place?
My mechanic Paul, all of Sam Pollitt, my coach Ali, my parents and my sister.
Jeyan Prakash, our winner of round 1 of the Micromax category here at the British Kart Championships. Jeyan, congratulations, an amazing result. We'll let you go and celebrate with your team. I know you're going to be looking forward to those celebrations. Congratulations to our youngest drivers. We've got the final of today coming up in just a moment. Our only gearbox class, fastest class of the weekend. Stick around for that, but before then, a few words from our partners.
Here at Demon Tweeks, you probably know us for our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweeks has got you.
Welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready for our final race of the day, and it could well be the race of the day. It is the first final of the year for KZ2. Let's head down onto the grid and over to Piers Prior.
KZ2 first final coming up for them, and I'm very much looking forward to this. I'm excited for a good race. You'll notice brand new tyres for all the drivers, all brand new slick tyres for KZ2, so they're going to have to get those tyres bedded in. That'll give them pretty much as much grip as they've had all weekend. Let's run through the first few of our drivers on the grid, starting with Marcus Kayak, our pole sitter, all the way from Estonia?
Yeah.
Estonia, you come over, you put it on pole.
Yeah, it's been great. We were struggling a bit on Thursday and Friday, but today everything looked okay and won the pre-final and now pole for the final.
It's been a two-horse race between you and Noah this weekend. You race against each other in Europe. You've been the class of the field, the two of you together. I feel like you've just been edging closer and closer and closer in terms of pace. Have you been making changes to the kart? Is it in you? What's been the difference between you being able to get the win? I mean, you were on pole because you won the pre-final.
Yeah, we make some changes on the chassis, get a bit better. Also myself getting used to the track more and more, because the track time is not a lot here, only 4 practice sessions on Thursday. But yeah, getting used to the track more and more and changing the setup on the chassis.
Well, we'll see if the setup changes made have been helping. New tyres, have you had to make any adjustments because of that?
Not really. Just put the new tyre and hopefully it works.
New tyre and send it. Marcus Kayak, our pole sitter there, the Estonian driver for the Formula K kart there. Driver on the outside of the front row, Noah Wolf, who was the pace setter at the start of the weekend, but it's just lacked behind Marcus in that last one. Conditions are a bit different this morning. It was only just dry conditions. We've now got full dry conditions. Quick word with Noah before he jumps in. Noah, what do you need to do to get one ahead of Marcus in this one?
Not really much, to be honest. I'm leading the championship. I'm the one that's got to be hunted down now. Just got to have a nice clean race, do my own bits, and we'll give him a good race, hopefully.
You've spoken about the championship. However, I know you want to win this race.
Yeah, obviously I'm going to try my best to win the race, but the championship is the main goal.
Yeah, I think the start's going to be important, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
We'll look forward to that. We'll let Noah get in the kart there. We've got the second row of the grid by 2 previous British Kart Championship protagonists. Charlie Turner, 4th seed last year, was 2nd the year before. Josh Price, outside of row 2, was our British champion in 2024. This is going to be great. Keep an eye. The fastest, most exhilarating action this weekend is coming right up. That's KZ2. And I think I want to jump in the commentary box with you, Andrew, for this one.
Welcome once again, everybody, to Warden Law. Take a deep breath. This is going to be spectacular. The first final of the British Kart Championships for short gearbox. It's KZ2, and we are in for a titanic duel between 2 international stars of gearbox karting. Marcus Kayak starts on pole position, having won the pre-final. Noah Wolf, the 4th most successful driver in terms of race wins and podiums in the history of the BKC. Won here in Minimax in 2022, so knows how to get things done here near Sunderland. Charlie Turner won here in 2024 and 2022. Do not forget about the number 4 seed. He's joined on the second row of the grid by his rival from the 2024 championship fight, Josh Price. Jess Edgar and Miles Murphy start on row number 3. Jess looking to follow in the footsteps of
Ella Stevens and Ollie Stewart, who of course were the top 2 drivers in the championship for Jade Racing team last year. Darrell Henderson, great in the superheat, starts on the inside of row number 4, is joined by the experience of Ashley Lewis. Harry Walsh and Ryan Green completes the top 10. Lee Ward's had technical troubles so far this week, but is always there with his experience to charge through the field. Starts on row 6, is joined by Ralph Youngling. He's had a difficult week so far, but it can all turn around in the final. And Nina Piccoli completes the 13-strong field here at Karting Northeast for this, the first final of the year in the British Kart Championship for KZ2. Piers, you've joined me in the box. It's cold, it's windy out there, it's fresh tyres for everybody. These 2 formation laps are hugely important to get the heat into those new tyres. This could be decided. I hope it's not. I will hope we go for 15 minutes of back and forth between all of these drivers. But this race, when we get to the end of it, we could be looking back at the race start as the definitive point that decides who takes home that P1 spot today.
Oh yes, I was just rubbing my hands together a moment ago, and it's dual purpose. One, because my hands are freezing, because it's still absolutely bitterly cold out there. Although I must say, with the sun beaming down, track temperature a bit higher than it has been at any point this weekend. But secondly, because I am very much looking forward to this one. Looking at 2 of the best KZ2 drivers in Europe, in the world at the moment, at the front of the field, Noah Wolf and Marcus Kayak, and then we've got the rest of the field are the best in Britain who can on their day do it on the world stage. You mentioned it already, Charlie Turner. He was the British Championship challenger to Josh Price, who took that title in 2024. They've got gradually closer and closer. If I look back at my notes from qualifying and then the heats, in the first heat, Turner 6 seconds off the lead. In the second heat, 5 seconds off the lead. This morning, changeable conditions, so that changed things up a little bit and there was a bit of battling, but I think Kayak coming in has actually helped that team with the Formula K chassis.
Oh, definitely. The progress for Rush Performance and what Brian Rush and the whole team have done, this is a really good sign for them for the longevity of the season. If you've enjoyed this so far this weekend, and of course you have, it's KZ2, the other dates for the British Championship counting races this year. So the next one is at Shennington, finals day on the 17th of May. Now that is not a Wera Tools British Kart Championship promoted event. It's part of the Shennington Kart Racing Club calendar. It will be broadcast. Alpha Live there for all of the Shennington Club races. Myself, I'll be there as well for that one. If you can come on down to Shennington for the second round, that would be amazing. And likewise, 10th to the 12th of July at Kimbolton, 7th to the 9th of August at Wilton. 10th to the 12th for Kimbolton, 24th to 26th of July at Wera, and then the 2 events at Silverstone, which we're all thoroughly looking forward to. The first of them at the 17th and 19th of September, and then the 8th to the 10th of October at Silverstone as well. But that's all in the future. This is for now. KZ2 final, Marcus Kayak versus Noah Wolf on the front row. The lights are coming on one by one. Who's going to get the best launch off the line? We're away and racing in KZ2, and once again it's Kayak who gets the shot from P1, takes the race lead. Wolf slots into P2. Charlie Turner, as he's done throughout the race weekend, slots into 3rd. It's Josh Price in that green, so that pink and white kart in 4th place. Miles Murphy has had a decent start as well, Piers. And I remember back to the last time we saw Noah Wolf in British Kart Championships KZ2 action. In the final, it was Miles Murphy who took the big fight to his younger driver. So I absolutely agree with what your thoughts are in terms of those national runners, that they have been getting closer and closer and closer. That's a nice move from Darrell Henderson down the inside of Jess Edgar to move through, and a good start as well for Ralph Youngling. Oh, until that moment there, we run a little bit wide and lost out to Jess Edgar. I don't think it's a guarantee that Kayak and Wolf are necessarily going to romp away with this. Charlie Turner's right there in 3rd, just about half a second back. And of course with KZ2, we've not talked about it too much so far, but there's always that threat of reliability or losing your reliability. Quite simple, more complex kart, more things that could go wrong.
Yeah, potentially. Also, they're very highly strung, as we see Ralph Youngling looking at the inside of Edgar into the centre, what was centre 1, into now the centre corner, and then defending into the new hairpin. Good move, taking back that position he lost at the end of the previous lap. But it's telling for me, Marcus Kayak doesn't say much, but what he did did say on the grid was telling to me no changes on the car, which means he's happy with how it is. I think that means that potentially it's given Charlie Turner a little chance to peek at what's been going on that kart, and then maybe gone towards that setup. And now look at that, still in the same shot. We haven't seen that much this weekend, although Noah Wolf still there. I wonder though, Noah Wolf, he's very good at saving those rear tyres, rolls it through the middle of the corner, doesn't overslide the kart. We've got brand new tyres on for this final. That means that they can go all out, and just saying that, going absolutely all out. They don't have to save these tyres or anything after this race. 15 minutes is all they need to do, so they can push hard, they can push flat out. Potentially, that might hand a bit more an advantage of Kayak.
Indeed, 12 minutes and 40 seconds of this race to go then. There's Charlie Turner in third place, just waiting, ready to pick up the pieces should anything go wrong for Kayak and Wolf at the front of this order. Round as, out of the race. Is that Ryan Green out of the race? Yes, it looks to be the end of things for the number 11.
It's up at Gasworks, I think, just by judging by looking out the commentary box window. Hopefully Ryan's all okay there. He was moving in the cart, but there's no small accidents down there, is there? Especially not in KZ2.
Ryan gave us a great insight into what it's like to operate one of these KZ2s. If you missed that in the build-up show earlier, you can watch it back on your Alpha Live and Karting UK platforms. 12 minutes of this one remaining. Keep your comments coming in. Good afternoon to the Watsons, to John, to Shay, and to Kathy Watson. Great to have you on board with us once again. Always tuning in for the Rear Tools British Kart Championships. Let's focus in though on this battle. This is the kind of start of the race that we saw in heat number 1, Piers, where Kayak got the initial lead. Wolf down the inside takes the race lead through Brian's Bend. What a brilliant piece of driving that was from Noah Wolf. Now he's got the race lead. What does Marcus Kayak do now? What we've seen so far in this situation, Piers, is that Wolf's used the next 2 laps and just started to gap Marcus Kayak a little bit. That's not to say that that's going to happen on this occasion, but this is now a critical phase of this final.
Bold, brave and brilliant at turn 1. Down the inside, that's not normally a regulation overtaking opportunity. Or wide at the Gasworks, and he's missed a gear. Sideways the wheelbase, they've come together.
Off goes Noah Wolf out of this final. Charlie Turner goes through into second place. Wolf will try and get back onto circuit. He was saying he was thinking about championship at this early stage. Can he get it going again? Yes, he can. But he's fallen all the way down to 12th place now. The 2 international contenders. And Kayak's lost his his nacelle panel. He's going to have to come in. His race is going to be over. He cannot continue in that fashion. Charlie Turner, we said, was going to be waiting in the wings should something happen. It has happened. Charlie Turner could now be on to add to 2022. What is it about the even years? 2022, 2024, and it now can be 2026 that Charlie Turner wins here at Warden Law. What a turn up for the books in this final. 10 minutes to go. I'd love to see another look at that one between Kayak and Wolf. It was bold, and yet there is the mechanical flag out. Noah Wolf, black flag, they're both gone. Both going to be pulling into the pits and out of contention. And now Charlie Turner has a near 2-second lead.
Wow, 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 wow. I really hope that wasn't me. I just said what an amazing move it was for the lead. Then he goes wide. Wolf just snatches a break into the hairpin in the Gasworks. Then misses a gear on the exit, side by side. And hey, what did Noah Wolf say on the grid? He said, I'm just here for the championship. If I don't win the race, it doesn't matter. But once the red mist comes down, that's it. They all want to win. And unfortunately, as we often see, 2 into 1 doesn't go. And that has allowed Charlie Turner. You said it throughout the pre-final. You hinted at it in this final. Charlie Turner's there to pick up the pieces. He's the man that now leads the race and potentially the championship.
But he's not got this race won yet. Let's have a look at a replay of that moment between Wolf and Kayak. This was the entry. Well, that's the reverse angle. That's how it is. So the O plate just goes straight over the front of the 21, rips off the nacelle panel. That's why Kayak's out of this race. A straight mechanical flag. It's the other angle, the rear angle, that'd be interesting just to see what happened there in terms of steering input, and was the space there? Was it simply just 2 drivers not giving each other enough room? Well, that'll all be debated, I'm sure, after this race. And meanwhile, here I think is the other angle. So yeah, Wolf runs wide.
Yeah, you can see him go for another gear. I don't think Kayak gave Wolf enough space there, if I'm completely honest. There was less than one kart width to the edge of the track, but to a certain extent the track goes left.
Yeah,
it may well be a racing incident but if I had to place a bit more weight, I'd say that, you know, Marcus was squeezing across on Noah there.
It doesn't matter if you're in a KZ2 or a Micromax or any kart size. It does get very tight there off of Gasworks. The ground drops away. It's a brilliant corner. It's a brilliant challenge, but you do sometimes see that. We've not really seen it in the Rotax classes. But yeah, it's, well, out of this race are Kayak and Wolf. But this is now the next situation, because Charlie Turner, yes, has this lead by 2 seconds, but he now has the teammates, Josh Price, Miles Murphy. Surely they are going to work together, if they can, to try and pull this gap down. They're second and third as things stand. Darrell Henderson is on the edge of potentially going for a podium here. Ashley Lewis is up to 5th. Ralph Youngling I wouldn't count out of having a go later on in this race. It's been by far the strongest race from Ralph Youngling so far this weekend. He's running now up in 6th place. But how do the More Racing boys play this now? How do they tackle the next couple of minutes? For me, there's got to be that sign. And I tell you, Miles Murphy looks quick at this stage of the race. They're on different chassis. Price still on the Kart Republic, still on the machinery that Miles Murphy ran through the whole championship last year. Miles has made the change to CRG. I do believe that Josh is probably going to make the change to CRG as well. It's just the materials weren't quite ready in time for this first round of the season. Charlie Turner puts in a new fastest lap of the race, 48.72. What's the pace like? Well, it's pretty even. They're all in the 48.7s, but for me, if we're going to see a More Racing win today, these two have got to start chipping away at that lead in the next minute or so.
But Charlie Turner's looking really strong at this stage of the race. He's looking comfortable. He wasn't being dropped by the front two, not really. Oh, big move into the centre one from Murphy. Murphy thinks that he's got the pace at this stage of the race. The 3rd seed last year goes for the move, takes 2nd place. He's the one that's going to chase down Turner.
This is a driver who retired. I don't believe it. That's hell will freeze over before Miles Murphy retires from karting, and this is why, because he's still got that grit. He's still got that determination to race year after year. As I say, he's the only driver who's been a seeded driver at the end of every season in the modern era of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, and now he has track position over his teammate Josh Price. Maybe this is part of the tactics though. Maybe they're having a look to see if we put the number 3 at the front of our little duo, do we then start to chip away at the advantage that Charlie Turner has at this stage? Out of the new hairpin, along this long run, they don't take the back chicane, up through the gears, up to the top gear, down once again into the hill, through Gasworks. The sector times decent. Miles Murphy slightly quicker than Charlie Turner through that 2nd sector, but only by, I'd say, hundredths, and they need tenths now, and Charlie Turner is kicking again. Charlie Turner is really strong through the 3rd sector. That was a purple 3rd sector where in those few corners alone he pulled another 1/10.5 out over Murphy and Josh Price. This is a sterling drive. This is classic Charlie Turner. This is what took him to the KZ2 British title in 2022. This is why the Rush Performance team last year made this switch and took on this project with the Formula K chassis to build, to develop, to get that speed, take the fight to the other established KZ2 teams to get that title back. We're still at early stages of this championship, of course, but this is looking very good for Rush Performance and Charlie Turner.
Yeah, very, very controlled at the front of the field and continuing to push on a purple final section on that last lap. Further increases or decreases the lap time to take the fast lap once again. Looking at Ralph Youngling, you could see him struggling as Nino Piccoli now in the pits. They're unfortunate not to see Nino finish either the pre-final or the final. He was strong at the start of the pre-final. It'd be good to see Nino back and strong again, but Ralph Youngling here that we're looking at in the number 9 orange Sodi kart, it's not looked as comfortable as we've seen him at times. He was exceptionally strong here last year, wasn't he, Andrew? But just the kart looks edgy this weekend.
Yeah, it doesn't look settled. I think particularly at the front end, it's not behaving. As his brother Timo won here last year in the final, just ahead of Ella Stevens and Ollie Stewart, and that was part of a kind of a get-ready race for Timo's assault on the European Championships that year, which then ended up at the end of the year with a podium in the FIA KZ2 World Cup. And yeah, I mean, the Sodi has been the weapon of choice for the international KZ2 races, and as I say, when we've seen it here in the British, it's been a handy package, but for whatever reason this weekend it's not quite been at the level of the Birrells from Jade, and this combo of Kart Republic and CRG from Moore Racing, and of course from the Formula Ks of Rush Performance. But 2 minutes and 50 seconds of this race to go. Charlie Turner has full control of this one, 3 seconds clear of Murphy and Price. Then this battle for 4th place between Darrell Henderson, Ralph Youngling and Ashley Lewis still there in 6th place. Just a note on the weather, we did have a threat of rain, but thankfully I think because the wind has picked up, that's carried it away, so we should be dry all the way to the end of this final. 2.5 minutes to go. This is a good bit of work by Miles Murphy and Josh Price, but how long before these two go, right, it's not quite going to be our day here today against Charlie Turner, but I'm sure, well, here we go, that's the moment right on cue. Price down the inside, takes 2nd place away from Miles Murphy. I was wondering whether that moment would come. Of course, they're going to play smart. They are teammates. These teams involved in this championship are all very proud of their work. They're very committed to the cause. The last thing that they would want is teammates getting together, but Price now has the advantage in this battle for 2nd place.
However, all the drivers pay their place. They earn. They come to the grid. They're not being paid by these teams. They are here to go out there either for fun or to go out and win. So as much as they are with the teams, they're very much also here for themselves. So they'll potentially give their teammate a little bit more space. But if there's a gap, still Kart.
Change for 4th place, Ralph Youngling. This definitely is the strongest race that we've seen so far this weekend in KZ2 for Ralph Youngling, and that's Sodi. Oh, Price is out! Oh, it's the same as last year! Josh Price retires, had just taken 2nd place. Now, was that your classic karting scenario of the kart go quick, the kart go bang? Out of this one is Josh Price, and another piece of drama in this KZ2 final. Ralph Youngling, we've been saying, has not been going well for him in the Sodi. He's now looking at a podium. He's now looking at another visit to the rostrum for Sodi, like his brother last year. Yes, it's not for a win, but what a story this has been from the back of the grid, having a torrid weekend up to this point. But what has happened there to Josh Price? As we say, retired from the final here last year. It's a disastrous start to his 2025 campaign that never really got going. Miles Murphy now back up to 2nd place. 20 seconds or thereabouts to go in this one. Youngling now pulling away. That kart, say, where's this pace been all weekend? I mean, it'll be a nice feeling, but I think Ralph, knowing how he is, and he's a young driver, a competitive driver, would have probably preferred this to be the kind of speed that we would have seen in the heats. Over the line there, we're going to have 2 more laps to go. Darrell Henderson and Ashley Lewis now scrapping over 4th place. We said it, the longer races, KZ2, they can sometimes not quite get through to the end of the race. Piers mentioned how highly strung these machines are. It's why we love it. It's why we always say this is one of the purest forms of motorsport still in the world. It's still got that element of raw speed. It's still got that element to finish first you have to finish. Time is up now. Ashley Lewis closing in on Darrell Henderson, but I don't think he's quite going to be able to get through on this particular lap. Charlie Turner starts the final tour. Charlie Turner, throughout the entire weekend, has been quietly getting on with business. There in 3rd place through the heats and through the superheat, just knowing that it was always going to be a big scrap between Kayak and Wolf, the 2 international stars. They wanted to get one up on each other, and he was there waiting in the wings, the best of the rest, to pick up the pieces. And in this final, Charlie Turner has been imperious. He kept the top 2 honest. They clashed. They took each other out. It's going to be a 3rd win here at Warden Law It's all about the even years. 2022, 2024, and now 2026. Charlie Turner wins in KZ2 once again here at Warden Law. Second place goes to Miles Murphy, a superb drive in his first British Kart Championships run in that CRG. Ralph Youngling wrestles from the back of the grid. His Sodi to third place. What a race, drama throughout. You would have had long odds on that result about 20 minutes ago, but there he is, Charlie Turner, new championship leader, leaving Warden Law, and he's done it again. He loves this place, and the work that he has put in with the whole Rush Performance team has brought him yet another victory in the British Kart Championships. He will be elated with this result, and it's good for potentially another run at a KZ2 championship. It's the fourth time Charlie Turner has emerged P1 in the British Kart Championships, and as I say, 3 times now he's done that on this ground. He loves it here at Karting Northeast, and this is on now for this championship. They'll head to Shennington next on the weekend of the 15th to the 17th of May. I do hope you can be with us for that. But a moment as well for Josh Price, who drove a brilliant race, had taken second away from teammate Miles Murphy, but a mechanical failure, always potentially an element of things in this category. So you can see that they're struggling to recover the kart there. It looks to have completely seized up, and Josh resorts to the old way of doing things, perhaps, of just lifting that rear axle to get it back onto the ground, gets it into neutral, now can shift it out of the way. That's a big loss of points as well for Josh Price, but there it is, Charlie Turner on top again here at Warden Law, and just shows once again why you don't take your eye off this sport. Never assume that the results is written. Brilliant stuff from one of the stalwarts of this grid, and fully deserved, if you ask me, because he has been there knocking on the door throughout the course of every single session here this weekend. Miles Murphy second. Miles will be very happy with that. Leaves Warden Law in third in the standings. It's Turner 189, Wolf 182, Murphy 178, Edgar 175, and Josh Price fifth on 174. Darrell Henderson, great stuff from Darrell. Had a really difficult start to the race week. Didn't have a happy time in Heat 1, but comes back to finish P4, and I do hope we see Darrell for the whole season. As the only novice, he's not raced in that much in the British Kart Championships before, but showed that he very much belongs here on this grid. Ashley Lewis P5, good performance from Rush Performance, 2 top 5s for them in the end, and they've definitely taken a huge step forward in terms of overall package performance from last year. Jess Edgar 6th, she'll look to build on that as we go to Shennington and Jade Racing Team's home circuit next time out. Harry Walsh 7th, Lee Ward picks up points for 8th, and those were your finishers. Retirements from that one: Josh Price dramatically with 4 to go, Nina Piccoli with 7 to go, and then those big ones: Marcus Kayak, Noah Wolf, the 2 favourites for this race, clashing out of Gasworks. Their race is over. A mechanical flag for Kayak, a black flag for Wolf. Ryan Green as well, unfortunately, did not see the end of that race. Wow. That was some final in KZ2, and some way to bring to a close the racing elements of our broadcast here today. If you've enjoyed it, if you're new here, why not click that like button and give us a subscribe as well. Let's have a look at the highlights, and my oh my, there were many of them in that KZ2 final. Here was the race start. This was always going to be a key part. This is where I would say Kayak has always had one upper hand on Wolf this weekend, but look at how good the start was for Charlie Turner as well, so I wonder if that's been part of the setup work. Darrell Henderson went on the attack in the early stages. This was a good move past Jess Edgar. Ralph Youngling, as I say, would have by far his strongest race of the weekend on the way to what seemed like an unlikely podium at the start of the day. Lee Ward's had a battling weekend. I'm sure he'll be back for more. This was the move for the race lead by Noah Wolf, and at this stage it looked like this would be the point where Wolf would add to his wins tally. That was the moment that chance was taken away. Clash with Marcus Kayak. No, Nassau Panel on the front of Kayak's kart. He would be called into the pits. That would give Charlie Turner the lead. This was the scrap between the two more racing boys who entertained for second and third. Josh Price, though, then out with 4 laps to go. Frustration for the second year in a row. Josh Price retires here at Warden Law. For Charlie Turner, though, a third win in, 4 visits to Warden Law for KZ2. The only time he's not won in recent visits to Warden Law was last year when Timo Youngling took the win. You could see the emotion there. As I say, if you're new to these drivers, you're new to KZ2, they are, no disrespect to other categories, probably the most passionate lot in any paddock in national karting. They are absolutely superb to watch trackside and to commentate on trackside. And I think we're going to have a great season in KZ2, and hopefully we see more of them as well when we get to Shennington, when we get to Kimbolton as well. Let's throw down. What can we see out there? Well, there's Ryan Green pushing back to the pits, the number 11, and had an up and down weekend, but I'm sure Ryan will be back for more. Just a quick rundown, as I say, of championship scores. Turner leads 189, Wolf 182, Murphy 178, Edgar 175, Price 174. So say 15 points covering the top 5. Ralph Youngling 6th on 169, equal with Ashley Lewis. Daryl Henderson will leave Warden Law in 8th on 168. Harry Walsh, who should notice, Harry's not going to notice in this commentary box this weekend, has been getting on with things very nicely, and I think he's another one that, give it another few months, Jade Racing Team could have another potential race winner there in Harry Walsh. So he'll head to Shennington 9th in the points, Lee Ward 10th in the points on 161. As you should know that's a Shennington Kart Racing Club meeting that will be covered by Alpha Live and EDM Sports Commentary. Very much looking forward to that one. In terms of Wera Tools British Kart Championships action for the main events, we will be back, if I'm not mistaken, in 3 weeks' time at Wilton Mill to stick about. And of course, don't forget, we've got the new 1 hour highlights program produced and put together by Alpha Live. That will be on Sky Sports F1. Brilliant to have karting back on a platform at that level. We really do hope that it gives karting a big lift. For now, though, for myself, Andrew Mather in the commentary box, thank you very much for being with me today. If you've enjoyed the comms, at DDMM Sports, _MM and at Andrew Mather commentary and all of that business. But right now, let's pass down once again into Parc Ferme and over to Ceol Lynch.
Thank you, Andrew. And once again, KZ2 did not disappoint. That is it for the racing here at Warden Law. And that did not disappoint. Ralph, you came right through from the back of the grid. How do you feel?
Yeah, I feel great. All weekend we were struggling with pace. I did not think I'd be stood here today. And then pre-final, my engine broke, had to come in early. And then so I came in positive for the final, just try and make up as many places as possible. And I did that, but also I did get quite lucky with crashes and people, chassis breaking, but I think I deserved a bit of luck after my pre-final and after my weekend.
Oh no, absolutely. And obviously, has this changed your view on the championship then, heading into round 1 after a tough weekend?
Yeah, well, I'm probably quite down the points after the pre-final, and this was the boost I need to continue my hopes to try and race to the front for the rest of the season.
Well, thank you very much, and congratulations. But let's speak to Miles Murphy then in 2nd place. Miles, last time I spoke to you, you didn't even think you'd be on the podium.
Nah, you get a bit of luck, to be fair, but we chipped away at it. It's been a struggle bus most of the weekend, but I think honestly the sun came out, the car just worked. I think we were net best 4th. Me and Josh had a good battle, then he came off. So yeah, it's nice coming to 2nd. We have a lot of work to do, though. There's no denying that we are quite a bit off if everyone finishes, but I'll take the podium. I'll take the points. Actually, big thanks to Tom, all the effort over this weekend and more races, to be for the engines, and CRG for giving us the carts. We just need to work them out, really, and go from there.
And you and Josh were close there for laps. You were battling it out for that second place. Tell us about that.
No, it was good, because obviously we were the only one who knew a tyre for the pre-final, so we'd done 12 minutes more than anybody else, so we thought every now and then we will fall back, but the pace was good, to be fair. Me and Josh had a bit of a back and forth. Like, his came on a bit later than mine. It just had to be, as soon as he got back past me, he came off, so it was a bit easier for me then to the end, but it was nice to be on the podium at that stage anyway. A little behind, there was a bit of a gap, so it was like I could afford to take it a bit easy now. And yeah, see where we are for the next round.
And for those of you who don't know, Miles, you claimed you retired last year and you're back. Are you glad you came out of retirement?
Yes and no. I'm definitely not as fit as I was. You can still feel a bit of achy now. That wasn't last year, but yeah, it's nice to come back and obviously get some silverware. It's more like we are very underprepared. That's the main thing you can notice when we come here and we're trying things for the first time. The gap to the front is big. We make the most of it the well we can.
Well, thank you very much, and it is good to see you back, of course. But let's get a word with our winner, Charlie Turner. He's just shaking hands, saying congratulations. Charlie, that was a brilliant race. You managed to maintain that lead then after you got it. How do you feel?
I'm not going to lie, it was probably the luckiest race win I've ever had in my career, but I've got to take it. And I thought the early stage I was getting with Noah and Marcus, because they've been fair play to, they've been fast all weekend, and got a bit closer, and obviously they made contact, and obviously I can't comment who was to blame or anything, but it was probably just a racing incident. But yeah, I'll have to take the win, and I didn't realise there was a big gap behind, and I saw with 5 minutes to go there was no point doing anything unnecessary. It was just getting to the checker flag first, which obviously I did.
Because it was early stages in the race that those two ended up not being in contention anymore. What did you think when you saw those two in the race no longer?
Well, obviously in that time you're obviously in shock, but at the same time you have to keep concentrating, keep consistent, because you never know the people from I might catch. But so luckily there was a gap behind me, and I'm just hoping to take the win. I just want to say a big thank you to Rush Performance for this weekend, and also SRP Factory Team for coming over this weekend to help us. They've been really, really helpful, and hope to do some more, but we'll see what the next few rounds bring.
Absolutely. And then do you have a championship goal this year then? First win, round one?
Well, this is my third win at Warden Law, which again I don't really expect, because this is probably not the easiest place for me to get to. I don't really do any tests here, just literally just rock up to the race. So I'll definitely take that. But early stages in the season, we'll just take each round as it comes.
Well, thank you very much, and congratulations. Good luck for the rest of the year. And that is it then from our KZ drivers. Are you two going to join me? Yes, come on in then. Joined by Andrew Mather and Piers Prior once again.
Wow, what a way to finish things. Big thanks once again to the whole team here at Warden Law. It's a shame we were only here once this season. Last year it was two, but yeah, they've been great once again. And thanks to all of you watching at home. I think we're in for a really good season. We've had 5 top races today. Obviously drama in that KZ2 final. Marcus with the mechanical, Noah with the black 4, as we understand it, for the restart. But yeah, the Rotax classes, they've been great as well. We've got some new names, some new winners, lots to get excited about. And of course, let's not forget the other half of our classes. That's only half of the field, half of the number of teams and drivers and classes that we've got. 3 weeks time, Wilton Mill. We do it all again for event 2. Can't wait.
Yeah. Also, very well done, Ceol, your first event. How have you found it?
Oh, thank you very much. It has been absolutely amazing. Action-packed, learning loads, obviously getting to know a lot of this Rotax paddock has been brilliant. So thank you all. Is that it? Are we rounding up?
We'll see you at Wilton Mill in 3 weeks' time.
Thank you very much.